Hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome to Snetterton for the second visit in 2025 of the 750 Motor Club to the Norfolk venue. We are just coming to the end of Saturday qualifying here, ahead of today's 10 race programme, with another 12 races to come for you during the course of tomorrow. Yes, day one of this packed programme of action with something for everybody. Saloons, sports cars, endurance racing, quite a lot on offer during the course of the next couple of days. You'll be in the company of myself, Ian Soman, and Chris Stevens alongside me once again. Afternoon, Chris.
Afternoon, Ian, and yes, very much looking forward to today's action. And like you say, something for everyone out there, with some slicks and wings to kick things off for today as well, with the Roadsports 750 Formula Championship, and things are looking very tasty in that particular battle. But some other stuff to look forward to, including the Classic Stock Cats Championship, which is guaranteed fireworks, some mini endurance in the form of Roadsports, some sports specials as well out there for some race kit action. The low costs, again, that's always going to be a lot of fun in those Caterham 7 type machinery. Yokohama Low Cost Championship out after that as well. And the Tequila Type R Trophy, another one we're very much looking forward to, with a great championship fight in there. 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, which is just completing its qualifying now. Oak Richardson, who has gone fastest in this session.
He certainly has, and we are on the 300 circuit this weekend at Snetterton, so the layout is just a smidge under 3 miles in length, with the infield section. So rather than going left and down the Bentley Straight, they carry straight on to Palmer and take that infield section at Agostini and through Hamilton and Oggies as well, and back onto the Bentley Straight that way. It's a cloudy day, I would say, here at Snetterton at the moment. There's a tiny bit of blue sky I can see out of our commentary box window over towards the east, but generally speaking pretty cloudy, not too windy, pretty cool day as well. So good conditions, you would think, for quick lap times, and I don't think we're going to see sort of strong headwinds or anything coming into play down either the Centre Straight or the Bentley Straight during the course of this weekend. So that final qualifying session, last few cars just taking the checkered flag now, and once they are off the circuit, we'll have the cars out for the first race of the day, which we'll look ahead to in a moment. A reminder though, for those of you here at the circuit or watching along at home on the Alpha live stream, then you can access the race programme via the 750 Motor Club website, so 750mc.co.uk. You'll find a brand new look 750 Motor Club website, and you'll be able to navigate your way through the event page and onto the digital download of the race programme, which has got all of the entry list, the timetable and so on for you. Elsewhere on the website, have a look around, you'll find all the details about the championships, including all of the latest point standings. We'll keep you up to date with all of those as the weekend goes on. There'll also be a link to the live timing provided by TSL. You can go there directly as well at tsl-timing.com. Or you could choose to, if you're not already watching it, watch the live stream, again by going to the 750 Motor Club website or finding it on YouTube as well. We'll be live streaming all 10 races for you during the course of the day, and 12 more tomorrow from around about 10 o'clock in the morning. So the plan for today is we're going to have 2 races before the lunch break. We are running just a little bit behind schedule at the moment, so I suspect it might be a slightly shorter than originally anticipated lunch break by the time that we get there. And when we do, we will be back racing again at around about 2:05 this afternoon for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. So circuit is now clear. The circuit vehicles just going out to make sure they're all in the right positions ahead of this afternoon's racing. And it is, as we say, going to be first up the race for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship.
And already some comments in that YouTube chat room. I believe it's the Simpson family, so they're watching from Wales. So I think that's Bob Simpson's entourage,
yes.
which are not racing this weekend, sadly, but nice to have them joining us on the live stream ahead of racing action for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. And it will be the championship leader who starts on pole position for that one, David Reed in the HRD Mark II, who's won 3 out of the last 4 races. Had a very good run of form through Mallory Park and the previous meeting at Thruxton, which I hear had quite the dramatic finish in race 2.
Certainly did. So this was when 750 Formula had an away day. They guested at the truck racing meeting organised by BARC. And so it wasn't streamed by Alpha Live, but there was a stream available, and it's well worth having a look back at that if you can find it on YouTube, because the second 750 Formula race there was an absolute barnstormer, 5-way battle going into the final lap. Jake Doherty it was that was leading, but sadly he had to retire before the last lap was out, and it was Matthew Twynham that snatched victory. His first win in the championship, I think actually his first podium finish as well. Yes, it was his first podium finish as well in the championship. So he's a driver that is in Class B. And Class B in 750 Formula is for drivers who've not had a podium before, which he hadn't before this season. Also for people who've not been in the top 6 in the championship, etc., etc. So he will be not eligible for Class B for next season after that landmark win. In only, I think, his second season of racing in 750 Formula, and he certainly had a strong weekend there. But back only on row 5 of the grid for this first of the races that we're going to have today for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. See, the reason I've got a delay is because some of the Mazda MX-5s, rather than pulling off where they should have done at the on the exit of Palmer's, have continued on and done a full lap of the circuit, which here at Snetterton does add rather a lot of time to proceeding. So apologies everyone that we're a bit delayed in starting this afternoon's racing, but a couple of Aaron MX5s went on to do a full lap of the circuit, slowing down rather than pulling off at the exit of Palmer's and into Parc Fermé. So shortly we should have the cars out onto the grid for the first race of the day, which is going to be for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Yes, so this is going to be the penultimate meeting of the season for the 750 Motor Club 750 Formula Championship already. It seems a bit weird to say that we're only on the first weekend in August, but we've had 8 of the 12 rounds already this season. 2 more today, and then 2 more at Croft in the second half of September, so a little bit of a break after this weekend before the final event. And as far as the championship is concerned, coming into this weekend, with the drop scores taken into account, which can drop you 2 worst scores in this championship, it's David Reed on 141 points, 9 points clear of Mark Windley on 132, and then on 130 points in third position is Bill Cowley, with Richard Rothery on 110 and Jake Doherty, who's not here this weekend, on 106 points. So we do now have the cars coming out onto the grid ahead of what's going to be a 15-minute race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and you can just see there the yellow car, the HRD Mark II of pole position driver David Reed, forming up on the front of the grid. And he has had a good season so far, had 3 wins in a row at Mallory Park and Thruxton. And he's got next to him on the grid Bill Cowley, who's had a couple of wins this season. Both of those were at Silverstone, where he didn't actually take the checkered flag first because there was a classic Clubman specification car, Robin Dawes Diamond, ahead of him. But he was the first of the 750 Formula cars home on both occasions. But you would think, chatting to him earlier in the paddock, Chris, and he was not completely happy, was he?
No, of course, his eponymous car, the Cowley Mark III, is famously not that brilliant in a straight line, or the Mark IV, excuse me. Not brilliant in a straight line. It has fantastic cornering ability, but it does get a little bit eaten up on the straights. And yes, here at Snetterton 300, there are quite a few of those, quite a high-speed stretch out of the final corner and all the way down into Ritchie's. And then, of course, you've got the blast from Palmer down to Agostini as well, and then the Bentley Straight as well, leading into the Brundle and Nelson complex. So there are a few places where Cowley is at risk of being eaten up a little bit by the chasing pack. And, of course, that makes his life a little bit harder when it comes to wheel-to-wheel racing because he's got to do it the hard way inside the corners, whereas his opponents can just plant the right foot and out-drag him along the straights.
Absolutely right. Well, we're into the countdown procedure before the green flag lap gets underway for these cars. These, because they are slick-shod cars, as Chris was alluding to earlier on, they do have a green flag lap to warm up. Not all of the championships here this weekend do so. But I can see that the green flag is now about to be waved by the marshal on the gantry beneath our commentary position, so they'll do a lap of just under 3 miles to get some heat into those slick tyres. Let's, as they do so, have a look at the grid then. Pole position, as we said, has gone the way of David Reed, number 33. He did a lap of 2 minutes 8.916 seconds, which was more than a second faster than number 77 Bill Cowley. It is a very long lap, remember. Second row of the grid, you've got number 17 Richard Rothery. That's in the PRS that won the championship last year in the hands of David Bartholomew, and besides him is number 78 Robin Dorr in that classic Clubman specification car, which are very welcome to join the 750 Motor Club grid these days. Richard Jenkins, he's qualified pretty well. Number 26 is there on the inside of row 3, beside the number 12 car of Conway Dorr in his Falcon. Onto the fourth row of the grid, we've got number 44 Colin Marshall and 69 Mark Windley, very much one of the championship contenders coming into this weekend with a couple of wins under his belt so far this season. Row 5 on the inside, you've got number 35 David Winter and 56, the man who won the last race of the season at Thruxton last month, that's Matthew Twynham. Row 6 on the inside, you've got 156, that's Stephen Littler, and besides him is number 6 Simon Bolter. Onto the 7th row, and that's where we'll find 27, which is Mick Harris taking over wife Sue's car for this weekend. It's good to have Mick, the 10-time champion in 750 Formula, back on the grid, and besides him is 28, which is Alan Bunter. The 8th row of the grid is number 11 Hugh Davis and Martin Depper in number 70. Thomas Llewellyn in 58 and Dan Welsh in 46 make up row 9 of the grid, and completing the field on row 10 is the number 89 car. That's Joe Gorolini, the 21-year-old from Enfield, the steam railway fitter. And he is the final car on the grid in the entry that to shed throughout the course of the season with his father, Dean, as well. So cars already on their way down the Bentley Straight. These cars all powered now by the Fiat Fire engine, 1108 cc's. Been in things like the Panda and things like that, and this championship has been using this low-cost engine for 2 decades now, and it's proved a very effective and cost-effective engine, as I say, for this particular championship. 750 Formula, of course, traces its history back to 1949. It's the longest continuously running championship that there is. And just looking at David Reed's lap time from this morning in qualifying, of course, 2:08.916 is just 0.4 of a second outside the lap record held by David Bartholomew. So I wonder if the lap record could be under threat during the course of this weekend, Chris.
Goes all the way back to 2015, that does. So it's been a long-standing one. It's about time if we do manage to beat it. And if it is going to happen, then, well, today's kind of the perfect conditions for it. Nice chill in the air, no direct sunlight heating up the circuit, and minimal wind out there as well, which of course these are slightly more aero-dependent cars than some of the other stuff we have on the bill for this weekend. So I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen today.
A very good opportunity for it, that is for certain. So it's David Reed on pole position, the 46-year-old from Brinklow in Warwickshire, an engineering manager. in his second season of racing. Bill Cowley, you've just spotted, he's got his car nicely poised there for the start of the race, Chris.
That is an aggressive angle he's parked up at. He's pointed straight at David Reed straight away.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can make the best of the start. He knows how crucial it will be to make a good getaway. Does Bill Cowley. He's acknowledged the lack of straight line speed that car has. There's a good look at them. You can just see the poise of Cowley's car just tilted and angled in towards the pit wall there. Last few cars are into position, shortly to get underway then I think. We'll wait for the red lights to go on and then out for 15 minutes of racing in the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Just a bit of a delay. There is now the green flag waved at the back of the grid. There goes the 5-second board. The revs start to rise. The tension starts to build. There go the red lights on and off. And away we go then for 15 minutes. And it is a good start from Bill Cowley. And he does move across, but not fast enough to stop Robin Dorr in the Classic Clubman's car, getting ahead of him. Now, of course, he's not eligible for points, isn't Robin Dorr, in the 750 Formula Championship, but he steals a march on them both. It's Bill Cowley in second, David Reed in third. I think Richard Rothery in the PRS in fourth position as they head up to the hairpin for the first time. The Wilson hairpin, and around they go. And going wide there is the pole position man, David Reed. He might lose a position then, although he is on the inside line for the next corner, which is the left-hander at Palmer. We'll see if he's able to make it through there. Well, he does hold on to third place, and it looks like it's Richard Jenkins there in fifth position in the Shepherd. But it's Robin Dorr from third place into the lead, Chris.
David Reed was really snappy through Palmer. He looks very unhappy with that car in the early stages of this race, but what an absolutely blinding start from Bill Cowley, and didn't quite manage to out-drag Robin Dorr's car, but as you mentioned, Ian, it's not eligible for points, and so Bill's focus is going to be on that bright yellow machine that will be filling the very small mirrors that adorn the Mark IV Cowley, unless he starts to feel he's being held up a little bit, and certainly Robin was not holding anybody up at Silverstone, where he sort of wandered off into the distance, really. And of course this has made life easier for Cowley as well in terms of him trying to battle the cars, but this is going to be the big test down the Bentley straight for the first time of asking. It's quite handy he's got that Clubman's car because he's got a toe down the straight, and that, I think that has just kept him in the points lead, let's say. Oh, big snapper for Cowley though, coming out of the Brundle and Nelson complex.
Yeah, they were both of them right in the toe there of Robin Dorr, weren't they, as they made their way through. And now Cowley trying to make a move as they go into Coram that time, and they are side by side through the long and sweeping right-hander, and Cowley has done it. He's gone through into the lead of the race. Robin Dorr is second, and now he's got a car between himself and David Reed, and he's made a good few yards there. It's Rothery in fourth place, and it looks like Richard Jenkins in the 26 car is in fifth. So up and over the line they come at the end of the first lap, and it's a 3/4 of a second lead for Bill Cowley. Robin Dorr second. David Reed trying to change that though. He's up on the inside of Dorr as they went into Rich's corner. Did he manage to make the move stick? Yes, he did. So he goes second. Robin Dorr down to third. Richard Rothery in fourth. But can Bill Cowley hold on to a 3/4 of a second lead?
Rothery going for third position as well into the Wilson hairpin, so Robin Dorr going backwards very quickly. But when we talked about the cornering ability of the Cowley, well, David Reed was all over Cowley going into Coram, and then when they came out of it, he had 3/4 of a second on him. So that is the brilliant speed of that car. It is just a matter of whether he's got enough in the corners to build a gap to make sure he doesn't get completely blasted when they get down to the straights. Judging by them just flashing through the shot there, I would say he does not quite have that, because the David Reed car looked incredibly close to Cowley as they were making their way through the middle sector. Surely they'll be coming up to the Bentley straight, and I believe actually that David Reed has just made a move for the lead. No, not quite. He was definitely thinking about it, but they're coming onto the Bentley straight now, and this is where Cowley's going to suffer.
Absolutely right. Now, David Winter into the pits at the end of lap 1. Matthew Twynham did not come round at the end of lap 1. I didn't see if he started or not, but he's not come round at the end, and nor has the 156 car of Little either. And David Reed has got the lead along the Bentley Straight, which is no great surprise, using the toe there. So Reed now goes ahead of Bill Cowley. So it's 33... David Reed now leading, 77 Bill Cowley in second place. A small gap back then to Richard Rothery in the much bigger car, the number 17 PRS in third position. Robin Dorr in the Clubman's Diamond with the Kent engine in there, the cross-flow engine in fourth position. But yeah, Matthew Twynham not being there at the end of lap 1, that is quite significant as far as the sort of front runners are concerned.
Change for the lead again, though, Ian, because Cowley managed to get it back through Coram. It's side by side down the straight, and David Reed blasts back past him on the start and finish straight. Two very different performance characteristics in these cars, and they're both using them to the absolute maximum here. But Cowley has got to be careful because Rothery is very close behind in that number 17 machine, the PRS, the David Bartholomew car. That's a two-time championship winning machine. And is that the car that David set the lap record in as well?
Yes,
the same one.
Been,
so yeah, it's a very handy set of wheels he's got there underneath him.
Absolutely right. Just looking at the times, Mark Windley still down in 8th position. He had lost 2 positions on the last lap, so he's another driver in contention for the championship, second in the championship coming into this weekend. But certainly it's David Reed and Bill Cowley that are having the best of the things so far today in first and second positions overall. There we just saw a shot of Mark Windley in the ex-Peterbove Derby, multiple championship winning car going through. But here's Reed now, and he's put daylight between himself and Bill Cowley, which is kind of what we expected to happen at the start of the race, really, given the differential in lap times in qualifying. But now David Reed's got to the front. It does look like he's able to pull away from the next two as they come through Williams and back onto the Bentley Straight. And Cowley's just got to be mindful that Richard Rothery is right there in his mirrors.
He certainly has. I thought for a moment that Cowley was going to be able to take the fight to David Reed there. Of course, Cowley, two-time winner this year, was rather unstoppable at the Silverstone meeting on the national circuit, if you ignore Robin Dorr, of course, when it comes to the points-paying positions.
That's right, so here they come through again. David Reed here looking for his 4th victory of the season. Bill Cowley not yet had an outright win, as I say, did have those 2 points wins though at Silverstone. Been regularly on the podium though during the course of the season so far, and of course a past champion as well, Bill Cowley, and I think is the only driver on the grid other than Mick Harris, who I don't think actually started the race by the looks of things, who is a past champion in this particular field. So
good company there as well, because of course Sue was a Class B champion some years ago as well. A great talent from Papua New Guinea dirt oval racing. Yeah.
It's one of those truly random pieces of racing background that some 750 Motor Club competitors have. Anyway, we're on to lap 4. Now, that lap, Reed got down to a 209.636, so that's the fastest lap of the race so far, but what is it, 208.51, so he's still about a second or so outside the lap record time. And, of course, you don't get many laps in at Snetterton because it's such a long lap, so he's probably only got another 3 laps to try and make it. I mean, the one benefit of it being a long lap is it takes a while for traffic to come into play.
Yep. 2 very different elements. Of course, the long lap does mean that there are more opportunities to boo-boo a lap as well, if you want to look at it pessimistically. Especially this 300 layout, so technical compared to the old layout. Not so much in the way of high-speed corners. Of course, you've got Coram and Ritchie's is certainly a fast part of the racetrack as well, but most of it you're talking about those hairpins like at Wilson, and then the complex sections as well, like around Oggies and through Williams as well, the Brundle and Nelson element of it as well, and the final corner going into Murray's. Well, that just comes up and slaps you in the face, doesn't it?
Now, here's a good battle. This is Colin Marshall, who's leading Class B at the moment in the Star, the ex-Dave Robson car. It was one of Dave Robson's more recent creations, not the one he won the championship in 12 years or so ago, but he's being challenged by Mark Windley here. He's in that car that was in good form at Brands Hatch at the start of the season. Only a couple of races there to make it well over 70 wins for that car in Formula 750 Formula. Most of them in the hands of Peter Bove, but also some in the hands of Robin Gearing, who also won a championship in this car a few years ago. But he's struggling here, Mark, to be right at the front of the field. He's challenging Colin Marshall there for 7th place. And is that was Reid, I think, pulling off into the pit lane. Yes, it was. Reid has pulled off into the pit lane at the end of lap 4, and Bill Cowley therefore takes the lead of the race. He's 1.1 seconds ahead of Richard Rothery. Robin Dorr is now 3rd. Richard Jenkins is 4th. Conway Dorr up to 5th, and Colin Marshall to 6th.
Well, astonishing drama then. So it is the man 3rd in the championship.
He's going straight through the pit lane. He's gone straight through the pit lane there as the erstwhile race leader, David Reid. I just wonder if it was an intermittent issue, and as he's come into the pit lane, it sorted itself out because he's gone straight through the pit lane and back up to speed.
Potentially. We haven't seen anything on our timing screens to suggest he's had some sort of penalty in there. So that would rather suggest that whatever problem he was having aboard that car has been able to fix itself. If indeed it is fixed at all, of course, he may well come back in and seek further assistance. But the long and short of it is that it is now Bill Cowley, 3rd in the championship, but leading this race now, 1.1 ahead of Richard Rothery, and stands to gain massively in terms of the championship now, as he could well be on course here for a 3rd win of the season in terms of points, and a first outright, as you were alluding to earlier.
Yeah, that's right. David Reid is still out there. He was 8th. Oh, and that's a spin. I think that's for Joe Gorolini, is it? Possibly. Can't see the number, but he's got a novice cross on the back of the car. I think that is the PC special that he has had a moment in down there at the S's, Brundle and Nelson. So Cowley it is now leading the way with 4 minutes to go. There'll be time for 2 more laps at the end of this one to make it a 7-lap race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. And we'll keep an eye on David Reid's lap times. After that trip through the pits, he was 11 seconds behind the car immediately in front of him, so he's got work to do even to gain any more positions. Here they come then towards the end of lap number 5. Bill Cowley up to the line. His lead was 1.1 seconds. I think it's possibly slightly more than that now. No, it's still 1.1 seconds. So Rothery and Cowley in almost identical lap times. Both of them doing personal best that times as well. So they're still pushing hard.
Yes, both doing 2:12.0. And we can see it was the number 89, Joe Gorolini, in that PC special, who did go around, still recovering out there. So good spot, Ian. Just trying to get that car pointed in the right direction, or maybe pulled off the circuit if it has some mechanical ailment that potentially helped Joe into that spin.
Well, there's David Reid, and he crossed the line that time, still at 8th place, but he had made ground. He made 5 seconds to Colin Marshall, so he might make a place or 2 before the end to get back into the top 6, which, when you take Robin Dorr out of the equation, because he's not going to score points, effectively will be 5th position. He's pushing hard. Look there, he's using all the roads and a bit more as he went through the Wilson hairpin there and off down to Palmer. So, yeah, determined to try and recover what he can, because in terms of the scores that he's dropping at the moment, he's dropping a 1 and a 6. So sometimes if you have a non-finish, you could actually almost bring a not too bad result back into the equation. But he's got 2 relatively low scores there that he'll possibly need to start counting if he has any more bad luck as the season goes on. We've got 2.5 minutes of the race to go, and coming towards us, it's our race leader, Bill Cowley.
Yeah, still with Richard Rothery for close company, and actually looking slightly closer than last time we checked in with them. And I can't wait in a few corners' time to be proven wrong again on that. But again, of course, it's the performance characteristics of the 2 cars. I mean, this is the part of the circuit where the Cowley will pull away quite nicely, I would have thought, compared to Richard Rothery, which making it sound like all these other cars are absolute pigs in corners. That's not true at all. It is just that the Cowley is so demon with that uber sleek design, almost sort of Lola-esque curves on the front of it, and it is so light and nimble, corners like a gnat.
Martin Depper was the car we were just seeing on screen there with Tom Llewellyn behind him. They were battling for 12th and 13th, but we've just seen, going on to their final lap, Bill Cowley and Richard Rothery.
And it was closer.
It was.
To the tune of about 0.2 of a second.
It was, but that's still closer. Robin Dorr's gone across the line in third. We're yet to see Richard Jenkins. He's now got Conway Dorr for very close company indeed. Those two separated by only 0.3 of a second as they go across the line for fourth position. But what will be a podium place as far as the 750 points are concerned. There we see Cowley making his way through Hamilton, I think that was. Through Palmer and down towards Agostini for the final time in this race. I don't think Rothery is looking like he's about to mount an attack, even though he was a couple of tenths faster on that lap. He's still around about a second behind Bill Cowley. I don't think he's won a race, Richard Rothery, from what I can remember, although the car has won many races in the hands of David Bartholomew and Ed Pither over the past decade or so. That car that's shared between the friends.
I don't believe he has. There was definitely several podiums to his name, including last time out at Thruxton. Double podium finisher there. But he will have to settle for the second step on the rostrum by the looks of it. Although it's looking a bit closer down the Bentley Straight, but I think that's possibly the last opportunity for Richard Rothery, because we're now into sort of Cowley territory on the lap here. And so it should well be a first outright win of the season here for Bill Cowley, but also a big step forward in his hunt for a second championship here.
Yeah, absolutely right. On drop scores, he was 9 points. No, he wasn't. He was 11 points behind David Reed coming into this, but that will be pretty much eliminated if it stays this way as they come out of the final corner and accelerate their way up the centre straight towards the finish line, where the checkered flag is going to go out to the race winner, Bill Cowley. His first on-track win of the season. He's punching the air. He's very pleased with that win. He is pleased, isn't he? My word, he's delighted. And then it's Richard Rothery in second, and he took another 10th out of Cowley on the final lap. There is Robin Dorr in the Diamond, the monoposto racer of many, many years, standing in Formula Vauxhall Lotus and classic Formula 3 cars as well, trying his hand in this classic Clubman's car as part of the 750 Motor Club. And we've had a change on the final lap, have we? Because Conway Dorr comes through, and then David Reed managed to get fifth out of it in the end, getting past Richard Jenkins and Mark Windley. Those four cars were separated by only about 2 seconds in the end, so that's a very tight finish, like a handicap race between between those four. And Colin Marshall, who was sixth at one point, but still winning Class B with 8th place overall in the number 44 car. Simon Bolter, it just about comes home 9th. Alan Bunter only 0.2 of a second behind him in the Shark at the end of that race. So David Reed had the pace in that one. Quite a lot quicker, 2 seconds quicker than anybody else, but that impromptu visit to the pits, Chris, cost him dear.
It certainly did. It's been a difficult day for both the top two in the championship, of course, with Mark Windley only in 7th position. And so that should make the point standings for very interesting reading later on tonight.
Yeah, well, we've got another race to come for these today, so we'll work out the points over lunchtime, update those, and we'll look at the standings again before their second race, which is due off around about 5:15 this afternoon. Let's have a look at the results. The final few cars are still coming over the line. It's a win for number 77, Bill Cowley, in the Cowley Mark IV. Second to number 17, Richard Rothery, in the PRS 1B. 0.8 of a second the gap in the end. In third position, it was number 78, Robin Dorr, in the Classic Clubman's Diamond. Fourth to number 12, Conway Dorr. Fifth was 33, David Reed, who was leading before he made a trip to the pits. In sixth place, number 26, Richard Jenkins, then 769, Mark Windley. Eighth was the Class B winner, number 44, Colin Marshall, ahead of Simon Bolter. Alan Bunter rounding out the top 10, ahead of Hugh Davis, Martin Depper, Thomas Llewellyn, and Dan Welsh, who was a lap down in the end, and I think he was the last of the finishers. In fact, he's just done an extra lap, I think, and he's just come across the line now with Joe Gorolini, David Winter, Matthew Twyman, and Stephen Littler retirements from that race. Well, I can see that our drivers are already down in Parc Ferme, and ready to talk to them is Kieran Mogg.
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, what a fantastic race to start the weekend, and a much-needed win for this man. Bill, that was a really needed race for your championship.
Absolutely. Well, I thought it was game over because Gearbox got stuck in fourth on lap 2. That's why Reedy got past me. So yeah, it took him long enough to get past me there whilst I was stuck in fourth. So it just made his life difficult. So yeah, but no, it's really needed that result today, really.
Definitely, and obviously you had Richard right behind you as well. Couldn't quite keep up with you, so that's obviously something good to go into the race later.
To be honest, that was the hardest race I've ever driven because I'm in fourth gear, I've got no engine brake, I've got nothing, so I cannot afford to make a mistake in the slow stuff. So I was there trying to be as consistent as possible, accurate as possible, and because I know how fast Richard's in that car, especially down the straight, so I just needed to get that gap so he couldn't get me down the straights.
Obviously, you got a race later on as well. Do you reckon you can do the same thing again, or are you expecting a slightly more challenging race?
Well, I need to find out what's up with the gearbox yet, because that's gearbox number 2 today. And we ain't got another one with us, so yeah, we need to find what the problem is. If not, it'll be a pit lane start in fourth gear.
Well, good luck then.
Thank you very much, mate.
Cheers, thank you. Right, we'll grab second place, Richard Rotherby. Richard's quite close, but not quite.
Yeah, no, I need another half a second a lap or something to be able to catch Bill. He was just a little bit too quick for me today, unfortunately. So yeah, the car's got it. It's just a lack of practice and time in the car for me as a driver, I think.
Now, how are you finding the conditions? Obviously, we had a bit of rain yesterday, but so far today it's been dry. It's looking okay?
Yeah, pretty good actually. Grip levels are where you'd expect them to be. As I say, it's a lack of confidence in the driver, not in the car. The car's got plenty more capability. I mean, we should be able to have Bill down the straight, but yeah, I just need to nail those exits next time round, and hopefully race 2 will do it.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, speaking of race 2, what do you predict? What are you hoping for later?
Yeah, so I need to go quicker. I think the plan of letting Bill and Dave have a battle at the front and then just trying to pick up on anything that happens seemed to work. So we'll try the same again this time round, but just try and go a little bit quicker and have them once something happens.
Awesome. Look forward to seeing it then. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Now we'll try and grab Robin. Robin, if you just want to come over here. It's obviously a bit of no man's land compared to the boys out front.
Yeah, lonely third place. Yeah, but for a 50-year-old car, it's doing all right, and an old driver. Yeah. Yeah, but it gets off the line like a scolded cat. So yeah, love it. Yeah, and a good bunch of blokes. Yeah. And thank you for having me again.
Absolutely. Obviously, race later on. What do you expect?
Hold them up this time. I think we're starting fourth again, so yeah, same again, and yeah, just find a couple of more tenths and yeah, a bit more bravery in some of the faster corners. That's what we need. Yeah,
awesome. Well, look forward to seeing it then. Good luck. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so that's all we've got time for. The cars are out on the grid because coming up next, we've got the Armed Forces Challenge.
Yes, the first of 2 races today for the Armed Forces Race Challenge coming up next. 2 20-minute races for these contenders, made up of competitors from the Army, the Navy, the RAF, or indeed veterans of those services. The odd guest as well thrown into the mix as well. Another championship at its penultimate meeting of the season. Just one more event to go after this. 6 rounds into the championship, it's being led by Mark White on 249 points, from Jonathan Candler on 238, and James Flint on 191. And remember, if you've seen the Armed Forces Race Challenge before, you'll know that the championship is decided not on finishing positions on track, but on a performance index, which measures consistency of lap time. So effectively, it's your total race time divided by your best lap time. The closer you are to that, in theory, shows how consistent you have been during the race, and that is what is rewarded in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, which means that anybody can win from all the way down the field. It so happens that the person leading the championship is the person who's done a lot of the overall winning, and that is Mark White. And it's no surprise to see him on pole position again today in the number 65 car, his Honda Civic Type R. Alongside him today, though, is the number 69 Porsche of Peter Dilnot. Second row of the grid is number 1, Jonathan Candler, the reigning champion. He has besides him, number 66, Scott Townsend. On row 3 of the grid, it's going to be number 7, Kieran Lambourne in the BMW, and 935 is James Flint's Fiesta. On row 4 of the grid, 178, Peter Seeley is there in his MR2, and then it's Jake Osborne's number 44 Renault Clio. On row 5 of the grid, 26 is Gareth Moss and 22 is Luke Arpino. That's an all MX5 row as the green flag lap gets underway. I'll continue telling you how the grid is going to line up. Row 6 is 15 George Harvey and 95 Mark Jones. Row 7 of the grid is the 230 car of Paul Waterhouse and 96 Ben McLaughlin. The 8th row of the grid is 55 Joshua McClelland and 35 Richard Brown. The 9th row, 43 Matthew Beach and 25 James Hancock. Row 10 is 113 Alexander Martin and 700 Mark Oliver. The 11th row, 305 Ben Seaton and 92 Lee Keneally. The 12th row is 14, there we go, you've got the graphic back again, 14 Peter McNichol and 23 Alex Waldeck with 72 Andrew Holmes. I don't think he'll be there, no he's not, because his car broke down in qualifying and that brought about a red flag. So there's only a 10-minute session in the end, which is not many laps around Snetterton, so I suspect some of the drivers may have struggled to set a representative lap time. So we'll see if there's some drivers during the course of this race that are able to make some progress. There are multiple classes in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and those classes are based on the power to weight ratio of the cars. Class A is up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne, and then the splits at 240, 180 and 135 brake horsepower per tonne as well. Within that, pretty much anything goes though, as long as it's a saloon car or a sports car.
Though I noticed the sole Class A car on the entry was the one that disappeared in qualifying, wasn't it? So it is Class B cars that are leading the way in terms of the overall as it stands. And yeah, it's interesting about Mark White, or Chalky, as he likes to be known, operations manager for Mission Motorsport, which is the Forces Motorsport charity. Having been the one to not only take a lot of the overall wins so far this year, but also the one who's been nailing it in terms of the performance index, because what you can often see is the one who ends up clearing off into the distance ends up finding traffic, which ruins your consistency.
Exactly.
Yet somehow he's been able to work through that, and we were talking about this in the 750 Formula race as well. Because of the length of this circuit, it's quite difficult to come up on traffic, although it will probably be easier here because there is a wider performance gap between the two ends of the field. So it will come up on traffic at some point, but less so than, let's say, a Brands Hatch Indy, for example.
Yeah, and it's a slightly longer race this than the 750 Formula race as well. It's a 20-minute rather than a 15-minute race. We say Mark White's done most of the winning. He's done all of the winning, let's be honest. He's had 6 wins out of 6 so far this season at the 3 double-header meetings that we've had already this year, and those have been at Donington, Alton and Anglesey. Now this is the furthest south we go all season, I think, in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, because the final meeting is at Croft, so it's a rather northern-based calendar this season for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, but a good representation of drivers here at Snetterton this weekend. Peter Dillonot, as we say, is the car that is alongside Mark White on the front of the grid. In qualifying, there's only a couple of tenths of a second between them, so it could be for an interesting race. But they were both quite a lot faster, like 5 seconds faster, than Jonathan Candler, who's next up on the inside of the second of the grid, the first of the Class C cars in the number 1 Peugeot 306 GTI for the driver from Salisbury, 32-year-old, Army reservist, been racing for 10 years now in both this championship, things like MX5 Track Day Trophy as well. He's in the Lionheart Racing prepared car. That's essentially Jonathan and his father that put that car together. And then you've got Scott Townsend next to him in the red Fiesta, the driver from Leamington Spa. And he's been racing since 2022. I think that's got a Honda K20 engine, that Fiesta as well. So it's a modified car that runs again within Class B, like Chalky White on pole position. So the last few cars are coming into place for this 20-minute race here at Snetterton, the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Worth noting, by the way, hopefully it doesn't come to this, there's no provision for the use of the safety car in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, so if there is an incident, then we may have a red flag. Let's hope we don't get to test that out, though. 5-second board is shown, red lights go on, and 20 minutes of racing underway. It's a good start by Peter Dilnott from the outside of the front row in the Porsche, and he steals an early march on the rest of the field. It looks like Chalky White is there in second, and then we'll see who's going to be in third in a moment, but it's a decent lead for that number 69 car of Dilnott, the Porsche 911 for the local driver from Ipswich, but through Riches and down to the Wilson hairpin. White is immediately able to attack and goes round the outside, quite wide he goes, and is he going to get the move done? Yes, he is. So he's got back into the lead. Oh, and that's Gareth Moss, who's got some damage on the front end of his Mazda MX5, and he's going to pull off the circuit, I think, with that damage. So he's got caught up with somebody in those first couple of corners. I'm afraid to say that's the driver of the number 26 car, Sterling Moss, as he's known, predictably enough, round the left-hander at Palmer. The rest of the field go. It looks like everybody else is surviving, and it is Mark White already with a 8 or 10 car length lead over Peter Dilnott.
James Flint's Ford Fiesta ST150 was quite sideways into the Wilson hairpin. I'm not quite sure if that's the car that the Mazda made contact with, but certainly a suboptimal start to the race for James Flint, but has continued on his way in that 935 car. But Chalky leading the way. So much cornering speed in that Type R compared to the Porsche, which did manage to bolt off the line very nicely, but didn't quite have the speed through Ritchie's to keep the pole sitter at bay. We've got the number 15 Mini Cooper S of George Harvey just making a move on the inside at Brundle on the Luke Arpino Mazda MX5. And that would have been for around about 10th position, I believe. And that is, of course, a Class B car for the Mazda, going past what is a Class D car for Arpino. And so very different power to weight ratios between the two cars there.
Yeah, Luke Arpino, who's had, I think, 4 Class D wins so far this season in that bereaved MX5. He usually goes pretty well, punches above his weight in terms of the overall order. Yes, he's crossed the line 8th at the end of lap 1, although he is under attack there from James Flint's quicker Fiesta, I think, just out of our shot. But it's George Harvey that we're following there around Rich's corner, who's in 7th position overall. Here is Flint in the Fiesta up on the inside of Arpino, and he is going to go into 8th position there. And that's Flint in car number 935. I wonder why he picked 935. It's a very specific number to go for. 27-year-old RAF technician from Columpton. He's done some banger stocks racing, and there's a champion in 2015. This car, 2006 ST150 with a 2-litre Duratec engine in it. Mark White led at the end of the first lap by 2.5 seconds from the rest of the field. As you can see, making its way through there. Peter Seeley in the MR2, number 178, 5th position. He's under attack now from Scott Townsend's well-driven Ford Fiesta, the red car, number 66. Seeley in that MR2. He's done some racing in the MR2 Championship as well, I think, at one point in the past. Green flags there on the exit of Williams, which indicates that there may be a car off. I wonder if that's because Gareth Moss sort of crept through the barriers at the Wilson hairpin and sort of parked somewhere on the exit of Williams. Anyway, here comes Scott Townsend. Can he go around the outside of Peter Seeley into Brundle? No, he can't, seems to be the answer to that question. This is the pair of them disputing 5th position as we're coming towards the end of lap 2.
Yes, and that Townsend car is the one with the Honda K20 engine in it. It's got a run out of Nelson and into Coram. I thought for a moment he was going to have the look on the inside. There was plenty of spits of flame out the back of those cars. But the Army Motorsports run machine, one of a few teams that we have operating cars in this championship. And making their way down the start-finish straight. And once again pops to the outside, does Townsend. And with the out-dragging by the time they get to Ritchie's, it's the outside line for the Ford. But it is Peter Seeley's MR2 that just manages to stand its ground on the inside and just about manages to hold on to that 5th place spot for now.
Yeah, good battle going on between these two for 5th and 6th position. George Harvey, I think, wants to buy into this as well in his Mini number 15 too. So we'll see if he can get on terms. So you can see he's got the black cross on the yellow background there, indicating he's a relative newcomer in his first few races. James Flint just behind him, and it's Joshua McClellan, number 55, in the older Honda Civic in his first season of racing, the 27-year-old, in that 1989 Honda Civic with a K24A engine, a self-built car we put together with his friends. Scott Townsend having another go here at Peter Seeley. He's just not giving up. Not necessarily going to be the best thing in terms of getting consistent lap times is this level of intense battling, but hey, you're in there for a race, aren't you, at the end of a day, whatever the point scoring system may be. And the championship will help for the selections to be made for the Burkitt Relay in October as well, entries for which have recently opened. There's always a good representation from the Forces teams, and there have been often handicap winners as well. In particular, the RF have excelled in the Burkitt 6-hour relay at the end of the season. We'll bring that to you on Alpha Live as well in October. Yeah, we'll see how the teams get selected for that. Meanwhile, Townsend has now finally battled his way past Pete Seeley. We've still got 13 minutes of this race left to go, though. And Mark White leading it now, has just come through to complete his 3rd lap. He's leading by 4.5 seconds or more over Peter Dillnott in 2nd place. Jonathan Candler is 3rd. He's now 22 seconds behind the leader, which shows the pace that Mark White does have here this weekend.
Those yellow flags at Oggies are still waving out there, so whatever has parked up at the side of the road there, if anything, it could be some fluid, of course, that has gone down. That may well still be there. We've got Jake Osborne's Renault Clio that's just been in and out of pit lane. Not sure why that was the case. Again, didn't see anything come up to suggest any sort of penalty, but it's come out into traffic. Quite a bandaged front left corner there. So I wonder if he's how recent that is. Whether he's just done that in this race and had the eye patch put on there. We have got a few of the entourages watching along on YouTube. Beth Burrows cheering on for Lionheart Racing. We've got Dean Phillips cheering on the number 92 of Lee Keneally as well in his Citroen Saxo. And we've got one of the 116 trophy cars pulled up to the side. That is Alexander Martin. And that looks to be, is that down at Ritchie's?
It's a long way off, wherever it is.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's somewhere at that end of the circuit. I can just see it out of our commentary box window. Is just trying to rejoin the circuit. There he is. It was a long way off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Had to pay entrance to get back in, I think, to the circuit. So he's going to be back into the race. Just looking, I think the yellow flags, they are for Gareth Moss, because he's the only car that stopped out on the circuit. And I think from the information I've seen on my screen, it looks like he was involved in contract with the 44 car, which is the Osborne Clio, which you mentioned had been into the pits.
Yes, so that tracks, doesn't it? So that would be quite recent bandage work on the on the Clio then.
So George Harvey is now doing battle with James Flint, and Harvey's got himself back ahead of Flint here because he was behind at the beginning of this lap. This is the dispute for 8th and 9th positions. They're in different classes B and C, but as you can see, real mixture of the classes. They can battle with one another for overall position as well, and the performance index doesn't take account of the different classes that you're in.
Black and white flag has gone out to Peter Dillnott's Porsche, the second placed car. Now, is that regarding track limits or something more sinister, do we think?
Nothing that I have seen to indicate that it is anything more than a track limits issue, with the driver having possibly just been a little bit over-exuberant at certain parts of the circuit and getting his wheels over the white line or the edge of the curb. So I just need to rein that in if he's to avoid picking up a 5-second penalty, which would be the next sanction if he was to be caught doing that again.
Where can you do track limits here? Actually thinking about it, there's not too many places. It's quite self-policing here, which is good.
Yeah, it's on this particular layout, you don't tend to have a huge amount of issues with it. Perhaps not so many as we'd have had on the old Snetterton layout with the sort of concrete runoff that we had at the old Sear corner, or maybe at the old Russell chicane as well. But yes, I don't think that's going to be a big feature of this weekend. Lots of track limits issues, as it can be at certain other circuits around the country, Silverstone or Brands Hatch, for example, where there's some very obvious places where you can try and steal a march on your rivals.
Could potentially be onto the Bentley Straight. I think that curb is wide enough for you to sort of run across there with a little bit of the sort of grasscrete on the exit. Yeah, you can definitely do it there. So that is potentially one of the hot spots, and potentially on the exit of Agostini as well.
So Scott Townsend there has got Joshua McClelland just behind him, and here we've got side by side. This is George Harvey going past Peter Seeley for 7th place. So George Harvey really has hit his straps now. Seeley trying to fight back though through the bomb hole, through that compression there, which can unsettle the cars. No, George Harvey has held on to the position there, but it's McClelland's a bit further up the road now, the yellow Honda, the 1989 car, in a secure 6th position. White, by the way, Chucky White still leading, number 65, by 5 seconds from number 69, Peter Dilnott. 3rd place is number 1, Jonathan Candler. 4th is 7, Kieran Lambourne. And a moment there for George Harvey. He might have undone some of his good work, Chris.
Yes, well, ran wide on the exit of Murray's. That front-wheel drive Mini, of course, really pushing forward through the left-hander, but did have enough of an advantage, or certainly enough grunt, on the straight to stay ahead of the MR2 just about of Peter Seeley. So still hanging on to that 7th place spot for now, but he's got to be careful. I noticed the last time around, look at the understeer, it's gone straight off the road again.
That's a loss of understeer.
Yes, chronic.
And he's going to rejoin, but he's lost a lot of time there with that moment. So, and that's possibly just a bit of an experience telling, isn't it? As Peter Seeley and James Flint have been able to get back through to 7th and 8th places respectively as a result of that misdemeanour up at the Wilton Hairpin.
Not doing his performance index any good either,
no,
doing
not
that
at
sort
all.
of thing. Of course, the 2 places he lost there, they were to different class cars. So it's not the end of the world for George Harvey, but still less than ideal to be skating off the road like that, and to be getting all the grass cooped up inside the radiators and inside the wheel arches.
Just looking at the screens, Luke Arpino is in a class of his own. Well, he's not, he's actually in Class D, but as far as that class is concerned, is well clear of anybody else. The next Class D car behind him is in 19th. Arpino's in 11th. He's got a load of Class C cars and invitation and guest cars in between himself and Lee Keneally, who's 2nd place within that class, but Luke Arpino going really well in that number 22 MX5, which he's done lots of auto testing in the past. It's based upon RAF Lossiemouth, so has a long way to come down. And the roof on that car, which is just coming into the back of shot now, that's handmade, fiberglass and aluminium. It took him 4 months to prepare the roof for that car, which we're not going to fully appreciate from this side-on angle. But no, that's all his own work to create a nice hard top for his MX-5. Not that he needs to keep the rain out today.
You say that, Ian. Yeah, you never know. It's fairly grey out there, and I could have sworn when I was walking around the paddock earlier, just the merest inklings of some droplets.
Hints of drizzle, maybe. But no,
less than a hint.
Yeah.
It was a threatening.
I think last time 750 Motor Club was here in June, we did have quite a heavy rain shower, I think, during a 116 trophy race.
And well, I was talking to a lot of the guys last week. It was an absolute washout.
Really?
Here, yeah, people were trying to get those sneaky extra test days in, and it was just a complete waste of time. People skating off the road all over the place.
So Luke Arpino goes across the line. He's still there in 11th position and leading Class D. He's all out on his own here, which is good news as far as consistency is concerned. He can get his head down and put in some consistent lap times and hopefully be well placed for the performance index. We're hoping that we'll get performance index scores updated on the TSL timing as well. So we'll see if that works out and be able to give you an update on those before the second race, if that is the case. Mark White's lead has come down, I noticed, the leader, number 65. It's down to just about 4 seconds now. Although, yeah, another lap completed by Peter Dillnott, 4.2 seconds the gap at the end of lap 7, and probably 3 laps to go in this race. There's the number 7 car of Kieran Lambourne, 25-year-old from Con. He is in 4th position, just behind that driver, which is number 1 Jonathan Candler, who is in 3rd position. But Kieran Lambourne, only in his 3rd season of racing in the Army Sports Car Racing prepared car that was reshelled after it was written off at Croft last season. He's in 4th place overall and 2nd place in Class C at the moment. Another BMW out there. You can see there's a great variety of cars in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and there, for the first time we've seen him in a while, is our race leader Mark White, with just under 4 minutes of the race left to go. A familiar sort of one-eyed look of this car, with just one headlamp in position.
Start calling it the pirate car, like an eye patch.
It does look a little bit like that, doesn't it? But Mark White going very well, looking for his 7th win from 7 in terms of outright results this weekend. And he should be able to see off the challenge, you would think, of Peter Dillnott. Just trying to probably make sure he's lapping consistently now and preserve his lead in the performance index standings. Jonathan Candle was 2nd, James Flint 3rd, Richard Brown 4th in those particular standings coming into this weekend. So 2 races today for these cars, into the last 3 minutes of this one, and they'll also round out our proceedings at the end of day 1 here at Snetterton as well. Usually they do run to a 1-day format, the Armed Forces Race Challenge event.
Oh, he's gone off! The race leader, that was Mark White, the race leader who's gone off the road at Coram. So surely Peter Dillnott will go through into the lead. Has Mark White even been able to get it going? I can see him just rejoining the circuit now out the window.
He's recovered, but he will have lost the lead to Peter Dillnott, who is coming up to the line now. There's White recovering, you can see on the screens, but Dillnott has just come through, and there'll be 2 laps to go, and the gap is 5.4 seconds. Well, this is intriguing all of a sudden. Can Mark White overcome that advantage that Peter Dillnott now has? Oh, but Dillnott's got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. I do not believe, well, I do believe that actually, because we've seen him have the black and white flag. But so the lead is not 5.387 seconds, it's 0.387 seconds over Chalky White. And I think he's going to be able to overturn that one, Chris.
Potentially, they have been very closely matched in terms of the lap times since the race began. Oh, not if he keeps doing that, though. Goodness me, he's entered the drift show now as Mark White. That was lovely, lovely gathering up through Parma.
I'm trying to work out if he's trying to really push hard now to regain that lost ground, or if he's got a problem with the car that keeps throwing off in unexpected directions, as it did at Coram, and then he had to work hard to control it through Parma as well. So let's see how he continues for the remaining lap and a half of this race, if he is going to be able to make up any ground on the road to Peter Dillnott. Now, and that looks like it's going more slowly now.
Yeah, it looks very, very conservative, doesn't it?
Yes. So I wonder if he's actually now got a problem with the car. We'll see.
It's continuing to push on.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge because there's no one immediately around him at the moment. But yeah, this is some drama that we weren't expecting at the end of the Armed Forces Race Challenge race. Peter Dillnott leading then, Mark White 2nd. I mean, they're a long, long way clear of Jonathan Candler in 3rd place. He was 3/4 of a minute behind Dillnott at the end of the previous lap. So I don't think he's going to come into the equation. But yeah, it's going to be an intriguing final lap. Although, having said that, I can now see the checkered flag being prepared. So it might be we're going to get a slightly early checkered flag, which will scupper his chances. So coming up to the line any moment now, I think is going to be Peter Dillnott. And is he going to get the checkered flag this time? Yes, he does. So Peter Dillnott takes victory then on the road, but what is the gap back to Mark? Well, that's more than 5 seconds, isn't it? That is more than 5 seconds.
No, it's let 4.6.
I think that is with the penalty already taken into account, though, because that seems we'll get confirmation of that. But I think that's Dilnot who's going to get the win from White.
You're right. Yeah, his last lap was a 2:14.
Yes, so he did lose 4 seconds. So yes, that makes sense.
That's not just through the slides. He clearly had some sort of a problem. So you're right. That's taken that penalty into account immediately.
Yeah, so it is Dilnot number 69, the Porsche 911 that gets the win there. Number 65, Mark White in the Honda Civic Type R takes second position. Still not yet had our third position driver through. That should be Jonathan Candler. Yeah, he's just emerging through Murray's now and up the centre straight, just up the crest of that slight hill here. You think that Snetterton's pretty flat, but there is just a slight bit of gradient when you actually sort of see it through the camera lens. And then it should be Kieran Lambourne fourth in the BMW, number 7. He's yet to come to the line. So already, though, we've got our race leader on his way in towards Park Fermé, but we've still only got the top 3 having finished the race, so we can't really give you a result yet. Kieran Lambourne does come across the line in 4th now. Joshua McClelland is 5th, but he's making his way only through Murray's right now. As Scott Townsend, he's come through to 5th on the last lap, so must have been a problem, I think, for McClelland on the final lap, so he's dropped back down to 6th position. Up to the line he comes now, so he takes 6th. It's going to be Peter Seeley that takes 7th, I think, in the 178 MR2. James Flint is going to take 8th in the number 935 Fiesta. 10th is going to go the way, 9th is going to go the way of number 15 George Harvey. Then it's Alex Waldeck, a good drive from the back of the grid in the Peugeot, number 23, to get 10th place. So great drive that from Alex, because he started right at the back of the grid. Okay, so already you can see we've got cars heading down into Parc Fermé. Majority of the fields have taken the checkered flag. I can confirm it was Peter Dilnot, number 69, that took the race victory. And in spite of his 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, he finishes 4.6 seconds ahead of Mark White in 2nd place for both Class B cars. The rest of the Class C cars was Jonathan Candler, number 1 in 3rd place. Number 7, Kieran Lambourne was 4th. 5th, number 66, Scott Townsend in the Fiesta. 6th, Josh McClellan, 55 in the Civic. 7th, 178, Pete Seeley in the MR2. 8th, 9035, James Flint in another Fiesta. 9th, 15, George Harvey in the Mini. 10th, 23, Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot. Luke Arpino, number 22, topped Class D in 11th place overall, ahead of Ben McLaughlin, Paul Waterhouse and Matthew Beach. On to the next screen, that's where you find Mark Jones and Richard Brown and James Hancock and Mark Oliver. Lee Keneally in the Citroen Saxo, 2nd in Class D. Pete McNichol in his Mazda MX-5, 3rd within that class. So that's the first of 2 Armed Forces Race Challenge races for today. They are back out at around about 5:45 this evening. We do go into what's going to be a relatively short lunch break now. We'll get confirmation from race control of exactly when we get the restart, but it's due to be at 2:05, the first race of the afternoon. We'll just see if that's pushed back ever so slightly. And we're going to have the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. That's going to be next up here today. Hopefully, though, before then, we're going to be able to head down to Parc Fermé to hear from successful drivers. Well, I can't see. Ah, yes, we can hear now from Kieran. He's down in Parc Fermé talking to our top drivers.
Yes, thank you very much. I think there's a bit of confusion going on down here about who's won the race and what's happened. P2. Yes, apparently a 5-second penalty, though.
Have I?
Apparently, that's what I heard. So you were 4 seconds behind.
Oh.
So this is what we're saying. We don't know who's essentially won the race.
Second penalty, do we know what for?
Track limits, apparently.
Well, okay, well, they will adjudicate that, so we'll just see how it goes. But it was a good race, and to be fair, Chalky had me most of the way around, so I was pedalling quite hard to keep out, but just trying to put a bit of pressure on him, and maybe that's what caused him to look in the rear view or something. But anyway, we'll see. It was great fun. Yeah.
Okay, I'm hearing in my ear, sorry, that you have one. So
I have one.
I think so. I don't know what's happening, but
okay,
yeah.
well, this is what you call live TV, right?
Absolutely.
So, well, whatever the officials decide, it was good fun as always with the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and we love it all. I mean, vets like me who left years and years ago, and some of the guys who are serving. It's great camaraderie above anything else and good sport. Yeah.
And obviously, we did speak briefly about the pace at the start there,
Yes.
that you initially got off the line and then he made a fantastic move. So for another race, what could you do?
Well, I think what I should do is just keep my wits about me. I was so pleased with my start. I thought, right, here we go. I can just sort of relax, and then lo and behold, Chalky comes out on the outside. So, but you know, it was good, clean racing. But what was actually the pass was one thing, but he just went, and I struggled to close the gap. So all credit to him. He drove really well. I was working really hard to keep up. I just wish I'd been a little bit closer to him throughout, because I think we would have had a bit of a ding dong. Because I suspect a lap pace was pretty similar, but it was good fun. Yeah.
Yeah, lap pace looked pretty good, but yeah, hopefully, obviously, we can see another battle between you two.
Indeed. All right. Well, thanks very much indeed.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so let's have a chat with Mark White. Mark, firstly, that was an interesting race. So, firstly, before we get to what happened, that move around the outside. Just talk to us about that.
Well, I've been going around Coram right at the top of fourth gear, just borderline and hitting the rev limiter, and I thought that's not healthy, so let's try fifth. And I did that for a few laps. And on the lap when I had the moment, the tyres started to go off. I'm just thinking of my excuses. The front tyres started to go off a little bit. I thought I'm a bit wide here, and you know I was probably going a few miles an hour faster than I was normally. And yeah, just couldn't get it back once we got onto the marbles. But fortunately, I think the car's okay. It drove nicely afterwards. Tyres are obviously full of mud. But yeah, Peter deserved that one, I think. But you think he might have got a penalty?
Well, see, they said apparently he'd got a penalty for 5 seconds. You came 4.6 behind him, but then I heard in my ear that he had one, so I think there's still an element of confusion.
Yeah, sure. Well, if he won it, he deserved it, because I threw it away. But well done to Peter, and hello everyone at home. Thank you very much.
No, cheers. And obviously, just quickly, briefly, so you say more driver error than anything else?
Yeah, it was all me. The tyres were generally going off a little bit. I was pushing really hard because Peter, I had a great start, and I could see that Peter was right there. So I really had to keep on it. And yeah, just, you know, I think it was 3 laps from the end. I could really feel the tyres going off. It just started to get a bit wide, got on the marbles. Nothing I could do. It was me.
Well, hopefully the next race will be a bit better for you.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Yes,
guys.
thank you. All right, let's go and have a chat with Jonathan Candler. Jonathan, if I can just jump in here a second. Interesting race for you as well.
Yeah, I say really good start from Kieran in the BMW behind me. I just thought I'd hang out outside and then just pin it all the way around. And then after that, it was a pretty lonely race, to be fair. But it was good. It means for like consistency-wise, I keep my head down, do some decent laps, so hopefully we score some good points there. But yeah, lonely race. But yeah, class win, third overall. I'm well happy with that. So yeah, it's gone well.
Do you reckon you can do it again?
That's the plan. Let's go again. I said before my partner and kids are at home, so I said I'll make sure Daddy wins everything. So hopefully I'll do that. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble when I go home.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing it then. Congrats.
Thank you very much. Nice one.
Cheers. Thank you. Now, obviously, all the drivers are cooling down from that very hectic race that we still don't really know what happened. But coming up next, we have the lunch break. Now, don't go anywhere because we've got a live pit walk as we walk down the grid, try and chat to some drivers, and we've got an interesting challenge coming up. But that's in a couple of minutes. We'll see you in just a second. Hello and welcome back. And yes, so what we're essentially going to be doing is 20 minutes-ish, walking down the pit lane, trying to talk to some drivers, get some stories about what's happening, and also going to have a bit of a challenge. Now, last time out when we were at Silverstone, we challenged drivers to draw the track blindfolded. This time we're going to do something slightly different. What they're going to do is quick-fire questions about Snetterton. So the questions are going to be, when was the circuit officially opened? What FIA grade does it have? In what year did the former RAF base that reside on the site open? How long in miles is the Snetterton 300 circuit that we're obviously racing on today? And what is the first corner called? Oh no, they're going that way. That's absolutely fine. So you can see, obviously, the Armed Forces Challenge behind us are just coming out of their parc fermé now. As we can see, yeah, all the drivers just getting back into the cars just to head back to their garages. But yeah, very interesting race, that one. And it turns out the confusion honestly was human error with me and Chris, because the 4.6 second lead difference was after the penalty was applied, not the actual on the track distance. So yeah, that was us just reading it wrong, and the system updating a bit quicker than we had realised it had done. So that's our bad for that. Also, so during the race first thing this morning that we had for, bear with me, for the 750 category, we saw that number 33, the leader, he went through the pit lane and then carried on straight out. It turns out his fuel pump died initially, then he managed to get it straight away again. So a lot of stuff going on already today. We've only had 2 races. We've still got another, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've got a lot of categories, a lot of interest, and a lot of action still to come throughout the day. Now, anyway, see, we're just coming up on some of the Roadsports garages here, so let's see if we can try and grab some people. And first up in garage 1, we've got a nice Golf there that's slightly sticking its nose out. So let's see if we can try and grab someone out of the garage. Very, very populated here. Guys, can I just jump in here? Which ones of you as drivers?
That would be me.
You're a driver. Oh, hello. How are you?
Not too bad, thanks. You?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. All right, so race later on today. How are you feeling about it?
Pretty nervous. First one ever in Roadsports.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only ever done hot hatch before, so yeah, just looking forward to being consistent and navigating everything that happens.
And which car's yours? This one here. So talk us around it. Is this your car, and how long have you had it?
Yeah, this is my car. I bought it at the end of last year from Danny Hobson. Since then, I've had to change the gearbox. I've had to change 2 other things as well. Take the fuel cell out as well. But yeah, I managed to get my a sponsor to give me a little bit of money. Yeah, and then put our own colour on it, and here we are, just me and my dad.
And what drew you to the Roadsport category?
Well, I've always done Clios, stock hatch, hot hatch. Just wanted to have a go at doing 45 minutes, see how consistent I could be, and just do something different instead of 15 minutes of intense racing. 45 minutes of still intense racing, but being as consistent as you can. And yeah, always watching it from the sidelines, and everyone seems to really enjoy it. So yeah, I had to find a space though. Roadsports is always so full that finding a grid where there's still space, that was a challenge.
And have you found testing so far? Like you say, obviously it's a different style of racing altogether, so has that been a different challenge to prepare yourself for?
Yeah, so it's probably the one thing that I wouldn't say nervous, but apprehensive about, because in hot hatch from Class A, I'm usually the one going past the other classes, but this time slightly different, got other people coming past me. I'm not used to that, so have to use my mirrors just as much as what's going on in front of me, yeah.
And feeling comfortable with the car now?
Still learning, yeah. It's not. I had a Honda Civic before. It's not the same. I made the stupid thing that you could just drive, every car will drive the same. It doesn't. So yeah, I'm getting used to it. It's a bit lively at the back still with a full tank, but yeah, enjoying it.
And so what's the difference between this and your old Civic?
Essentially nothing, other than the one I had before, Area Motorsport built that one for me, whereas this one I bought it already built through somebody else. So I'm just learning every car has its own little thing that happens to it and where it reacts to things, and it isn't the same. So sometimes I'll go through a corner and be like, well, I'm not used to that happening, but yeah, just getting used to it really.
As like you say, it's going to be a packed grid, so there's going to be a lot going on all around you. So, taking it cautious for this first race?
Yeah, I'm starting in 29th. I'll just relax and just take everything that happens and then just get into it. Yeah, so never done a pit stop before, so got to find a couple of people to push the car back for us. So, yeah, it should be fun.
Should be interesting. All right, just before we let you go then, we're having a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers. Quick fire questions about Snetterton. How well do you know the circuit's history?
Oh, I don't know. I've been coming to the 750 Motor Club meeting since I was 8 years old, so here's hoping, fingers crossed, I know something.
Okay, so it's 5 questions. So here we go. When was the circuit officially opened?
1948.
Very close, 51. What FIA grade does it have?
It must be some, well, the Super GT race here, so it must be international, surely.
It's grade 2.
Oh, okay, great.
In what year did the former RAF base that reside on the site open?
1904.
43. How long in miles is the Snetterton 300 circuit?
3.2.
Technically 2.99 or something like that. And what's the first corner called?
Russell's?
It's Rich's.
Oh, there you go.
Got the R at least.
The names of the corners, I just know which way they go.
That's always the main thing. All right, thank you very much, and good luck in your first Roadsports race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you very much, yes indeed. All right, so yeah, first person down and didn't get a single one of them right, so it's always an interesting one. Right, now to the Dark Side Developments team here. As you can see, the 2 TTs that we always see towards the front between Scott and Ryan. You can see some of the team just sat at the back of the truck there, as they're all just waiting for the race a little bit later on. Now, obviously, these guys, they've run with the diesel engines in these TTs, and they're always absolutely formidable. Really, really looking forward to seeing these guys out again later today. They're obviously racing multiple categories throughout the 750 Motor Club series. So yeah, they're one of the mainstays and one of the teams that we tend to look for towards the front of the grid throughout the season. But we've spoken to them enough this year already, so we won't bug at them a little bit too much. Let's see if we can have a chat here with one of our drivers. He's just having a quick look at his car. Can I just jump in a second? Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
So, lovely looking car. Tell us about it.
So I bought this for the Super Cup Championship in 2022. Ran it for 1 season and won the championship, and it hasn't been out since. So a few teething issues this morning.
Yeah. So obviously, what kind of issues are you facing at the moment with it?
So we've just had grit in the fuel tank, and basically our gauzes and everything were clogged up. But we think we've sorted it out.
Good. So obviously, for the race later on, what are you expecting? How far up the grid are you aiming to get?
I think we're capable of around 4th place, and let's see what happens to the runners in front. See if we can climb any higher than that.
And so obviously, you won the championship a couple of years ago. How come you've taken a bit of a gap?
I've been racing a different car in a different series, but nothing beats this.
So what kind of lured you to get into the series initially?
Again, I was looking for, so the reason I stopped previously was they don't run this class in the series that I did before. And actually, one of my friends, John Dundee, has been racing in the series and has been saying how good it is. And I used to race Dark Side as well, so yeah, thought give it a go and enjoying it so far.
No, good. Obviously, it's going to be a packed grid, so lots to look out for. Any challenges that you're expecting to face?
Not really. We'll see. Hopefully, the front runners will get away from the pack, and yeah, we'll see what happens later on.
Absolutely right. Just before we let you go, then, we're having a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers. Some quick fire questions about Snetterton history.
I'll be very bad at that.
Well, the last guy didn't get any of them right, so...
I think I'll match him.
Yeah, OK, here we go. Right, so, when was the circuit officially opened?
No idea.
1951. What FIA grade does it have?
A?
B. Sorry, 2. In what year did the former RAF base that resided on the site open?
1940 something.
Close.
45.
43. How long in miles is the Snetterton 300 circuit?
2.5.
2.9. And what's the first corner called?
Fast.
Rich's.
Right, there you go.
Well, fair play.
I said I would, didn't I?
You did, absolutely. Well, right, thank you very much, and yeah, good luck for the race later on then.
Very much. Take care.
Cheers, thank you. All right, yeah, we'll leave them to it. They look quite busy at the moment, and you can see they're just sorting through some of the fuel at the moment, getting ready for that pit stop. Obviously, it's a pit stop race, which always adds a little bit of challenge to the road sport category. So it should be good fun to see them out a little bit later on. And what you can also see about the road sport category is just look at the different cars that you've got. So you've got the Audi TTs, you've got an M2 here, you've got an Audi here, you've got a Ginetta, you've got a Civic, you've got some more Civics, you've got E90s, you've got E46s. It's just a massive collection of just so many different makes and models, and that's what makes the category so good. You see the racing, and it's just each car has its own specialty, its own strengths, its own weaknesses, as do the drivers. So there's so many different things that they can take advantage of, and obviously be taken advantage of themselves as well. Just see if we can try and find some drivers. They all tend to run away when we come in and do this. A, because it's lunch break and they obviously want to go and eat, and B, because they don't want to talk to us. Let's see if we can jump into here. All right, guys, any of you the drivers?
Yeah, I am.
So is this your car here?
Ginetta hiding behind.
Ginetta, oh, excellent. All right, so where's the camera? Don't face my back to it. All right, so testing today, obviously. How's it been going so far?
Really good. So we got class pole, and we unofficially, because it's qualifying, broke the lap record as well for Class C and Roadsports. So couldn't ask for any more.
Very good, strong start then. So what are you expecting for the race? Are you expecting to try and fight for the win?
Unfortunately not. I'd love to, but because we won the last 2 rounds, we have a 25-second success penalty to serve, so we have no idea how we're going to do. I'd be happy with anywhere in the top 5, to be honest. Yeah.
So top 5, that's going to be your aim. Obviously, it's an endurance race. There's obviously always things that can go wrong with it as well. You obviously got that additional penalty to serve during the pit stop as well. There's so many different things that can go on. What kind of challenges do you sort of flourish under in this series?
I don't know. It's just so varied with all the different cars and the different track combinations that you'll get. So we have obviously a very light car, very low power but high downforce. So twisty bits really suit our car. So Silverstone was great for us. But then here with the 2 long straights, the power cars sort of come back a bit, the higher power but heavier cars. So it's just a real trade-off. Every lap, every corner, every track, it's just somebody else will be better somewhere.
And obviously, like you say, because there's so many different advantages that the cars have against each other, there's just always traffic going on. How is the traffic management at a circuit like this?
Difficult. Of course, the higher class cars, the A's and the B's, they want to come through as quick as possible. With our car, again, we're quite quick in the corners, so it can get a bit tricky at times where they want to come by, but actually I'm going to corner at the same speed as you, and we could be going side by side or fighting through the corner. So it takes a lot of sort of level-headedness, and you need to think, they're not my race, let's let them go, lose half a second now so I don't lose 2 seconds, 20 seconds later, you know?
And how long have you been racing that car?
This car now, this is our 2nd season in the Ginetta. We came from a 116 trophy originally, so yeah.
So actually, that's quite an interesting point then. So obviously between the 116s and the Ginettas, obviously completely different class, completely different style of racing in total. So talk to us about the challenges of coming into that category from the 116s.
Yeah, so 116s were great in the way that it's a single grid, single make championship, so it's very close, very competitive racing. With this one, like I've said already, you have the different types of cars, you have different advantages in different places. So it's a different style of racing in that respect, like I say. In 116, it's all about just keeping the flow, don't get your lap time disrupted or anything like that. And here, you can make a mistake and you can bring it back, but it's still going to be super competitive and someone will take advantage.
And what made you choose the Ginetta?
It's cool, isn't it? It's just proper race car. Yeah.
No, I can't disagree there at all. Right, just before we let you go, we're having a bit of a quick fire challenge with some of the drivers.
Sure.
Facts about Snetterton, how well do you think you know it?
Turn 1's a left-hander, right?
I think so. All right, so here we go. You ready? When was the circuit officially opened? What year?
That's going to say after the war, 1950s.
Specific?
3?
51, close. What FIA grade does it have?
Is it like numbers or letters?
Numbers.
2.
Correct. In what year did the former RAF base on the site officially open?
It's probably war time again, so let's say 41.
Close, 43. How long in miles is the Snetterton 300 layout?
300 miles, no? 3, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. It's 2.97, but yeah, 3. And what is the first corner called?
Turn 1.
Riches.
Yes, that one, yeah.
No, fair play. Well, you got one right at least. That's more than the others have got so far.
So there we go, yeah, I'm happy with that. That's the biggest win so far today.
Might not be your biggest win like towards the end of the day, but we'll see. Good luck with the race later on.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right, we'll move on. So, yeah, this is what I mean. Obviously, with the different categories, he's getting a round of applause from his team there, which is always nice to see. Yeah, obviously, the different categories, the different cars that you get is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we've got 2 Lotuses, or Loti. Is that what you call it? I think multiple Lotuses. Is it Loti, is it? Anyway, again, very, very light cars. These are very, very nimble. You'll always see these towards the front of the grid because they're just so suited to this style of racing. And the next garage over, you've got a Civic, which is just currently up in the air. Can I just intervene here? What's going on with the car?
Well, we're trying to fix. Well, getting good.
What's wrong with it at the moment?
Some magical happens there. Some magical dust inside, you know.
There's nothing wrong. You're doing some changes.
Yeah. Some magic touches.
I won't be so crude as to ask what you're changing, because obviously you don't want to give away your secrets, but is this saying that your testing so far, say, hasn't gone exactly how you want it to go?
Yeah, it was a couple issues, but so far so good.
Yeah. And how are you finding the circuit?
Sorry?
How are you finding the circuit?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Used to race before here.
So you know the circuit quite well then?
Yeah.
That might bode you quite well. We're having a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers to quick fire facts about Snetterton.
Oh.
So do you think you know it?
I probably would struggle. Probably Mr. Racer would do better.
I'll give him a challenge in a second then. All right, so first question, when was the circuit officially opened? What year?
Well, that's a good one. No idea. Long time ago, 100%. More than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
In 2000s, maybe?
1951.
Oh.
What FIA grade does it have?
FAA. What's that? FAA. Tough to say.
Grade 2. In what year did the former RAF base open?
Could you repeat that?
In what year? So the RAF base that was on the site, what year did it open?
1990s?
43. How long in miles is a 300 layout?
Tough. Can't say.
Guess?
Rubbish on it. 2, 3?
2.9.
There you go.
Not bad. And what's the first corner called?
I knew that one. Years ago. So the boss said it to me. Can't remember really.
No guesses?
No. Okay.
No, it's called Riches.
Nice.
Don't worry, most people have got all of them wrong so far.
Yeah, that's... No wonder why.
It's fine. Well, good luck obviously with the race later on then. We look forward to seeing you out there.
Nice one, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, we'll leave them to it. They're eating some cake over there. Lucky little lucky team there. They got the cake already on the go, so they're expecting some good results then. As they're moving on to the next garage, there are some people very confident polishing the car. Can I just jump in a second here with you? You're all ready for the race then?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Simon's starting, so yeah, be taken over from him and yeah, hopefully a nice plain sailing one.
So you're obviously quite happy with the car as it is then, because next door they've got the car up in the air and you're polishing it.
Yeah, so my first time with this one, so sharing with Simon this time with his car. Yeah, very happy with it. It's a very good car. Team's performing well, so yeah, see how we get on.
And how are you finding this around the Snetterton circuit?
Yeah, good. Still feeling my way in because this time last year was our first time here. And now here for a second time. We didn't have a great running last year. We had an electrical problem. So, yeah, got some more laps in this year. And, yeah, we've managed to get pole. So, unfortunately, due to a penalty from the previous round, we're starting 6th. So, but it's still to play for.
Nice. And obviously what we're talking about is the different types of cars, the weight of cars, the style of cars that you obviously get in this championship. So this is one of the bigger, the more heavy cars. How does that compare to the likes of a Ginetta or a Lotus? How do you have to kind of race those kind of cars?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, we obviously this is Class A, so we have like a good amount of speed out of the car. But next to the Ginettas, when we came to sort of Anglesey, yeah, they're very agile through the corners. We just have to make it count down the straights.
That's all we have to do.
Well, yeah, sounds easy, doesn't it?
Absolutely. All right, before we let you go, then we're having some quick fire questions, some of the drivers, about Snetterton. How well do you think you know it?
A while ago when it was the old Snetterton, very well. Now, probably not so well. Go on.
All right, so first question. In what year was the circuit officially opened?
Not a clue.
Guess?
Officially opened for racing other than being a wartime airfield. 51.
Correct. Yeah. In what FIA grade does it have?
Ooh, I have no idea. No, not.
Guess?
I don't know. I don't even know what grading there is.
It's 1 to 4.
Oh, okay. I'm going to say 2.
Correct. In what year did the former RAF base that was on the site open?
1940.
43. How long in miles is the 300 layout?
Sorry, say again?
How long in miles is the 300 layout?
Nearly 3 miles.
Basically, it's 2.9, yeah. And what's the first corner called?
Britches.
Correct. 4 out of 5. That's the best one we've had so far by a significant amount. Well done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, well, leave it to it. But yeah, look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. 4 out of 5. I don't think we're going to beat that. That's quite impressive, as we can see. We've got a nice Z4 back there as well. Actually, we've got another driver here. Let's go and irritate some more people. Can I just jump in here a second?
You are never an irritant.
That's what everyone always says about me. Right, so firstly, introduce yourselves. I'm guessing your name's Sam.
I am Sam McKee. This is my co-driver for today, Samuel Russell. And yeah, we're in Class C in Roadsports.
Which car's yours?
This noble beast.
Lovely.
The E36, which is now in its 9th season with me, actually.
Is this your car?
Yes. Yeah, it's my car.
So how long have you owned it 9 seasons, or have you owned it a little bit before that?
A little before, actually. I bought it as a standard road car. Bought it to do some sprints and track days in, and gradually the bug bites harder and harder, right? And then you go the full hog and go racing. So I started racing in Roadsports in 2017.
So you've been here quite a while then, one of the mainstays. So talk about obviously the conversion from the road car to the race car. You said obviously you've done it over a period of time, but what kind of things for the audience at home do you have to actually change to make it eligible for a championship like this?
Sure. One of the nice things about Roadsports is actually, like, there's not any, because there's a huge variety of cars, there aren't control parts that everyone must buy, but you do need the safety equipment to make it eligible for racing. The main things there are a roll cage. This has got a bolt-in roll cage, which to have professionally fitted was about $2,500. A plumbed-in fire extinguisher, £200-300. A race seat, which can be picked up pretty cheaply actually, because we don't require certification for those. Harnesses, a couple £100, and then simple things like an electrical kill switch, odds and sods. And you end up really probably around the £4,000 mark to take a track day car or a road car and make it into something that can race. And then you're into how much performance do I want to invest in beyond that. But do you know what? This car's been developed really step by step, and I think it was, in its first race, described as looking like it got lost on the way to a track day. It really just looked like a road car with numbers on, and won. So you don't have to do quite as much as people might think you do. And I think getting it eligible and getting it out there and then figuring it out from there is a great way to go.
Awesome. Well, I mean, told me we haven't got that long to go. So okay. what I'm going to quickly do. So we're doing a bit of a challenge with some of the drivers.
Okay.
Quick fire questions about Snetterton.
Okay.
All right. So what I'll quickly ask the question. So yes, I'll ask the question. You both answer, okay, and then I'll tell you what the answer is. Okay. So the first question is, what year was the circuit officially opened?
52.
I couldn't tell you.
51.
51. Oh.
What FIA grade does it have?
Probably 2, isn't it? I don't think it's...
Nah.
2, correct.
Okay.
In what?
No Formula 1, but almost everything else.
Yeah. What year did the former RAF base that was on the site open?
Was it existing pre-war? You said quick fire, right? Okay, 39.
Maybe 40?
43. Yes, yeah. How long in miles is the Snetterton 300 layout?
2.99 something.
Oh my days, I didn't even look at that, you know.
You just drive the car, you don't need that kind of information.
Oh my days.
You are correct, it is 2.9, basically 8, but yeah, 2.9 is correct. And what's the first corner called?
Riches.
I'm going to go with what he said, Richard.
Correct. Correct, yeah, absolutely. Well, good job, guys. That's one of the better performances we've had. I'm shouted at in my ear. So, yeah, we look forward to seeing you out, obviously, there. And, yeah, good luck for the race, guys.
Thanks for the time. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah, I'm being shouted at in my ears now because it is the end of the lunch break. And coming up next, we have the Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And I believe they're just making their way out onto the track. So, we're going to go to a quick break. And coming up next are the Classic Stock Hatches.
And a very warm welcome back after the lunch break short. We'll have cars on the grid for the first race of the afternoon, which is going to be the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship here at Snetterton. And my name is Ian Soane, up here in the commentary box, joined for this race by Paul Thorpe, Formula representative and regular Classic Stock Cats racer and race winner over the years as well. He's really the man to talk to about this championship. Not quite got the cars coming out onto the circuit just yet though, Paul, so we can just perhaps just explain what's going on in the championship, because we're two-thirds of the way through this and one more meeting to go. That's going to be at Alton Park, the final meeting, so we're really at the sharp end of the season now, aren't we?
We are now, yes. This is our penultimate meeting weekend, so it's all to play for in the top three. If we look at the top three protagonists, we've got Ted Cooper finds himself in position 1 with 139 points, Jason Wood on 131 points, and James Hazel at 130 points. But this championship, we have 2 drop scores. Your worst 2 scores over the season are dropped. So if we take drop scores into account, we find that Jason Wood has the advantage with 122 points, closely followed by Edward Cooper at 118. And then James Hazelworth's 117, so there's only 5 points on the drop scores. But of course, with qualifying this morning, the advantage has gone towards James Hazelworth, who finds himself in pole position. And I'm just trying to remember where the others are, but they're further back on the grid.
Yeah, we've got Ted Cooper on 7th on the grid and Jason Wood 8, so they're next to one another, aren't they?
They are next to one another, so it's definitely James Hazelworth does have the advantage. I'm just looking at his drop scores. He's currently got a 1 and a 12 to drop, so he's basically used up one of his lifelines, I would say. That's the good thing about drop scores, is you do have a lifeline. But I don't think other drivers have had, looking back to Neil Dubman, who finds himself in 4th position, he's already used his lifelines effectively with 2 0 drop scores. But so it's really eyes forward to the top 3 of the championship, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there's no green flag lap for these, so we're getting straight into racing. I'm not sure if we've got the grid data. Yeah, I've got it in front of me, but if we can get the graphic as well, that would be marvellous. But I can tell you that it is on pole position going to be the number 12 car of James Hazelhurst in the green and gold Peugeot 205 GTI. Alongside him is going to be former champion number 46 Chris Deere. There you can see the grid on screen now. Second of the grid is 67 Matthew Stubbington. An infrequent appearance these days from Matthew, but this is his home track. Next to him is number 1 Stuart Place. Different car for Stuart, so you can tell us about that in a minute, Paul. Row 3, number 10 Jake Wood, out-qualifying his dad, an 89 Titch Kelsall. Row 4 is 4 Ted Cooper and 41 Jason Wood. Then on the 5th row it's going to be 91 Finn Groom and 48 Neil Dudman. The 6th row 5 Terry Roughton and 18 Darren Bassingthwaite. The 7th row is 92 Rick Groom and 39 Martin Rogers. And rounding out the top 8, rounding out the top 16, 58 Pete Osgood and 62 Alan Dooley. So that's the way the grid looks. Stuart Place in a different car this weekend?
That's right, yes. He likes his cars to be in A1 condition. If you ever looked at his cars, they're always in immaculate condition. And unfortunately, he had some damage at Cadwell. So his car was not able to be repaired in time. So he's dug this one out. A friend of his car, Jason Watkins.
I was going to say, yeah, I thought so.
And so he's just having a bit of fun this season. He's just having fun this season after being championship for the last 2 years.
Okay, we've had the green flag at the back. We're about to get the 30-second board, so not too far away from starting the 15-minute race for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch. It's going to be fascinating this to see if Ted Cooper in the white and yellow Nova on row 4 and Jason Wood in the red and black Nova also in row 4 can come through and take the fight. James Hazelhurst, or if James is going to steal a march in the championship. 2 races this weekend, 1 today and 1 tomorrow morning for these cars.
It's not going to be easy for them, but of course they've got the local man, Matt Stubbington, who's very good round here. Of course, Chris Deere, he's always at the front as the red lights come on, and off they go, and off the line they get. Looks like a good start there from Stuart Place, who has gone straight into the lead on the start finish straight, Ian. Wow, what a start that was.
Yeah, he's just about going to out-drag James Hazelhurst into the first corner at Richards. It's going to be Chris Deere around the outside of Hazelhurst as well. It's Stubbington in fourth, Titch Kelsall is fifth. Cooper and Wood haven't made that much progress, but the key thing here is that Stuart Place in that Fiesta has got into the lead, the XR2i, but Chris Deere in the...
Oh, there's some contact between Matt Stubbington and James Hazelhurst.
And Hazelhurst's got dropped back, and he's now got Ted Cooper alongside him, I think, for position as they head down to the left-hander at Palmer. They're about to appear into our shot here, though. It's Place leading, then it's Deere, then it's Kelsall. Oh, in a moment there for
Finn Groom, I think that was. Yeah, nice side wet. That's cold tyres coming into effect. A heavy load on those cold tyres, and Finn demonstrated how to drift a front-wheel drive car.
Yeah, but James Hazelhurst, that pole position has almost got up in smoke now, hasn't it? Because he's dropped well back into the field after that little bit of contact with Matthew Stubbington, as the leaders then turn their way through Hamilton and then on to Oggies. It's still Stuart Place. What a brilliant start that was, though. He's got Chris Deere right behind him. These two have both been champions in recent seasons. And Titch Kelsall going really well in third.
Again, Titch Kelsall is a local man. He knows his track very well, so he's well in the right place for it. But yes, what a start by Stuart Place. He has been demonstrating some cracking starts in the past. Remember last year, I think he found himself sixth on the grid in one race, and by the first corner had also got into first place. He's definitely got these starts nailed as they go down this very fast back straight. We get up to over 100 miles an hour, 107 before we break onto the bridge. And Chris Deere has out-dragged Stuart Place under the bridge, Ian.
He certainly has. He's got into the lead of the race, so it's the Peugeot leading now. Then it's the Fiesta XR2i second and third. And fourth is Stubbington, and he's got Finn Groom, I think that is.
Finn Groom all over the backside, trying to out-drag that car. Wow, that's a great start from Finn because he was well back down the order. And it looks like there was that Titch Kelsall trying to go up the inside of Stuart Place. He's on the inside going round Corm. Oh, this is scary. That's a very fast, tricky corner to negotiate.
And he's done it, though. He's
done
gone
it
through. Titch Kelsall has gone up to second place. Down to third has gone Stuart Place. Fourth is Stubbington. Fifth is Finn Groom, who's got some damage, I think, to his rear bumper. He's had a little tag, I think, somewhere during the course of this first lap. End of lap one, then. It's Deere leading by just over a second. Number 46 on 89, Titch Kelsall in second place. Third is number 1, Stuart Place. Fourth is number 67, Matthew Stubbington. Now, where are the championship protagonists? Hazelhurst is in 8th place, and Jason Wood is in 11th.
But I think Ted Cooper is in front of James Hazelhurst.
He's 7th, isn't he?
Oh, no, James is going on the inside line for this. You slow down to 30 miles an hour around this corner. Little tap there between Matt Stubbington and Finn Groom, but they've both gone round the corner okay after that little touch. What an exciting start of this race. These are all pre-1992 cars. It's great to see them out here demonstrating how quick these machines go. Looking further back, Neil Dudman has found himself in front of James Hazelhurst as well. I think James might be going backwards.
Yeah, it's not gone particularly happily for him these first couple of laps. On to the Agostini hairpin they go. With
it looks like Chris Deere is checked out almost.
It does, doesn't it? And of course, he's not doing the full championship this year, is he? So it's just an occasion appearance. He's not in contention for the overall crown this year.
But that's ridiculous. That's a 10-car length.
Well, of course, he's got no ballast, has he?
No ballast at all,
whereas
no.
others will do around him. Although, has Titch Kelsall got much ballast, if any?
I don't think he's got any at all as Titch Kelsall. I'm just hastily trying to look out my ballast sheet. I don't believe he's had any this season.
No.
This will be his highest finish this season if it stays where it is.
And Finn Groom, he is challenging now Stubbington for 4th position. Stubbington in that grey and orange car. Finn Groom right in his slipstream. Middle of the circuit, drifting over towards the right-hand side of the track to take the racing line into Brundle. And is Finn Groom going to get up his inside? No, he's not quite going to do it. But, look at this. This is Dudman now. His inside into Nelson. Second part of the S's. And Hazelhurst is right there as well. This is great racing going on. Oh, there's a bit of a touch there between the two 205s, maybe.
It did look like that, didn't it? A bit of wiggle in there as they come out. They accelerate from slowing down to 40 miles an hour, and as they accelerate to about 80 miles an hour around this long left-hander. The car back end is trying to go out all the time. It's so difficult to maintain that and then brake for this left-hander.
I think Hazelhurst is back ahead of Cooper, isn't he?
He has. I've just seen that, and I think there's a gap car between...
Yeah, there's a couple of cars
between him. Is
one car.
That Darren Bassingthwaite there?
Possibly so. We'll get the update this time because we're coming over the line again. Deere 46, 89 Kelsall, 1 place, 67 Stubbington, 91 Groom, 6 Dudman, 12 Hazelhurst, 18 Bassingthwaite, as you say, 4 Cooper. Then it's the 10 car, which is Jake Wood, and 41 Jason Wood, still only in 11th place.
Oh, wow. That's great by Bassingthwaite. He had a very bad qualifying. He got sort of mixed up with the cars that were in free practice as Matt Stubbington tries to go up the inside of Stuart Place. And Stuart Place shut the door. And as that's happened, it's sent Finn Groom out. Oh, that was a complete racing incident. That was a lot of cars in no space whatsoever. I feel so sorry for Finn. He's had so much bad luck this season. He had bad luck at Cadwell, and it's happened again to him. When is this boy going to get some luck? He's an excellent racer.
Yeah, if he didn't have any bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, would he?
It's incredible. He's such a good driver.
So that's a real shame. It split things up a little bit. There is Stuart Place then in third. Stubbington, you can see he's got damage to the front of his car now. He was trying to go up on the inside, wasn't he? I think that's why he's got some damage to the left-hand front wing there.
It looked like a concertina effect there, but no, James is desperately trying to get ahead of Matt Stubbington. Of course, Matt Stubbington this is only the second time we've seen him this season, but James wants to really get as many points as he can in front of his competitors.
Yeah, absolutely right, because coming into this weekend, there was 5 points between Jason Wood, Ted Cooper and James Hazelhurst. That's after drop scores have been taken into account, so it's really close, with only 3 races left to go in the championship after this one. 1 more tomorrow and 2 at Alden Park in September.
Yes, that's right. Titular Kesel comes under the bridge, looking further back. Look, James is desperately trying to get past Matt Stubbington. And, of course, Darren Bassingthwaite is on the back of them. So we've got a little gaggle of 205s there with Neil Dubman as well. 4 205s all together fighting over the same real estate.
Really exciting racing as ever from the Classic Stock Cash Championship.
Ted Cooper went incredibly wide there, desperately trying to get past Jake Wood, who had an absolutely wonderful qualifying time. But now Ted is trying to go around the long way round that corner. We can't quite see if he's going. Yes, he's got past Jake Wood. But as I was saying, Jake Wood qualified excellently into 5th place. It was only the first time he'd been round here was yesterday in the wet. This is his first time drive, but I think he's fighting back as they go down the start-finish straight, just desperately looking out my window, and is indeed outpowered. Oh, this is incredible racing.
Yeah, you got a whole gaggle of Novas together there, but I think it's fair to say this is not a Nova circuit, looking at where they are in the order, though.
It isn't. I mean, all the cars behave differently. They have their disadvantages and advantages at different circuits, and this is a mediocre circuit for the Nova because of all the corners. The inside wheel tends to light up quite easily on Novas, having raced one a couple of years back myself. And doesn't favour the Novas, but it's quite interesting. We've got a gaggle of 205s together, a gaggle of Novas together. This is fantastic racing. In fact, I think we've got 5 205s together there as they went through shot.
Great stuff. Green flag there. I think that's because Finn Groom's car is still off the circuit at Wilson Hairpin. Out of harm's way, but still yellow flags just to cover that incident for the moment, I think. So we've got 6.5 minutes. Yeah, there's confirmation of that car. But it managed to sort of park itself in that space, which was quite helpful of it, really. But just a shame that
he's had so much bad luck, not only on circuit, but his car. He's had wheel bearing issues, track running issues. He's just had no luck this season. I do feel for the young man because he's an excellent racer and a nice man.
46 Chris Deere continues to lead by 4.5 seconds from 89 Titch Kelsall in second.
Now look at that lot. They're going getting together.
Yeah, this is the battle for third place.
Battle for third place, isn't it? With Stuart Place still leading it, but he's definitely got an eyeful of Matt Stubbington's car as they go down this very fast straight. As I said before, we're going well over 100 miles an hour before we break under this bridge, and it's a very tricky, it's a quick succession of corners that you have to set yourself up lovely for, and they've managed to do that quite neatly. But Matt Stubbington there still holding off James Hazelhurst. I'm just looking further back. He's still quite a few places in front of his championship contenders. I think the next one back is in 9th place with Ted Cooper. So he's got a few points in the bag here if it finishes like this.
Yeah, still about a third of the race left to go here, coming up towards the end of lap 4. And Chris Deere, that is, all on his own in the front of this race. Kelsall now with a bit more of a gap over Stuart Place. Well, I think Stuart's driving in his mirrors a little bit now, isn't he, with those 1, 2, 3, 4 cars queuing up behind him. There's another 4.
All 205s.
Yeah, exactly, and it's basically half of the field that are in his mirrors at the moment. Now here comes Stubbington. just pulling out of the slipstream of Stuart Place as they go up towards Rich's Corner. He's on the inside here, Paul.
Yes, he's got the overlap, and James was thinking about trying to sneak up the inside, but it looked like Stuart ended up a little bit on the grass there a minute, which is going to compromise. No, he's covered that. Stuart, even when he's been in the slower 106 has been racing this season, he knows where to place this car to make it so difficult.
And Neil Dudman snuck through there ahead of James Hazelhurst.
How did you do that? So that
I
must
don't know.
have
No,
been.
I just wonder because we could see the yellow light panels flashing. Now, I don't think they've got to the yellow light panel before Dudman made the move, but that is something that drivers will just be aware of, won't it? Just making sure to back off
but I think it might have been a fact that James was trying to sneak through, lifted off, and I think that slowed his momentum and then put him into the clutches of Neil Dudman, and that's another place lost to James Hazel, but he's still, 3 or 4 places front of his, look at that, side by side again. James is trying to go around the outside of the Dudman machine, which isn't going to work. Oh, not quite. There was a little bit of rubbing there, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
It looks like James must have lifted off a bit there, because now Dudman has got about 1 car length ahead of him now.
Yeah. So 3.5, 4 minutes left to go in this race. Place.
It's gone quick.
I know. And then Hazelhurst and Bassingthwaite in that little group together.
Bassingthwaite was having a little look up there on James Hazelhurst, but Darren Bassingthwaite is a local man. I was very disappointed with his qualifying, but it's great to see him fighting up the front here. He always seems to go well here when he has the luck.
Now we're on course here for a 7th different winner in 9 races this season.
Remarkable.
In the Classic Stock Cats Championship. Ted Cooper's had 1, Jason Woods had a couple, Neil Dudman's had 1, so too has Lee Scott and Pete Morgan. Pip Hammond's had 2. They were at Cadwell Park a few weeks ago, weren't they?
Yes, we were talking about this earlier, that this year only 2 drivers have won more than 1 race. It's been an incredible season. The last time we had a season like that was in 2012, where again only 2 drivers won more than 1 race. One was Lee Scott, and the other one was myself. And everyone else is different winners. This has been a fantastic year. It's great to see so many different faces on the podium. I think Neil Dudman was trying to get the cut back, but I think Stuart Place definitely closed that door.
Well, of course, one of the drivers in contention for the championship, James Hazelhurst, he's not had a win.
He hasn't. No, but he's been consistent.
He has.
I mean, I'm looking at his scores, and he's been very consistent throughout. Only 1 where he didn't finish, and most of them he's been in the top 5. 1 just a bit further back at Cadwell Park, but he's just been Mr. Consistent, and that's how you win championships. You know, to win the championship, first of all, you've got to finish the race.
So Matthew Stubbington's gone up into the podium places now, ahead of Stuart Place, and then you've got Dudman and Hazelhurst, who still wants to get every point that he can side by side, but he's under threat there from Darren Bassingthwaite.
Yes, 3.205s. You couldn't separate them with a bread knife. And Jake Wood is ready to pounce if they do as they come round this corner. Yes, there's indeed Matt Stubbington in 3rd place with Stuart Place, then Neil Dudman, then James Hazelhurst, Darren Bassingthwaite. What a cracking... Oh, look at this. Now, again, you see that James Hazelhurst is slightly quicker down that little straight, but it does mean he's got to go the long way round. And this is such a slow corner, and it's not easy to overtake. He's holding his own, though, but again, we've got another left-hander coming up. So it favours Neil Dudman.
Certainly does. Is he going to do it? It's a long way, because the next corner is also a right-hander, but then there's a left-hander, I should say. The next one is a right-hander.
There is an overlap. James, what a fantastic move that has been. That took 3 corners to get himself in front, but it's Neil Dudman is not giving up.
No.
He's back again. Oh, wow, this is fantastic racing.
Yeah, it often happens there that people can get through on the way into Oggies, but then on the exit they run wide, and then through Oggies and Williams, the driver that's just been overtaken, can come back, and that's exactly what's happened there.
Yeah.
And it might be that Dudman makes up another position here along the Bentley Straight. Can he get past Stuart Place? No,
Not
he can't
quite.
No, I thought he might have the momentum. Proved not to in the end, and I think he may lose out here to Hazelhurst, who's alongside.
Oh!
Brundle Nelson.
Oh!
And, off on
he's
the
pushed
grass.
Dudman wide.
So Dudman's off on the grass, and that's allowed...
Darren Bassingthwaite trying to catch on the inside. He's got on the inside of Neil Dudman now, and he's going to be challenging on the back of James Hazelhurst.
And meanwhile, Ted Cooper and Jason Wood are sort of attaching themselves to the back of this battle as well. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Ted Cooper's gone in front of Jake Wood now as they come onto the start-finish straight. Wow.
Last lap just underway for Chris Deere, number 46, who's miles in front of this race. He's already at Ridge's Corner. The rest are still coming through Murray's. There's Kelsall in second. Then it's going to be Stubbington third, and then this battle for fourth, which has got James Hazelhurst now ahead of Darren Bassingthwaite and Neil Dudman.
How on earth did that happen? Well,
we're the commentators, we should know.
We're watching the live stream, we should know more than anybody. But it's all happening here in Classic Stock Catch. But yes, how has that happened? But yes, as you see, that's Darren Bassingthwaite. They see a little damage there from early on the Neil Dudman machine, and he's gone up the inside. So we've got Dudman and Bassingthwaite side by side, but Bassingthwaite got the better exit. Now, there's a good thing, this internal section, like you say, it's so technical. Just because you go well on one corner, you've got the wrong line for the next corner, and that's what makes the racing here so special.
Certainly does. It's going to be a thrilling last half a lap or so here.
Oh, Jake Wood trying to get back on the Cooper machine because Ted got by him, but no, Jake is not holding back. And of course, they've got these three cars together with a Neil Dudman machine.
Most importantly, Jake is still ahead of his dad.
Oh, don't rub it in. That's it. We're having pizza later. Let's have this harmony there. But no, it's a great showing by Jake Wood. Like I say, this is the first time today he's been out on this track when it's dry. What a great, and this is a great, he is one of the few second generation racers we have in Classic Stock Hatch. And he's only just took his novice cross off. There he is, Jake Wood in that grey Nova. He's only just took his novice cross out. He's really showing he can mix it with the big boys.
That's number 10 down the back straight now. Chris Deere, the race leader, he's already going to be somewhere around the bomb hole, I think. Yeah, he's just coming through the bomb hole now. He's so far in front. Meanwhile, here's Hazel trying to get a third place out of this. He's challenging Stubbington into Brundle.
He's going to get the cover. No, not quite got the momentum. Now they're going to go around this very long right-hander corner. You're doing up to 80 miles an hour.
Meanwhile, Chris Deere is into and out of Murray's for the final time. He was 11.4 seconds ahead at the start of this lap. He's going to come up to the line, and he's going to be the 7th different winner in 9 races in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Cats Championship. There goes the checkered flag.
He punches his fist in the air. What a display. He's not been out at all. I think it's his first time this season. He's been out in a Swift occasionally. Yes, we were just looking for the second place. Is in fact
it's Kelsall, but third. I think Stubbington has lost out to James
Has
Hazelhurst.
he lost out?
Yes.
I can't quite see from this angle. He has.
And it's a problem for Stubbington right at the end because he pulls off.
He pulls off. Oh no! What has happened? What a remarkable thing by James Hazelhurst. But what's happened to Matt's car? He's pulled straight off.
Yeah.
I think he only just crossed the line.
He did. He got 4th place out of it, but then immediately pulled into the pit lane exit, as it were. So it was number 46 Chris Deere that took the win. 89 Titch Kelsall second. 12 James Hazelhurst was third. Oh, and that's Stuart Place that has not come through. So we didn't spot that. So he's parked somewhere around, yes, at Coram, I can see out of the window. So 12 James Hazelhurst third, 67 Matt Stubbington fourth, 18 Darren Bassingthwaite fifth, 48 Neil Dudman sixth, and then Jake Wood, Ted Cooper, Jason Wood. So good result that for Hazelhurst, third place, and several points gained over the next two in the championship.
If you ever weren't a fan of Classic Stock Hatch after that race, you should be.
We certainly should. Let's have a look at the results of that race then. Chris Deere it was, number 46, that took the win. 7 laps completed by him, nearly 13 seconds ahead of number 89, Titch Kelsall. 12 James Hazelhurst took third place on the final lap from number 67, Matt Stubbington. Darren Bassingthwaite, number 18, was 5th. Neil Dudman, 48, was 6th. Jake Wood, his best result so far, I think. 7th place for number 10. 8th was number 4, Ted Cooper. 9th was number 41, Jason Wood. The other two championship contenders alongside Hazelhurst. Rounding out the top 10 was number 39, Martin Rogers, ahead of Pete Oscarby, Rick Goom and Alan Tuley. He was the final driver across the line because Stuart Place didn't finish. Neither did Terry Roughton. He was in the pit lane at one point. And Finn Groom, obviously we saw him sadly eliminated on the grass at the hairpin earlier on, Paul.
Yes, so we see Alan Dooley there at the back. I mean, he represents Classic Hatch so much. He comes to nearly every meeting he can manage, and his only objective is to not be lapped. And he has succeeded again today, so he will be very chuffed. Well done, Alan Dooley.
Well, congratulations to him. So another race for the Classic Stock Catches tomorrow morning. No doubt Paul will be
10 to 11.
10 to 11. You'll be busy working out the ballast.
And also I'm going to be looking at the point scores to see exactly where everyone is now. that's really gone. Advantage definitely to James Hazelhurst.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's see if we've got Kieran down there. Yeah, possibly not quite got him ready to talk to anyone. So we'll be with him in a moment. He is going to speak to the top 3 in a minute, which will be Chris Deere, Titch Kelsall and James Hazelhurst. Just see them being sort of ushered through those drivers to the position where Kieran is doing the interviews after this one. So let's head down to him now. Kieran is in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was an amazing race, and we've got the top 3 here. Obviously, Chris Deere. So that was quite a lead you built up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to everybody else. I sort of got away at the start. Myself and Stuart Place was there. He got a good start as always. He still does. And then yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought I'm building a gap. And I think carnage happened behind, but hey, it's not my problem. All
I'll say is watch the replay back of the race because it was absolutely insane. But obviously that's a nice way to start the weekend for you.
Yeah, it's good. Very good. I mean, no stock hatch race is ever boring, but if you're going to have a boring one, do it like that. Get clear, go. I mean, Stuart at the start, he's in a new car, he doesn't know it, so he probably didn't know how quick to go around the corners on cold tyres, so it wasn't really fair on him. But once I got past him, I was like, right, head down, go.
Do you reckon you can repeat that tomorrow?
Give it a go. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, good luck. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, we'll quickly speak to Richard. Richard, again, you're a bit in no man's land once it all kind of settled down a bit for you.
It was a bit empty, wasn't it? It wasn't really a race. I don't think it was just me trying to hold on and be the best of who was left. Yeah. No, it was fine. It was good. It was a good race. It was all right.
Did you see what was happening behind you at all?
No, you see every now and then you see a car go sideways in your rearview mirror, and you're like, that's not supposed to be that way. So no, it was just like, oh, I'm on the outside, I'll stay there, and I didn't get touched, I didn't get hit. Yeah. Came through clean and clear, so. I'll take it because I haven't been here before. It's lovely to meet you. I'm not
yes, absolutely, indeed. Well, you know, sometimes obviously this series can throw up some really hectic races. Is it quite nice for once to not be part of that?
No, it's still hectic because you're looking in your rearview mirror. There's some fast boys around here. You know, Stu placed in the 205. No, in the XR2i today. Yeah, he was in my rearview mirror. Matty's in my rearview mirror. James is in my rearview mirror. So yeah, it's not easy. Yeah. Even if it looks like it is, it's not easy. You just hope your car holds together too, right?
Obviously, you've got a couple more races still to come. Do you reckon you can repeat it?
I'm not. I can't fall on my sword for that one. We will see. We will see.
Well, hopefully we can speak again tomorrow, but yeah, good luck for the races coming tomorrow.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, let's have a quick chat with James. Now, James, obviously, you were part of, well part of that massive battle and that massive hectic fist fight, essentially, that was happening for third place. So tell us about just what that was like.
I mean, I was a bit shocked, really, just got a terrible start, and then it was just going worse and worse for the first lap or two. And yeah, it was a real dogfight to get there, like you say. So I was just literally trying to count down one at a time and see if I could catch up to a podium. So got there in the end.
And obviously, with that kind of racing that's going on, talk to us about how difficult it is to pick your moments, because obviously you can't just go for every single gap that you see. You have to time it perfectly.
Yeah, you really want to make the most of the guys in front having a little moment together and try and capitalise on that. Otherwise, it's really hard to pass. So, yeah.
And do you reckon you can maybe take it to the top steps later on, tomorrow even?
Don't see why not. I mean, it was just a bad start, really. So far this year, it's been all right for me. So, fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, good luck tomorrow then, and we look forward to seeing you up there.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So that's the top 3 from the Classic Stock Hatches. Now, coming up next, we have the Locusts.
And in fact, it is the Takiwa Roadsports Championship race that it is next up on the programme. Round 4 of 6 this season for the inaugural Roadsports Championship. It's run as a series of races for many years, but this time points paying for the first time. And we've reached the halfway point of the season with joint leaders in the championship. Phil Adcock and Matthew Adcock in the BMW Compact from Class D have 42 points. So too do the Ginetta G40 pairing of Jez Banks and Daniel Perry from Class C. And then next up it's Chris Fantana in the Mazda MX5 from Class D. Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in another Ginetta G40 in Class B. And then it's Scott Parkin in the Darkside Developments Audi TT from Class A. So 4 different classes with a split based on power to weight ratio. But it's the Class A Championship leader, Scott Parkin, that is going to line up on pole position. We just saw his Darkside Developments Audi TT lining up there first, just behind the 750 Motor Club safety car. This is a 45-minute race. There's a 15-minute pit window in the middle third of the race. The pit stops have to be at least 60 seconds long, or if you've been successful in previous rounds, a bit longer. Many of the drivers and teams have success penalties of up to 15 seconds. In some cases, actually even more than that. They have to serve because they're accumulated from previous results. So that throws another uncertainty into these races as well. And it's a big grid, 45 teams I think we will have starting this race, Chris.
A capacity grid,
Yep.
no less. We've got a few on the reserve list for this one, although thankfully I don't think any have had to be employed. So yeah, it's great to see such a packed entry. Of course, many of these drivers and cars will be out for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship tomorrow as well. It's sort of the headline event of the 750 Motor Club weekends, the 2-hour race. So this is just a bit of a warm-up for some, but of course many of them also exclusively racing in this championship with their own title fight to think about.
It's their main event, and probably 40% of the teams are 2 driver teams. Quite a lot are solo-driven efforts for the full 45 minutes. They still have to make a pit stop, of course, but they just have to be stationary in the pit lane, and no driver change needed. No refuelling, of course, in a 45-minute race as well. And if you are short in making your pit stop, under the 60 seconds or the longer period, if you have the penalty, then a penalty will be applied to your race time. So it's not worth trying it on effectively. Yes, so we've had races so far this season at Croft, Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, and at Anglesey last month. And the wins have gone 3 different ways so far this season. At Croft, it was Morgan Bailey that won in the Honda. Simon Morger took the victory at Silverstone, and Alan Henderson took the overall victory at Anglesey. So the overall victories have been very well spread, but within the classes, there have been instances of the same team winning on more than one occasion. So in Class D, Phil and Matthew Adcock, father and son, have won twice in the BMW. And in Class C, Daniel Perry has won twice, once on his own and once at Anglesey, where he shared with Jez Banks as well. So that's the way the races have gone so far this season, and it's just such a popular competition this now. That's not the grid for this race, so we won't give you that one. We'll hopefully get the grid up for the Roadsports in just a moment. We're getting ahead of ourselves, a bit like Kieran was a moment ago, and that was the Sports Specials grid. But we should have the grid for the Roadsports shortly. If not, I'll just run through that as they go off on their green flag lap. Car in the pit lane there, Chris?
Yeah, I believe, is that the Jonathan Packer Golf?
Possibly so,
Is he actually in this race, or is he in
Is he one of the reserves, possibly?
Potentially.
Yeah, he was one of the reserves, looking at the reserve list, so he
was.
might get into the race if someone drops out on the green flag lap or something like that. So possibly he'll be able to take a start from the pit lane.
But he's the only car at the end of pit lane,
Right,
so that would rather suggest we've got one already.
We do now have the grid, so let's run through that now. Scott Parkin, it is, that lines up on pole position in car number 89. Alongside him is the 117 car. Martin Gadsby is starting that one. On the second row of the grid, it's the 55 car being started by Paul Simerson. Next to him is number 6, which is Ryan Parkin. Third row, a 750 Motor Club debut, I think, for number 222, Darren Goes. And the 18 car is going to be started by Simon Major. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 221. That's the car that is being driven by Paul Browns this weekend, solo. Number 19 is Wayne Lawson. The fifth row of the grid, that's going to be number 10, Robert Fennick, again driving solo, no Andrew Shepherd this time, and Mark Burton, number 26, alongside him. Row 6, that's number 12, Liam Crilly, and 83 is going to be Christopher Nyland starting that car. On the 7th row, number 119 is next up, Sam Heading, who's in addition to the programme, showing with Peter Mansfield in the number 119 car. Next to him is number 1, the reigning Club Enduro champions, Samuel Dennis. He's sharing with Athlean Simmons Day. Samuel Dennis starting that car. Row 8 is the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta, number 8, and that car being started by Matthew Tidmarsh on this occasion. 57 David Heisman next to him. Then it's Josh Johnson, number 121, and 68 John Dundee on the 9th row of the grid. On the 10th row of the grid, it's number 60. That's Lee Reynolds, and number 34 being started by Lee Brooks. The 11th row is the number 7 car of Daniel Perry, and number 2 being started by Daniel Jude on this occasion. On the 12th row of the grid, 1, 2, 3 is Matt Creed, and 11 is Simon Baker. On the 13th row of the grid, it's number 40, that's Chris Morton, and treble 6 is Sammy Bowler. On the 14th row, it's number 9, Luke Beardmore, and Trevor Gregory is in number 14. On the 15th row, number 36, we're hearing from Sam McKee and Samuel Rasool at lunchtime. Sam McKee starting that car. Then it's Henry Salisbury in the number 77 car for handing over to sister Olivia. On the, what are we now, 16th row, number 3 is Ben McCauley, and 172 Chris Heathcote. 17th row, 41 is Andrew Cooper in the Type R, and 182 David Griffiths. Then it is Vitotas Piperus. No, it's not. It is. Where am I? The 42 car next up is that of Mike Rain, although that's deleted from the list that I've got, so that's possibly an error. 20 Vitotas Piperas is there on the outside of the 18th row. 19th row is 69, which is Jordan Newington, now driving solo, so no Daniel Mehmet. 71 Pip Hammond, also now driving solo as well in the Nova. The 20th row, Phil Adcock is starting the championship leading car. Chris Fantana, number 22, is next to him. 531 is the Mazda MX5 started by Thomas Hiley, and 140 is going to be started by Andrew Barley. In fact, that's a solo-driven car. The 22nd row is Robbie Boot in number 16, and Kieran Taylor-Beebe in number 17. And 126 at the back is Elliot Walker. What a mammoth grid that was to try and talk our way through. And they're well on their way around this rolling lap, Chris.
Yeah, I think you've discerned a couple of moments of catching your breath there, Ian, because that was a monster grid to have to try and make your way through. You can see the pace car leading the round on this warm-up lap. So it is a tie at the head of the overall championship. Of course, it doesn't matter what class you are in. You can lead the overall standings. If we take a look at the individual class championships, though, the closest fought battle is in Class B. It's only 4 points that separate the Ginetta G40 of Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster to the Lotus Elise of Ben and Lee Brooks. And it has been 3 different winners so far this season in Class B. The 2 I've just mentioned have both taken a win, as has Mark Burton in the BMW 330. We also have a pretty close fight between the Phil Adcock and Matthew Hadcock BMW Compact against the Chris Fantana Mazda MX5 in Class D as well. So there's still an awful lot to play for. Oh my goodness me, that's the number 6 Ryan Parkin Audi TT that has parked up at the side of the racetrack in the middle of this formation lap on the exit of the Brundle and Nelson complex. Now, will we have a delayed start for that?
I think we'll have to, unless he can get that car moved pretty sharpish. Yeah, I can see the marshal's got the green flag, so it looks like they're going to wave them through for another green flag lap rather than anything else.
So that is the car. So the Dark Side Developments have got 2 of those Audi TTs. Oh, no, there's been contact because, look, the front left is completely askew.
Yeah, there's some heavy damage there. Now, either some conflict or there's a serious failure on that car. 'Cause it doesn't look any other damage to bodywork or anything like that, but that is going to need a lift, I think, to remove that car. So,
100%.
yeah, the clock is counting down. So the race has got underway behind the safety car. So we're into the first of the 45 minutes of this race, but it's an immediate safety car, effectively, because we need to recover that car of Ryan Parkin that was due to start fourth.
So I was saying there are 2 of those Audi TTs from Darkside Developments and a swap between the Parkin brothers at Silverstone, I believe. Scott started the year with the slightly more advanced car that he'd been driving for a couple of years with the sequential gearbox and slightly fancier suspension, but gave that car to his brother Ryan, which is the one that's just pulled up to the side of the road at Silverstone. The car that Scott is driving is slightly more old-fashioned with the H-pattern gearbox, and said that he actually prefers driving it, even though technically it is slower, but slightly more manageable for him. But clearly Ryan Parkin coming across some sort of drama on that formation lap. The good news for Jonathan Packer, who I assume is starting the number 5 VW Golf, who has just left the pit lane, actually. Of course, this safety car means that he can just roll up to the back of the queue.
Yes, exactly. So as a reserve getting into the race. So just looking, because that will make it 45 cars on track, because we now no longer have the Ryan Parkin car on track. So he will replace that car effectively in the race.
There was one deleted from your list.
There was,
but is that the one that was missing that has allowed Packer into the race? I wonder.
Well, as I say, it's TSL are showing 46 cars on the list, including Packer now. So I think, the Rayner car is shown as being there, but possibly that will disappear on this. So it's either way, Packer's got into the race.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter, does it?
So officially now under safety car conditions. What we've not seen is any update on the recovery of Ryan Parkin. So we'll see if we can get our cameras looking at that in a minute to see if we've got a recovery truck on the scene. But it did look like that was going to need a full lift. I can see the 750 Motor Club rescue unit just going past our commentary position, because of course that would have trailed the cars around at the start of the race had we gone proper green light racing. There's a vehicle just heading out of the exit at the end of the the Bentley Straight. That will no doubt go to deal with that car. But it is the Golf, the 750 Motor Club Golf, that's leading them round at the moment. You're just looking at the CCTV there, Chris.
Yeah, we've got some handy dandy cameras inside the commentary box here. So the recovery vehicles have now made their way to the stricken Ryan Parkin car, and that recovery is now underway. So I imagine it will be another lap of safety car, given that they're already coming up to the spot on the circuit where the Audi TT has been parked.
Yeah, at least one more lap then. So realistically, we're probably going to have 35 minutes or so of this race by the time we've had 2 laps behind the safety car. So sadly, it does eat in significantly to the amount of racing laps that we're going to get here. It's still a bit of a mystery as to what happened there, because your instinct was the contact, but I just wonder if it was a failure.
My immediate suspicion is that they've all been weaving around trying to get some tyre temperature, and has maybe clattered into someone. But it sounds like Kieran's got more news on that front.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm just outside the Darkside Developments garage at the moment, and it just seems to be a part failure. Under braking going into that corner, he went on the brakes and the bottom arm just gave way. You can see there's a line down the track where the wheel went underneath and it got caught in the wheel arch, but it just looks like the bottom arm has come off and snapped. Real shame, obviously, because that car's going to be one of the ones that's going to be fighting for the win at the front of the race. So big shame, but they've still got one car in it. But yeah, it was the bottom arm that snapped off, just a part failure. It's unfortunate, but these things happen in motorsport. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Kieran. So confirmation there from the Darkside pit.
1-0 to Ian.
I wasn't counting. So that is unfortunate. So at least one more lap behind the safety car. It's a long lap, of course. So hopefully, if this lap is driven sufficiently slowly, you might be able to go racing again at the end of this lap. I say go racing again. We've not gone racing at all yet. but we are behind the safety car with that car needing to be recovered. So it is still on brakes. Scott Parkin that leads the race from number 117. Martin Gadsby in second. Paul Simerson, number 55, is third in the BMW. Number 222, Darren Goes, is in fourth position. And he is in the Audi TT TCR car. Fourth, so he's fourth. Fifth is the Major and Blanco car. And sixth is Paul Browse. All of those Class A cars, of course. Mark Burton, best of the Class B cars. And the Perry and Banks Gillette are the best of the Class C cars. Just actually on screen now as it makes its way through the Wilson hairpin.
Excited to see how the GT4 BMW starting in third position goes, because we've had an awful lot of TCR machinery out in our mini and full endurance championships. As we can see, the Ryan Parkin car now on the back of the low loader. Yeah, interesting to see how that GT4 goes up against the TCR. Of course, I imagine it's carrying quite a bit of weight in comparison to its SRO homologation, for example. But it has got a rather handy driver at the wheel in the form of Paul Simerson, a Ferrari Challenge racer.
Yeah. I think it was at Donington Park probably last week for that particular series. Just a reminder of the classes. Class A is for what's called Super GT cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the GT class for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Class C, Super Sport up to 180, and Sport class up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne in Class D. And yes, so there will be some playing around with weight to get the cars to fit into a class at a competitive level. If you're in a forced induction car, it's got to be 5 brake horsepower per tonne lower than the class limit as well. So there's also that sort of modification to the regulations as well. It's a very popular category, as you can see, with the number of cars that have been attracted to this, especially with this being the first year of championship status as well for the Takiwa Roadsports Championship, as it now is, and good spread of cars across all of the classes. Classes A and B, I think B in particular the most popular in terms of the numbers that it attracts, but good numbers in each of those classes. Right, so the safety car train is just about to come past the scene where Ryan Parkin was being recovered.
The recovery truck is just departing the scene now.
Okay, so it's probably a little bit too late, really, to get the race underway this time, unfortunately.
I'm afraid so. There will be another lap under the safety car. There is nice examples of the TCR machinery I was talking about there, not just the Seat Cupra, but also the Audi RS3 as well. Again, with some modifications to their TCR specification, but nonetheless a great machine to have out there. I think we are going to go.
I think the safety car. Oh no, safety car lights are still on. I thought for the moment they were off.
Have they just now this second gone out potentially?
No, still got yellow flags on the finish line. So I think we are going to go one more lap. Behind the safety car, yeah, still weaving around is Scott Parkin.
Quite a bit of glare now on the screen because the sun has come out.
Yes,
making it quite difficult to actually spot the lights, but where you can see quite clearly that they are.
Now I imagine we'll have a slightly quicker safety car lap this time. Now that we know that the circuit is clear, just to try and maximise the amount of racing time that we get. I mean, the pit lane window opens in 6 minutes. I mean, it's going to there'll probably be one racing lap, and then it'll be open effectively.
In the pure tactical mind here, if you've put your quick driver in for the start of this race, you are hating this.
Yes.
Because they're not doing anything about, being able to pull a gap at the moment for your slower driver to go into. I hate using terms like slower driver, but ultimately one has to be faster than the other, really. It's a sort of fact of racing, and is a genuine strategical element of endurance racing.
That's right. So making their way around once again. With I think the safety car is definitely getting a bit of a wriggle on this time. It's just heading down to Agostini now. Scott Parkin then on pole. Then you've got Gadsby and Jones next up in the 117 car. So then Simerson and Stanton in 55. Etc. etc. A great range of different cars that we have in. Oh, what a spinner! That's not what we wanted, is it? That's the 172 car, which is that of Chris Heathcote in his Renault Clio. He's got going again, but he'll have lost his position now. He should be able to... no, because we're in the safety car, so he can't pick his way through and reclaim that position because the race has officially started. But he might not realise that, and he might try and reclaim place thinking, well, the race hasn't started yet.
Well, one of the Civics very nearly did the same thing just a couple of cars in front of him, which was quite astonishing. I imagine a lot of the front-wheel drive cars are struggling for tyre temperature in general.
Yes,
at the moment.
Because they've been doing sort of 4.25 minute laps so far.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race, 4 minutes 10 at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. That will soon change. The best lap in qualifying was for Scott Park in 2 minutes 3, so twice as fast, or half the time, should I say, that the laps have been taken behind the safety car. So yeah, quite a bit more temperature to find in the final tyres. Right, safety car lights are now out, I think. So we are going to be good to go racing properly this time. But already we've had 11 minutes of this Tagiwa Roadsports Championship race. And the pit window opening in less than 4 minutes' time now. But yeah, safety car has now pulled away from everybody else, so it's in the gift of Scott Parkin to control the pace.
Yeah, and the BMW that's in second place isn't really going with Scott at all. It's just sort of giving him a good couple of seconds lead there. And if you see, by the time they come out of Gorham, and Paul Simonson is nowhere near on the back of them either. So they're going to be quite spread out when they get across the timing line. It is now green flags waving with Scott Parkin already with a 2.5 second lead over Gadsby. And Gadsby himself is 5.9 ahead of Goes. Well, Simonson's had some sort of problem. That's why there were gaps.
Yeah.
Simonson's suddenly plummeting down the order. Problems for the GT4 BMW.
Yeah, but even so, there's a few drivers perhaps a little bit napping there. Now, Martin Gadsby is the slower driver of the two in that second place BMW. There's the Simonson car. That's now into to pit lane very early. Not a mandatory stop, too early for that. And also it's not parked at 45 degrees as it would have to be for its mandatory stop as well. But a problem down there for the car that was starting on the second row of the grid.
Ex-Century Motorsport car in British GT. I can see Kieran's already sniffing around the BMW to see what the problem is, but it's not looking very good at all. It looked like it was going back into the garage.
No, so it's Scott Parkin with this big lead then. Is it still going to be Martin Gadsby in second place? Well, probably it was, because he got a 5.9 second advantage over Darren Goes in the Audi in third position. So it's a very strange race. It's not helped, I don't think, by that BMW heading into pit lane.
I think Gadsby was just estimating if we'd been green from the start, how much gap would Scott have already had, just giving that back to him.
Very decent of him, isn't it? You know.
Just.
Round Williams they go, and on to the Bentley Straight for the first time in Anglia, but actually the fourth lap of the race. There's the Chris Nyland number 83 car, one of the front runners in Class B, actually third in Class B at the start of this race. Now, are we going to get a change there? It looked like possibly that was the 18 car, was it, that was up to challenge the BMWs. That's Simon Roger that started that car, trying to find a way through on the inside into the bomb hole. Not able to get through there, but the next attempt is going to be at Corbin. I think that probably will come off, and he does indeed go second.
So our Silverstone winner already making up places, so that would have been from 5th to 2nd on this lap when you count in the Simonson BMW there as well. So up 3 places on this first green flag lap of the race, and we didn't see that Seat Cupra TCR car at the first round, but of course came out swinging at Silverstone, and the Gadsby BMW now coming under pressure from the 222 TCR car now.
Yeah, that's Darren Goes up the inside into Wilson. He's going to go through. Paul Browse in the Seat might try and go through as well. The 21 car, a spin for 5.31. That's Thomas Hiley that's gone around there. But yeah, it's Gadsby that is losing ground here in the early stage of this race, but possibly not unexpected, because Ian Jones very much the quicker driver in that particular car, and I'm sure we'll be able to make a good fist of things in the second half of the race.
Well, what we were talking about earlier, about there's so much of the first part of this race being under safety car, they've lost so much less time than they normally would have done. Sounds really harsh when you say it like that, but it will give Ian Jones a massive advantage in the second part of the race.
I mean, he could come in theory, at the end of this lap, because the pit lane window is going to be open in 3, 2, 1 seconds time. Oh, and that's just a bit too early. Is the number 20 car coming into the pits? That's the Vitortas Pipras on the Civic Type R for the drive from Ipswich, the Lithuanian. So that's an unscheduled stop, I think, for him.
And that is a new shell this season as well, that Civic Type R. He was previously part of the foundation lineup in Club Enduro, was he not?
Yes, he was, certainly. Couple of seasons ago, that would have been.
That goes to show, you've been racing for, 2.5 years now from joining that foundation program. Of course, not great to see him in pit lane, but still racing out there after getting that slightly cheaper entry into 750 Motor Club racing.
Now that's Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 that's now trying to get past the compact of Martin Gadsby, who's not giving him an awful lot of room, nor does he have to really. But now you're going to have the Honda pass him on the inside. They've got either side of Gadsby in the end. I think Crilly has gone through, but Mark Burton, what's happened to him? So, he has come through already, Mark Burton. So he's leading Class B still, a bit further up the road from those 2 or 3 cars that are battling there. So it's Burton in 26 that's leading Class B. Class C is being led by Matt Creed, the number 123 Renault, that is, I think.
You can really see the difference in power down the start-finish straight between the Class A and Class B cars. But, in fact, both Crilly and that number 83 car of Christopher Nyland both end up going through at the Wilson hairpin. Nyland's got to consolidate that move into Palmer, but ultimately does manage to get the move done. And now it is the Lotus Elise, formerly the Class A car, an overall contender, as we see Sammy Bowler, unfortunately, pulling into pit lane. That former Mini Challenge machine having to come into pit lane.
And another place made up there. That's the 119 car, is it not, that has gone through? Yes, Sam Heading in the Lotus Elise S2 that is sharing with Peter Mansfield. He's now gone ahead of the Gadsby car as well. 88 into the pits. This is the championship leading car.
Yes, it was. And so, excuse me, I'd forgotten that we'd already gone into the pit window. So Sammy Bowler was actually just coming in to do a stop there, I think. And so that's the championship leader into the pit lane. I think it's going to be a hive of activity now. Everyone trying to take advantage of the fact that we've had so much safety car in the first part of this race. It is game on for second in Class B, because that is Chris Nyland in that Type R that's just gone through on the Z4 of Crilly. So second place in Class B, and the Lotus Elise of Sam Headley, the Rob Boston Racing Run machine, also challenging for a provisional spot on the Class podium.
Matt Adcock taking over from Phil Adcock, but they've got a 20-second pit stop success penalty to serve, so it's an 80-second stop in all that they need to make. And that will put them at a real disadvantage, including to the likes of Pip Hammond, who's leading Class D at the moment today, and only has a 10-second penalty to serve. So 10 seconds he will make up in the pit stops.
Pip running solo this weekend as well, but already back out into the race goes Matthew Adcock, just taken over. Got the Piprius car coming back out. Yes, it is. So that had been in the pits for some time, hadn't it? About 4
minutes, something like that, yeah.
It came in just before the pit window opened, and so now we get into this phase of the race where the order's going to seem a little bit jumbled up, especially between the 4 different classes. In terms of our top 4 and Class B leaders, we know there's not been any movement in the pits just yet, so those races are still sort of unfiltered, so to speak, but in the middle of the pack it's going to start to get a little bit tasty.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how the overall battle goes. I mean, the person that could really gain here is Darren Goes, who's in 3rd place at the moment because he's not got any pit stop penalty to serve here, not having competed in the championship in the past. But Scott Parkin's got 15 seconds to serve. The major car's got 10 seconds to serve. So both of those drivers that are ahead of him on track have penalties to be added to their time. So we'll see if Darren Goes can possibly come out on top of this race as far as the overall results are concerned. There's Scott Parkin just coming through now, about to complete lap 7 of the race.
You can hear
over the line.
You can hear the rotary engine of the Mazda RX-8 in the background, the supercharged engine, I believe.
That's right. Best lap of the race so far is still to the car in second place. Simon Marger with a 2:04.483 as the best lap of the race so far in this particular category. Lap record for these cars, a 2:02.36 for Scott Parkin, so still well outside that mark.
Right, we've been green for about 7 or 8 minutes or so already. We have got the first black and white flag for track limits being displayed, and that honour goes to Chris Morton in the Vauxhall Corsa in Class B. And that is not going to fill him with confidence, bearing in mind we've still got 24 minutes left in this race, and he's got to keep it squeaky clean in terms of those track limits.
Pip Hammond's been into the pits and is just heading out again now.
Yeah, so we'll see where he comes out in relation to the championship leader in Class D, the Matthew Adcock BMW. Pip yet to take a win so far this year, but has been third and second in the last 2 races.
There's Liam Crilly, number 12, who's contending for the Class B podium in the pit lane. So, see, I think he's just got he's got 70 seconds to stop with a 10-second success penalty from a previous round of the championship.
Of course, that has for now promoted the heading Lotus Elise up to third in that category, and he's only 3/4 of a second away from Chris Nyland, who took second place away from that car right there just a few minutes ago.
There's only 8 minutes to go before the pit lane window closes, so of course drivers have really got probably 2 or 3 more laps in which to make their pit stops, because it is a long lap here.
Very much Jonathan Packer there. We saw that is the car that started from pit lane, the VW Golf, which has already made its way up into 18th position overall. So a very nice job done so far by Packer. Of course, no stranger to success in Club Enduro competition.
Yeah, more than halfway through the field already, so that's a really good showing. He's lapping in the 2:10s. And lapping faster than obviously quite a few of the cars ahead of him. Obviously helped by the fact that we've had a number that have made their pit stops, of course, and he has yet to make his stop. Mod's gone down into the 2:03s now, 2:03.836 for the car in second position. The gap between 89 Scott Parkin, the leader, and 18 Simon Major in second place is 7.7 seconds. Third place is number 222 Darren Goes. In fourth place it's the 221 car of Paul Browse. Fifth is number 83, that's Chris Nyland, leading now Class B on the road. And sixth is number 19, Wayne Lawson. Class C, Matt Creed is heading that on the road in the 123 car. And Class D right now is being led by Chris Fantana in the Mazda MX5, which is number 22 and is 24th overall. But there's still a long way to go. 21 minutes to go, 6.5 minutes left of the pit window as well, with most of the drivers yet to make their stops.
So it is Major lapping slightly quicker at the moment. You do have to wonder where Major would have found himself had he not lost out so much in the start of the race, because you think about the gap that Parkin had after just a couple of corners with the car on the, quote-unquote front row of the grid when we got going again, not exactly being hot on his heels, and Simerson having to come in with a problem as well, which rather delayed everyone else behind him. So Scott has been given quite a bit of helpful real estate in this race. That could come very much in handy in about 20 minutes time. So Thomas Hiley using a bit of the curb on the exit of the Brundle and Nelson complex. Talking about track limits, I think that is one of the areas where you can run slightly wide. And having to take that wider line through Coram as the Class A front runners make their way through.
18 Morger is in the pit lane now from what was second position. So that's promoted Darren Goes on circuit. So We're just going to hand over now to Alan Blanco, isn't he, for the second half of the race, the former British Touring Car Championship driver. And so that, we'll see how that fares. Paul Grouse is in, Chris Nyland is now in, Sam Heading is in. So the cars in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all now into the pit lane, with obviously opportunities running out to make those pit stops.
And that's top 2 in Class B into pit lane there as well.
That's the 531 Mazda MX5 of Thomas Hiley and Andy Hiley.
Andy out later today in Sports Specials.
Which is the next race, actually, after this.
Yeah, so he's going to get out of that car and go straight into his Kronos.
That would seem to be the case.
But it will all really have to be in the assembly area, won't it? So I imagine someone else is going to have to take it there for him, and then he'll run from Parc Ferme over to the...
It makes you wonder why Andy Hiley didn't start this race, really.
It does make you wonder that, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, anyway, okay. 20 minutes of the race left to go. That is the 117 car, which has been taken over, I think, now by Ian Jones from Martin Gadsby. So where is that car running now? Is in 22nd position overall, but is on the up as the drivers make their pit stops. And it could be one that's not too far away from the podium positions when everything shakes out. It's one of these. It's quite difficult to see how this race is going to pan out. It's more difficult at a long circuit like this than it is at a short circuit, because there's sort of less updates on the positions, because we get fewer numbers of laps to check everyone's placings. We've got, I think that was, Crilly coming across the line just behind him, and just looking at positions. Yeah, up another 9 place on that lap was Jones, so he's now 13th and Crilly 14th, both of them having made their stops. Just having a look. So he's not going to be far away from the overall lead, isn't old Ian Jones, by the time all of this pans out. Darren Goes now is in the pit lane, by the way. Scott Parkin is yet to make a stop, but I think he's going to have to at the end of the lap that he is on. We're watching the 14 car there. That's Trevor Gregory, well known to anyone that's raced at the 750 Motor Club recently. He's out there in his Honda Civic Type R, as in the pit. I think that's the Darren Goes car, isn't it?
Yeah, the Audi TCR car, the RS3. Of course, no driver change to have to complete there, so we'll just sit stationary for the mandatory time. So we are yet to see Scott Parkin in, as well as Wayne Lawson in the top 2. Who else hasn't come in yet? The car currently leading Class C, which is the number 7 Daniel Perry Ginetta G40 GT5 car. And there is one more, which is the Sam McKee at BMW, also in Class C. There are a couple a little bit further down, including the Class D leader, the Chris Fontana car. And like I said, they've only got less than 2 minutes to do it now, haven't they? So
yeah.
It will have to be pretty much on this lap, won't it?
Yeah, everyone, or nearly everyone, has made their stops. Now, Scott Parkin has just come in as well from the lead of the race, so he's just arrived down pit lane. You can see him, his team just showing him where to pull in outside the pit garage. So he's in, so that leaves Wayne Lawson, I think, and Chris Fontana to make their stops. Wayne Lawson, who's showing in the lead of the race, but does need to come in this time. So that's Scott Parkin's car.
Just taking on some fluids as well.
Yeah, no refueling, but that's the car rather than the driver that applies to. So there goes the Chris Webster car, as it now is just coming out of the pit lane as well. The Flying Tangerine Racing Ginetta. Nice little scrap going on track there, including, I think that was that Mark Burton's BMW there, just ahead of Jonathan Packer. Was that? No, not Jonathan Packer. It's the 121 car, I think. Josh Johnson's Golf, of course. And so where are they in all of this? Well, that's Burton just getting ahead of Johnson now for 10th position overall and 4th place in Class B. So I think Burton probably hurt in the pit stops there. He had a 10-second success penalty to serve as part of his pit stops. Sam McKee is handed over to Samuel Russell, the Birmingham bus driver now.
Only his second ever motor race.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Be eyes wide open.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what bus route he drives in Birmingham. That's the number 11, the circular bus route that goes around the whole of Birmingham, or in which case that's a very long lap, even compared to the Snetterton 300.
I was going to say, the route is not going to be in the same shape as Snetterton, is it?
No, not going to help him.
No, not quite.
And it takes considerably long to complete a lap as well. So here is the erstwhile race leader, and I think even it's showing on our time screen as still the race leader, but was confirmed at the end of this lap, and that is Scott Parkin. But he's got right behind him the number 2 car that's now being driven by Alan Henderson, who is shown as 27th place. Wayne Lawson's just heading back out into the race, having made his pit stop. So I think that's everyone now that has made their stop, which is just as well, because there's only now less than 15 minutes to go in the race. And it does mean what we see in terms of positions at the end of this lap will really reflect where we are for the final third of the 45 minutes that we've got, albeit the first 10 or so of that was run behind the safety car.
Henderson's sticking with him for now in that Lotus Elise. A great looking machine as well, coming up on a little bit of traffic, but Scott Parkin will get confirmation when they get over the timing line whether he does still have the lead of this race. The 18 machine of Alan Blenker, the Seat Cooper TCR car, does still have the fastest lap of the race, though, on a 2:03.836, and it was 12 seconds registered at the timing line. That is a good headlight flash mod there on the Audi TT. Central one, I've not seen that before, and quite difficult to miss as well. So that is probably welcome for the driver inside the car, probably not for the ones that it sits in behind. So I think we are about to get confirmation that Scott Parkin is still the race leader, because he is about to go over the timing line. Pit lane closed is the message going out to the drivers, and yes, Scott Parkin does indeed lead. We wait to see what the gap to Alan Blenko is in that number 18
there he is
machine. Just gone past us now, so 10.4 seconds.
Yeah, so a decent lead that for Scott Parkin, and that's despite the fact he had a 5-second longer pit stop to make than the car behind him. So had a good run in that first part of the race to build up the gap that's enabled him to get out in front, still to the tune of 10 seconds. So he's looking good here for a overall and class victory in the 4th round of the championship. A reminder that he's had not yet had one so far this season, has he? He's always been second or third,
which is
this year.
Odd to think, given how much he's been cleaning up in Club Enduro. Darren goes back into pit lane, though. The Audi TCR car, having only just recently emerged back out onto the racetrack, is back in. Of course, the pit window is closed anyway, so that would suggest that this is more mechanical or technical problems.
Yeah, no indication of any penalty, and of course that would have been served in a different position, but he's being now pushed back out. And it does look like they're waiting for something there. I don't know quite what it would have been, because they weren't working on the car, and I've not had any notification of a penalty, I don't think, or anything like that. So, slightly puzzling. But it does mean that Darren Gaze, who we thought might be a contender for the victory here, is not going to be.
At the very least for the podium. And so that has promoted the 221 car of Paul Browse.
Yeah.
Another of the TCR cars, the Seat Cupra.
And Ian Jones up to 4th now in the BMW, started by Martin Gadsby, and lapping faster than any of the cars ahead of him as well. So that's one that could make its way into the podium positions before the end of this race. Some very tight battling down the order, and picking his way through that as well was Scott Parkin. There's been some contact, you can see out of our commentary box for Indirect Ridges, which involved Scott Parkin. Yellow flags now out. No, Scott Parkin continued. I think he has, but one other car was involved. But Scott Parkin certainly involved in some contact up there at Rich's corner. We didn't catch that on camera, but I did manage to see that out of the commentary box window. and we'll see if that has done any damage to that race-leading Audi or delayed him. He's got Alan Henderson right behind him in that Lotus, which is a lap down effectively, but Alan, a very rapid and competent driver, able to sort of lap in the same kind of lap times, but actually a full lap behind him. Just looking at the class situation as well, Chris Nyland now has handed over to Will Potskill, so Will Potskill is leading in Class B from Liam Crilly. The gap between those two is just shades under 4 seconds. And Class C, that is still being led by Matt Creed, and he's got perhaps 7.5, 8 seconds in hand over the number 9 car of Luke Beardmore in the Mazda RX-8. And Class D is Pip Hammond leading by 4.5 seconds from Matt Adcock, as it now is.
So it'll be 2 first-time winners if it were to stay like this. Scott Parkin for Class A in the overall. Pip Hammond in Class D for this season at the very least. And for the 83 as well, that would be a first win, would it not, for William Potskill and Chris Nyland. I was looking at the wrong class, but it was still correct. So,
all good.
I shouldn't have said anything. And then, yes, did you say it was leading in Class D at the moment?
Pip Hammonds.
No, in Class. Sorry,
Class C,
Class
Matt Creed.
C is Matt Creed, and that would be a second victory of the season for Matt in the Clio. Obviously, won the first race of the season at Croft, but as it stands, we're going to be adding 3 new winners to the rostrum for this season.
Yeah, we've had lots of different winners across the classes so far this year, and it's good that we're looking like we might get some more new ones today, even if at least one of them is someone who you kind of think should have won already, Scott Parkin. Let's head down to the pit lane, where Kieran Mogg has news for us.
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, there's a lot going out on track at the moment, but there's also a lot going on back in pit lane as well. So we've just had car 222 coming in. It turns out they were clashing on 4th gear. Also then struggling to select some reverse as well, so that car's having some difficulty with the gearbox. Car 55 had a complete brake failure. They've managed to get it in, sort the brakes out, and they're back out. Real shame for them, obviously. And then Ryan Parkin's car is back in the paddock now. They've got it, all the wheels off and everything. It's up on jack stands, and it literally looks like the lower arm has just completely snapped off. It's a big shame for obviously them. Massive to have some of these drivers out of the race and having some difficulties, but that's motorsport for you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Kieran. Kieran Mogg down there in pit lane. 7.5 minutes to go. There's our Class B leader, Will Pottergill, in the number 83 Kant Holland backed Honda Civic Type R. He's got only now 1.8 seconds in hand over Liam Crilly in the BMW, because Crilly has just done his personal best lap of the race, a 2:08.69 on the last lap. Purpose good at 2:10.907. So if it keeps up at that rate, the two of them are going to be together before much longer, because there's still 7 minutes of the race left to go. So we could have a fight on our hands for Class B. Might we for Class C? Just having a look there. No, I don't think we will. I think if anything, Matt Creed is getting away in the lead of that class. And the Class D, Phil Hammond to Matt Adcock. The gap did come down by about 7/10 that time, so we'll keep an eye on that. But looks like the best battle here, Chris, is going to be for Class B honours.
Now, Will driving the same car, but a very different looking end result to when he had that car in the Type R Trophy, the Motorsport prepared machine. And the gap is coming down 1.7 seconds. Last time they went through the timing split, it's looking a bit less than that now, isn't it, between the Civic and the Z4, as they make their way around the bomb hole and then into Coram. You see the weight transfer. It's what I love. A corner like Coram, you can really see the weight transfer on, particularly on the Civic. There, the Z4 is looking a bit stiffer. Whoa, hey! All over the curving there for the Class B leader Pottergill. Now that probably has compromised his exit out of Murray's.
Someone's getting a 5-second penalty, I can see there. Is that anyone important as far as the race is concerned?
Well, meanwhile, it's side by side for the Class B lead into Ritchie's, and Crilly does go through with relative ease, in fact, in the end, after that two-wheeled moment for Puttergill coming through Murray's. And it is a change for the leading Class B with 5 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and the other driver that's on the podium positions for Class B is Mark Burton, and he's one of the drivers to get a 5-second penalty, the most significant thereof. The others aren't inside the top 20, but Mark Burton gets a 5-second penalty, and that will drop him down, I think, down 1 position behind the Samuel Dennis Ethan Simmons car as well. So he's got a few minutes to just try and pull out a bit of a gap. But new class leader, I think it was probably on the cards. Liam Crilly has come through to take the advantage there within Class B, and yeah, that's looking good for him. What would be another new class winner?
So if Burton does end up losing the podium there, then that would be the first podium of the season for Sam Dennis and Etienne Simmons since the first meeting of the season at Croft for their Motorsport prepared Civic, which would be very nice to see. I know Etienne's a very ambitious young chap, former British Karting Championships, and aiming for a spot on the British Touring Car Championship grid in the years to come.
So with about 4 minutes of the race to go, it's number 89 Scott Parkin that leads. Number 18 Alan Blanco is second. There's 13.5 seconds between them. There's another 25 seconds or so back to Ian Jones, who now is up to third position in the BMW, and I think that's about as far as he's going to get, but he has made up ground here. He's got past Paul Browse and Wayne Lawson here to get onto the podium, so good effort from him. Fourth, 221 is Paul Browse. Fifth and 19 is Wayne Lawson. Then it's our Class B leader, which is now number 12 Liam Crilly. Then it's Will Puttergill in the Honda, who will be 7th. Mark Burton, number 26, will be the 8th before time is corrected. 9th will be number 1, Ethan Simmons, and rounding out the top 10 will be the number 8, Janetta of Chris Webster. Class C, just checking if that's still going the way of Matthew Creed in the 1-2-3 car. Yes, it very much looks like it is.
We talked about the Class D lead coming down. It's 3.6 seconds, and Matt Adcock is lapping about half a second quicker at the moment than Class leader Pip Hammond.
Although Pip had just his best lap of the race, hadn't he?
Yes.
2:21.
So the pace is very much in favour of the chasing car, but it's just under 3 minutes to go, and Scott Parkin will soon be starting his penultimate lap of the race, very much in a rather commanding lead now in this race, 13.6 to the good over Alan Blanco. And surely we'll soon be adding another new name to the winners pile of this year, and indeed new ones to the podium as well, because for Major and Blanco as well, they haven't been. Well, Alan Blanco has actually been out, hasn't he? So far this.
He's been with Claire Norman at Silverstone, I think.
Yes.
Into the pits is the 10 car. It's the Rob Fennick BMW M2. Where was that running? Well down the order, I think.
Not anywhere of any significance,
no,
was it?
No.
Really, because it's a Class B car, is it not?
It's an A-class car.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, it's the Fennick car, isn't it?
Clearly some difficulties in the earlier part of the race. It should be one that should be up inside the top 10, you would think, overall.
It's first year in Class A for Robin, is it not? Because he was spent quite a few years in the Class C Janetta.
I think you may be right, but yeah. So we've got a minute to go. There'll be just time for one more lap, I think, at the end of this one for Scott Parkin. Is that the Packer car behind him now? Yes, it is.
I'm curious how much is Scott cruising here, because that Henderson Elise that was hounding him for a while has gone through and sort of scampered off down the road, really. And it almost looked like for a second that Jonathan Packer was going to give him a hard time.
He's a couple of seconds inside the pace he was setting earlier on, and of course, I said he got a lap record in this category in the 2-minute 2s. So,
but that would have been in the superior car, wouldn't it, with the sequential gearbox and the nice suspension? So I don't think we're actually going to trouble that.
Doesn't look like it today.
It's actually, obviously, it's the same cars we see in Club Enduro. The Roadsport lap record is slightly quicker.
Car 5, which is Jonathan Packer, who started from the pit lane, is going to get an 18.7 time penalty, second time penalty. That's because of an unsafe release. He's going to serve that in lieu of the stop-go penalty. Pip Hammond fans, there he is. He's being lapped by Scott Parkin here in his Class D Vauxhall Nova.
I do believe that Packer car, by the way, should have Jamie Hadley at the wheel of it.
Oh, yeah, right.
So let's give credit where it's due.
Absolutely. But probably neither of them responsible necessarily for the unsafe release. They'll have done what they were told to do by the team.
Oh yes, not credit for the penalty. No, I would never do that.
So, watching Pip Hammond, who is going to win Class D here because he's got, still about a 3 or 4 second gap over the Adcock. So we're going to take second here. Obviously it was very tight in the championship. There's still 2 more meetings to go after this for the Roadsports. They go to Silverstone and then to Donington Park to round out the season.
But they should very much consolidate the championship lead now, because the car they were tied on points with, which is the Jez Banks Daniel Perry Ginetta, is only 7th in Class C at the moment. And coming into this weekend, they both had 2 wins, a 3rd place finish, and 2 fastest lap bonus points as well. So it's very much in favour of the Adcocks at the moment, as Scott Parkin about to meet the checkered flag.
Yeah, and get his first win of the season in the Tekiwa Roadsports Championship. Although he leads Class A in the championship by a reasonably healthy margin, he's been consistent without getting the win up until now, but he's emerged from Murray's. He's flashing his lights as he comes across the line in a moment. Checkered flag goes out to him, and it's Scott Parkin then that takes the victory. He wins the 4th round of the Tekiwa Roadsports Championship by a fairly convincing margin in the end over Alan Blanco, who's just crossing the line now. There he is, and 14.1 seconds is the gap. And it's going to be a bit further down the road. Ian Jones and Martin Gadsby, who take 3rd place. We'll try and pick up on the class winners too as they go through. The rest of the cars just down. I think Matt Creed I can see possibly in the background is shortly to come through to take the Class C honours in car 1, 2, 3. Yes, there he is now. There's Matt Creed, our Class C winner.
And Pip Hammond has also gone through to take the Class D honours. So that is another new winner added to the rostrum, and should soon be expecting Liam Crilly to do the same for his Class B victory.
Yeah, he's just on his way out of the Murray's. He's got the Chris Snyder, the William Puntical car a bit closer to behind him again towards the end, but there he goes. There is our Class B winner, the number 12 car, Liam Crilly, another new class winner as far as this season is concerned.
And just to confirm that last spot on the podium as well, and it is the number 1 crew of Sam Dennis and Etienne Simmons that managed to beat Mark Burton to 3rd position after that time penalty for the BMW driver.
Fastest lap in the end has gone to Alan Henderson.
Yeah.
2:02.846 on the final. No, it didn't go even faster. 2:02.456 on the last lap of the race. He'd unlapped himself and got within a minute 55 of the race lead. So he was really pushing on, and could have been a victory contender had he had a strong start to the race.
That's 900ths away from the lap record, but it is quicker than the Club Enduro lap record.
Okay. Well, a very impressive effort from Alan Henderson. Let's have a look at the results. Scott Parkin, number 89, took the win in the Audi TT TTI. 19 laps completed for him in the 45 minutes. Second was number 18, Simon Modger, Alan Blanco, 14.1 seconds behind. Third, number 117, Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones, 42.5 seconds behind. Third, 221, Paul Browse, fifth, number 19, Wayne Lawson. Sixth and winning Class B, number 12, Liam Crilly. Seventh was number 83, Chris Nyland and Will Puttigan in their Honda, behind the BMW of Crilly. They were second in Class B. Third in Class B and eighth overall, number 1, Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons. Then ninth, 26, Mark Burton. 10th, number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. Darren Goes, after an extra pit stop, was 11th in car 222. 12th was 121, Josh Johnson. 13th was the 57 car of Heisman and Delgado, the BMW. 14th, that heroic effort from Alan Henderson, sharing with Daniel Jude in the Lotus Elise. 15th, number 60. That was the car of Reynolds, and it's the Brookses. Jonathan Packer had that penalty, but is classified 17th. John Dundee, 18th. Then Matt Creed, 19th overall and winning Class C. The next two in Class C were 22nd. That's the 11th car of Simon Baker and 9 Luke Beardmore, both of them in the Mazda RX-8. And if we move on to the next screen, we should be able to see our Class D winner. There he is, number 71, Pip Hammond from the Adcocks, Phil and Matt. And then Chris Fantana, third in Class D in 34th position overall on a big grid that had well over 40 cars start the race. That's the confirmation of the final few. I think one or two that didn't get to the checkered flag. So that's Roadsports done. We've got an even longer race tomorrow for the TQR Club Enduro Championship, a couple of hours long, so we look forward to that, don't we, Chris?
Hopefully with less safety car.
Yes.
And not quite as encroaching at the start as well.
Absolutely. It would be good to have a good, clean, full race distance without the safety car. Still lots more racing to come here today at Snetterton. We are going to have the Freak Kart Sports Specials Championship next. Then we've got Low Costs, Type R Trophy and MX5s. Then we'll round out the day with the categories that started the day, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship and the Armed Forces Race Challenge. From here on in, it's all sprint races, 15 minutes with the exception of the Armed Forces race, which was going to be 20, which is changed to the published timetable. And we look forward to all of that very shortly. Hopefully we'll have a word with our Roadsports fully class winners, I would think, in a moment. Kieran Mogg will no doubt be down in Parc Ferme now, just trying to round everyone up to find them to. He's ready to go now, we're hearing, so let's head down to Kieran.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're down here with Scott. So, interesting race. Obviously, showing about what happened to Ryan, but you didn't manage to keep it completely out of the battles in the end.
No, exactly. Bit gutted for Ryan. Looks like one of the rose joints for the bottom arm snapped, maybe. Not ideal, but at least it happened on the green flag lap rather than turn one, lap one, and that would have caused carnage. So, yeah, gutted for that. As soon as the safety car boards came out, I thought, right, we're on a safety car restart here, so I need to catch the guys out behind. So managed to get a pretty decent lead, I think a few seconds over the line on the first lap. And I'm not quite sure what happened behind, hopefully you guys caught whatever happened, but ended up with like a 10-second lead. Then Major and Blanco in the Cupra were just chipping away. Then they pitted, I pitted, and they were still chipping away, but I think they just run out of laps. So yeah, fortunate. Ryan helped me out, but we didn't plan it. So yeah, and then I need to go and apologise to Lawton in the RX-8. I sent a move down the inside that, in hindsight, he probably didn't see coming, and yeah, we collided. It's damaged my arch, and I think it's damaged the side of his car. So I'll go and speak to him in a minute, and hopefully he's not too mad at me.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a cluster, and because obviously Ian and Chris spotted it before the cameras actually spotted it, so we didn't actually see the incident on the stream.
Right.
But yeah, it's obviously unfortunate for it to happen that way. At least, obviously, you both get another shot at it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully he doesn't see it as another chance to knock me off. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to you on the team. Hopefully tomorrow you can get 2 cars up there.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for the team. They've worked pretty hard, and I'm sure they'll be working hard tonight to get it sorted as well. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. All right, now we have got to wrap it up. We do have, very, very quickly, 83, literally very, very quick, sorry. Very interesting race. Just managed to pit at the end.
Yeah, just got done at the end. A bit of a battle through traffic, and you picked the right side, I picked the wrong side, which just cost the time. That BMW can't really live with it on the straights. But yeah, a decent race. Our main event's tomorrow, so we're happy with the form today. And go again tomorrow for the big one.
Absolutely. Congratulations. All right, thank you very much. All right, now we have got to, unfortunately, wrap it up as we've got cars on the grid.
Yes, it's the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship. We've got the final few cars coming onto the grid. It's going to line up as follows. Pole position has gone the way of number 64, which is Anton Landon. Besides him is number 2, Neil Turner. Second row of the grid is going to be 53, Andy Hiley, and 24, which is Marcus Crook. Third row is going to be 7, Stuart Much, and 38, Jamie Bracher. Fourth row is 27, Andrew Hayward, and 30, Stuart Thompson. Fifth row, 69, Jared Donahue, and 79, Sylvia Much. Sixth row, 10, Nigel Brown, and 4, Alan Farramond. The seventh row, 65, Martin Hayward, and 23, Alan Bateman. The eighth row is going to be 18, Colin Benham, and 49, Simon Dodd. And on row 9, 21, Paul Barker, and 3, Scott Crone. It's going to be a 15-minute race for the first of 3 races this weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, which is being led at the moment and coming into this weekend by Neil Turner from Class B on 100 points. There is the 5-second board racing about to get underway then. Who's it going to be that makes the best of the starts when the lights go out, which they do now? Looks like it's Neil Turner actually in the Class B Caterham that's made a very good start to the race. Andy Hiley in the Kronos has got away quite sluggishly from the second row of the grid, so it's going to be Turner, and then it's side by side for secondary Marcus Crook and Anton Landon in the Class A Sienna at the moment. That Sienna should get ahead of both of these cars before much longer, but it's had the jump off the line by the slightly lighter weight, I would imagine, Caterham of Neil Turner. So it's Turner leading from Landon in second place as they make their way out of the Wilson hairpin down towards Palmer for the first time in this race. And then the rest of them fighting their way through. Andy Hiley is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Now, we had struggles last time I saw these cars at Mallory Park. They've been to Anglesey since then. And let's see if his form can return this weekend, as Landon has now got through to second place, with Crook having a little bit of a moment on the way out of Agostini there, Chris.
Yeah, trying to get the power down there. Slightly less power than the Class A cars, but still struggling with it. It's been really sticking it to the pole sitter, Anton Landon, though, on this lap so far. So it's great to see when there isn't so much disparity between the classes, and they don't mind sticking it to their rivals, regardless of what machinery they are driving. But surprising here from Andy Hiley, who's very much been the form man in recent years, not getting away very well, and seemingly not having so much pace here. As there goes the Sienna into the lead of the race now. Landon reclaiming his quote-unquote rightful position at the head of the field with the slightly superior machinery in terms of power to weight. So Landon going back through into the lead, having lost it to Neil Turner off the line. Turner still leading the Class B honours, ahead of Crook. So they made their way around Coram for the first time. Yeah, you see the battle very much up at the front of the field, as we again got some battling between some of the Class B and Class C cars. Slightly further down, just bringing up the rear there was Paul Barker in the Gemini.
Landon then leading on to the second lap of the race by 0.4 of a second from Neil Turner. Yeah, Andy Hiley crosses the line in 7th place there. He did win the 3 races at Anglesey last time out. Anton Landon won the 2 at Mallory Park before that. There, a place being made up by number 38, Jamie Bracher, doing battle with Stuart Much in the MEV MX150R there, the MEV Exocet.
So that should have been Much going through, presumably at Ritchie's, and Bracher taking it back at Wilson, because it was Bracher ahead at the timing line by about 1/4 of a second over Stuart Much. He's been going very well in that category with the MEVs. The Exocet are in Class C, which I'm told are going to be having some changes for next year. The MEVs currently using the turbocharged engine from the Mark II Mazda MX5, and potentially, will be a change to the Mark III engine for next year, which should, all in all, mean that the cost of racing a MEV will halve, with the package going from about £30,000 to 15,000, and also a little bit more amateur friendly as well. So hopefully that means we'll see quite a few more of them on the grid for next year.
Yeah. Andy Hiley's going backwards, isn't he? So he's clearly got issues with that Kronos today. The car that usually sweeps all before it, really. He's won the Class A championship 5 times in the last 6 seasons, 3 of those overall championships as well. And he's won, so far this season, the majority of the races, 7 races out of the 9 that we've had so far. But so Mallory Park wasn't a happy hunting ground. He had problems during both of the races there, and it seems like those gremlins, whatever they are, have returned to haunt him at Snetterton this weekend as well. So looking like Anton Landon's here for another couple of wins in Class A.
Andy's also just stepped out of another car in the Tequila Roadsports Championship as well. So I'm sure he's just sprinted from Parc Ferme over to the assembly area. As again, we see the battle on between Stuart Much and Jamie Brasher for 4th position overall. Andrew Hayward in the grey number 27 car, just waiting in the wings there. Oh, a puff of smoke, maybe some unburnt oil coming out the back of the MEV. Just a bit of flame to go with it as well, just to add to the drama. Hopefully Jonathan Elsey is in the right spot to capture that sort of shot. As this time Brasher didn't manage to go back through on Much, and so it is the MEV that somewhat consolidates 4th position for now.
So we've got the cars heading out of Agostini towards Hamilton and then Oggies. The MEV of Much, the 38 car of Jamie Braicher just behind, the Silver Phoenix. For the driver from Dorset, I think he is. The owner of Iconic Alloys, a historic race preparation expert. It's the ex-Tony Southgate car that he races. Tony Southgate, the renowned race car designer. So Jamie's been racing this car, I think this season and last now. This is his 2nd season of racing. Behind him he's got 27 Andrew Hayward, who I don't think we've seen as much of this season as we sometimes do. In fact, I think it's his first appearance of the season. I think he was slated to enter at Mallory Park, but I don't think he actually appeared for the races there. Big flick of flame there. Very spectacular from the back of Stuart Much's car. So he's in 4th place, Braicher 5th, and then Hayward in 6th. Further up the order, it's side by side for the Class B leader, can see out of our commentary box window. There we go, now seeing it on screen as well. That's Neil Turner and Marcus Crook, and they are right together, this pair. 2 drivers from this part of the world. Neil, who's 58 from Gorleston, Marcus, who's 53 from Lowestoft, and I think it was Neil that got Marcus into this and persuaded him to race. It's the ex-Warren Vesey and Marcus Roskill car, a 1994 car with the ST170 engine that Marcus Crook, number 24, has. It's the Fisher Fury chassis, whereas Neil, who raced this car in the 750 Motor Club Caterham 7 Championship in the 1990s, returned a couple of years ago and was the 2023 champion. It's now got a Duratec engine on board this Caterham, but it's the same car that he raced sort of 30 years ago, or getting on for 30 years ago now.
Yeah, he's had this car since he was 19.
Yeah.
Can you believe? That's incredible stuff. And was previous champion of sports specials in 2023.
And that's the thing, is it's a timeless car, isn't it? The Caterham 7 as well.
Yes.
A true British classic. And obviously there's gazillions of them that race in dedicated Caterham championships with all kinds of different engine specifications. But yeah, the Duratec engine is what Neil Turner has aboard him. He's looking good for the championship this year, I'd say, because points are limited in terms of what you can score within each class if you don't have enough starters in your class. And Class B is generally the most well supported, and that's the class that Neil Turner competes in. So he's really able to pick up more points than, for example, I think Anton Landon is going to be able to be if Anton wins the overall race, because he's got less opposition, is the theory of it. And so Neil here, could be in contention for a good points haul and to extend his lead in the championship. We'll keep an eye on how the points pan out going into tomorrow's races, because there's 2 more races tomorrow, and then there's just 2 more races to go after that at Croft next month to round out the championship. So we're into the sort of final third of the season. We could have champions crowned before too much longer.
Yeah, I think it needs to go a little bit wrong for Stuart, though, doesn't it, for Neil to win it here?
Yes,
I think so.
I would say so.
Yeah, it is likely to go to the final meeting of the season, but of course you never know. The last time I was watching sports specials here, I was down in the pit lane, and the hood of Stuart Mutch's car flew off, and he had taped it back down for the second race. And that tape then subsequently caught fire when he wasn't running at racing speed. And, of course, duct tape and hot engine, it's getting very close there. And a change for the Class B lead as Marcus Crook takes to the grass. Now, did he actually manage to get it stopped there as they were trying to round up the back marker? I can only assume he did, because I haven't seen a Fisher Fury car buried in the tyre barriers.
Yeah, so I think they probably both escaped. That was the 3 car of Scott Crone, a retired motor technician from Langport, 2008 Raw Striker that he's got there with a Z-Tech engine. But here are the 2, and Neil Turner's going to try and get his lead back, and he's done it at the next available opportunity down into Brundle. So the 2 mates racing together, and Neil Turner in the Caterham back ahead of the Fisher Fury. So a little heart in the mouth moment there for Neil, as he was delayed by Scott Crone there, but he's got back into the lead, so the order has been restored at least. But I suspect they have both lost a bit of ground to Anton Landon. The gap was 4.1 seconds between them at the start of the lap. Anton, I can hear, is just about to come over the line now, and so we'll see what the gap is to the second and third place cars when they go over the line in just a moment. There they go. And it has gone out to 5.8 seconds, and Marcus Crook hasn't given up the option of the lead, but he outbrakes himself. He goes onto the grass on the exit of Riches. He has spun the car. I thought, is he going to sort of keep the car pointing in vaguely the right direction? The answer is no. And thank goodness there's a lot of runoff there, Chris.
He's close to finding where the horses are kept out there. Oh no, he's not getting going again. That's such a shame. That was a great battle for the lead, but seems like Marcus has maybe overheated the engine, or it's not fun. No, there it goes.
He's got it going again, so he's going to rejoin, but he's going to be well down the order now. In fact, he's just going to rejoin ahead of Andy Hiley, isn't he, who's sort of halfway down the order, which is not what you normally expect. So, yeah, Hiley lapping the 2:14s compared to the 2:06s for London. So, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with the Kronos today, but yeah, clearly an issue with that car. So if we can get to the bottom of that over the course of the weekend. But he's down in 9th position. There's the car that was a problem a lap ago. Scott Crone car in 17th place. Now we're watching here Stuart Thompson in 8th place, and he's doing battle with Gerard O'Donoghue. Yes, O'Donoghue in the 69 car, the white Mev with the orange roll cage, is just ahead of him now. So that's the Mev that's gone back through. That's the 64 car of the race leader, though. Anton Landon, the Sienna, a regular in this championship for an awful long time now. He's from Nantwich, a digitalisation and automation manager, Class A champion in 2015. It's a 2-litre Duratec engine aboard this car that was built by Rob Johnston, but Anton prepares the car himself. Black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody. It's going out to car 79, which is Sylvia Much, wife of Stuart Much, who is running in 14th position of the Mevs.
So Anton Landon 8 seconds to the good over Neil Turner now, after quite a bit of swapping and changing for the Class B leader on that previous lap. And of course that moment for Marcus Crook has promoted Stuart Much to the overall podium, so it's all our class leaders on the overall rostrum as it stands. Marcus Crook has ended up losing another couple of places on that lap. Oh no, that's all right, that's just the timing screen updating itself. So Crook over the line in 8th position. I think he and Andy Hiley maybe managed to move up a spot. He's got past highly on that previous lap, actually.
We've only got a minute of this race left to go. It seems to have gone by quite quickly. Anton Landon is making his way onto the Bentley Straight. Is he going to get another lap out of this? I suspect he is going to get one more lap out of this. It's going to be fairly tight. Still heading into Brundle and Nelson. Keep an eye on the marshal with the checkered flag. That's always worth doing. But Landon, who really didn't get the best of starts because Neil Turner outpaced him at the beginning of the race. But he's done everything right since then, I think. He's pulled out a gap over the rest. Obviously, Turner and Crook battling with one another helped slightly. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds to go.
It's going to be tight, isn't it?
It is going to be very tight. I can see the checkered flag is poised. Is it going to be waved, though, this time? Yes, is the answer to that question. I can just see the marshal pulling it out now, and he waves it at Anton Landon, and he wins the race. The Freaky Park Sports Special Championship, first of 3 races this weekend for these cars. Neil Turner, you can see coming across the line now. He's going to take second place in the Caterham 7. He's going to win Class B as well. And our Class C winner, so 3 different classes in the first 3 places. That's Stuart Much, who is third in number 7. Fourth is number 27, Andrew Hayward, who got the better of Jamie Bracher in that race then. Despite Bracher doing his best lap of the race on the final lap. Number 38 is 5th. And 6th, I think, is going to be... It was going to be Gerard O'Donoghue, but I think actually it's Marcus Crook that's pulled back some places on this final lap. And he does get 6th place. He salvages that despite that where he just locked up going into Rich's about 2 or 3 laps from the end of the race. So Crook takes 6th, ahead of Thompson, O'Donoghue, Hiley 9th, and I think it's going to be Nigel Brown to round out the top 10. But Anton Landon there getting the best lap of the race on the last lap at 2:05.660. He didn't really put a wheel wrong, I don't think, Chris.
No, I don't think he did ever since getting the lead back again. So another victory for Anton Landon. 10.1 to the good in the end. That last lap, Landon managed to do the fastest lap, 2:05.660, and that was about 2.1 quicker than Neil Turner. So he really had some pace in his pocket there.
Yeah. 3rd win of the season for Landon, to add to the 2 that he's had at Mallory Park. And with unless Andy Harley can sort his car out overnight for tomorrow's 2 races, it's looking like Landon could be on to add to that tally on Sunday. So he's had a good win. Neil Turner again winning in Class B, so he'll extend his overall championship lead, and Stuart Mudge also doing what he needs to do in Class B. I think pretty much everyone now is across the line, so let's have a look at the results. 64, Anton Landon confirmed as the winner at the end of 7 laps then. Over number 2, Neil Turner in 2nd place, the gap between them 10.1 seconds. 3rd place went to number 7, Stuart Much. He was another 9 seconds behind. 4th, number 27, Andrew Hayward. 5th to 38, Jamie Bracher. 6th to 24, Marcus Crook. Of course, Landon, Turner and Much all winning their respective classes. Stuart Thompson 7th, Gerard O'Donoghue 8th, Andy Harley 9th, Nigel Brown 10th. And Class D, that was won by number 23, Alan Bateman there in his Caterham 270R, the driver from Felixstowe. So he's our Class D winner for the least powerful of the 3 power to weight ratio classes. Classes A, B and D. Class C is specifically for the MEV Exocet R cars. I say 2 more races for sports specials tomorrow. They're the first race off at 10 o'clock, and then they kick off the action after lunch tomorrow as well at 1:30. So, we've still got more racing to come. Another race without a green flag lap could be up next, is the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. That, no doubt, is going to be fast and furious indeed. And then we will have 4 more races after that. But for now, let's head down to Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with our race winner, Anton Landon. Now, you said you had a bit of an iffy start there, but for the most part, quite smooth sailing.
It was okay. I always have a bad start. I'm not very good getting off the mark at the moment. I don't know, changing to these tyres this year, from the Avons to the Kumos, I'm just not getting it down. But I managed to stay in 3rd and then round the corner kept 2nd. And then I knew if I could keep on with Neil, then I could get him anyway on a little bit of a straight coming out the corner. So I'd got it. It was just a shame that Andy wasn't up there with us, but no, it was a good race in the end, and I managed to scrape it through, and I could see I was managing the gap. And then the last race, I thought we'll try and just put the fastest lap in and see if we get it. I don't know, but we'll see.
And what kind of things are you struggling with these tyres? That obviously it's a bit different from last year. So what are you finding it difficult with?
I think they're just not as grippy. Right. They're not as grippy. They slide a little bit more. And for me, on the back end off the start, I just light up the rears so easily. And I've tried everything. I've tried the clutch. I've tried. It's the driver, and you think it's slow reactions, but I'm not that slow. Yeah. So, but no. That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously you've still got another race tomorrow. Two more races tomorrow. What are you expecting?
If we can do it again, then great. But certainly, first, second would be ideal. It all depends if Andy can get his car back together and working. If he gets it working, then I'll be hopefully a second. If not, then hopefully a first. So long as I don't bin it in a corner, you know. That's what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll see you up there again tomorrow.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, let's speak to our second place, Neil Turner. Where is Neil? There you are. You were quite busy then.
Oh yeah, what a busy little afternoon, wasn't it? First, second, first. Oh yeah, great race though.
Yeah. It looks absolutely incredible. Obviously, you didn't have a second free the entire time. You were constantly having to look out for something, so it kept you interested.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? But what a great advert for the 750 Club racing though. At the end of the day, hey, great racing, great fun, and a good result.
Absolutely, and obviously he's got two more races tomorrow. Yep. Do you reckon you can take it to him?
Yeah, come on, let's do it. Yeah, we're on a high now. Our local circuit, but it is Marcus's local circuit as well. We're both from just down the road from each other. I think tomorrow's going to be really close.
I do as well. Well, congratulations on the class win and the P2 obviously overall, and we'll look forward to seeing you up there tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers, thank you. Yes, indeed. Right, very, very quickly, because we've got cars on the grid. Stuart, if I could just jump in a second. Bit busy there, but you managed to get P3 overall.
Yes, yeah. Helped by Marcus firing himself off and Andy retiring. So yeah, it was really good. Really good battle with Drew in one of the Class Bs. He was right there for a lot of the race. Just managed to ease a gap on the straights where we've got more power. But no, it was a really good race. Successful, no damage, and some more points in the bag.
Same again tomorrow?
I hope so, yeah. Hope the weather's like this as well.
Absolutely, look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. Right, we've got Locusts on the grid. So, Ian, Chris, back to you.
Yeah, first of three races this weekend for the Yokohama Low Cost Championship. And it's going to be a 50-minute race for these cars. They're not quite all yet in position, so let's see if we can give you the grid. Pole position goes the way of number 19, Daniel Garrett. He's got number 82, Paul Clark, beside him, you can see on the grid there. 8 is Sean Brame. We're hopefully going to get a graphic to go with this as well. 8 is Sean Brame, and 55 Bradley Horseman on the second row of the grid. 99 Ryan Garrett and 31 Glyn Griffiths on the third row. Fourth row is 57 Daniel Russell and 13 Jack Linus. On the fifth row it's 4 Lewis Ward and 29 Jeff Peake. Ward with a 5th-place grid penalty after a previous indiscretion. Row 6, 50 Ian Hardy and 5 Lee M. Row 7, 2 Murray Shepard and 66 Luke Stokes. Row 8, 90 Tortola and 27 Mark Rue. The 9th row, 52 Alan Harmon and 46 Barry Stewart. The 10th row, 47 Tim Penstone Smith and 37 Steve Brown. The 11th row, 84 Will Jennings and 28 David Berry. The 12th row, 43 Daniel Grist and 34 Trevor Faunch. 13th row, 21 Kev Straw and 69 Eddie Falkingham. The 14th row, 41 Keith Malpas and 56 Niall Mannix-Gagan. And on row 15 it's 54 Jake Sturt. And the car's still not quite yet all formed up at the back of the grid for this Yokohama Low Cost Championship race. It's going to be a 15-minute contest, as I say. Low costs with the Ford Crossflow engine, the design based on the Ron Champion book from probably 3 decades or so ago now. Build your own sports car, but 7esque in style, so really aerodynamics somewhat lacking, brick shaped with a roll cage and underpowered cars, and this makes for great pack racing, especially at a circuit like this with lots of long straights. Championship wise, coming into this weekend, well, it's Daniel Garrett that's in prime position after drop scores have been taken into account. He's already 31 points clear of Lewis Ward in second, then it's Sean Brame in third, and Ryan Garrett fourth in the standings coming into this weekend. And it is Daniel Garrett that's done most of the winning. 6 race wins for him so far, 1 each for Ward, Brame and Daniel's brother Ryan Garrett. Straight into racing once again for these. So we're about to see the 30-second board. There it is. And then we'll have the 5-second board and straight into racing. It should be a thriller. It was Garrett, though, who was nearly 7/10 of a second quicker than Paul Clark in qualifying this morning. Let's see how that translates into the race, though, as the brightness continues to intensify here as the red lights go out. And it's Paul Clark that just loses out, I think, to Daniel Garrett on the run up towards the first corner. Some jostling for position further behind. Sean Brame, you can see on the far right of the picture. He's going around the outside of Paul Clark as well, I think, which is in the number 8 car. Can he get up to second place? But it's certainly Daniel Garrett leading. There's a wheel arch that's gone for a Burton already at Rich's. So it's going to be Garrett, Clark, Brame, and then I think it's Ryan Garrett in the red Ferrari-esque car in 4th position as they make their way around the Wilson hairpin. I think they've all got their way safely through there and off down to Palmer for the first time. Daniel Garrett it is then in the lead. Yeah, Sean Brame couldn't capitalise on that move and get into second at the first corner, so he's going to have to plot a move somewhere else around this opening lap of the Yokohama Low Cost Championship race.
Yeah, not bad getting 29 of those things round the first few corners without any calamities, but it is the championship leader, Daniel Garrett. There has not been a race meeting this season in which a Garrett has not won so far this year. Of course, with Ryan adding his name to the roster in the one meeting where Daniel did not take victory. It was a pair of second places at Mallory Park a couple of meetings ago. He's been absolutely fine form, as we see Lewis Ward making up places after that 5-place grid penalty which he picked up for a pit lane infringement earlier today. And so he's just climbing back up from 9th on the grid after that penalty. They're fanning out across the racetrack side by side. It's Sean Brame who's gone to the lead though down the Bentley Straight, and Daniel Garrett very nearly getting shuffled back down to 3rd position with that Ferrari red car trying to muscle its way through. The Ryan Garrett car, the brother of Daniel, almost demoting the championship leader through the Brundle and Nelson complex. You see that Daniel Garrett is still hot on the heels of Sean Brame coming around Coram and into Murray's, and thought for a moment there he might have just got through, but no, tucking into the slipstream. And now you're about to see why we love low-cost racing so much, because it is just an absolute slipstreaming festival. You have to think of it like a Moto3 race, and it was briefly 3 wide for the lead as Paul Clark shows his nose on the way into Ritchie's. And you see Sean Brame, who was leading, now down to 3rd position, as it is a Garrett 1-2, but with Ryan leading.
Yeah, so 3 different leaders already in this race. We've had Daniel Garrett, we've had Sean Brame, now Ryan Garrett has hit the front. This great pack of cars making their way through, 1 or 2 running a bit wide there at the Wilson hairpin. Over the line, it was Daniel Garrett that was ahead. Ryan Garrett having got ahead, though, on the turn into Rich's corner. One of the cars putting out a bit of smoke. I think it's a wheel arch that's being fouled by a tyre, possibly. Now, down into the hairpin, it looks like Daniel Garrett was making a move on his brother, and indeed I think has got back through into the lead of the race. So it's Daniel Garrett back into the lead, Ryan Garrett 2nd, Sean Brame 3rd, Paul Clark 4th. So it's 19, 99, 8 and 82 the race order as they make their way through. In fact, that's not quite true, because Clark has lost 4th position here. I think that's to Lewis Ward, number 4. Yes, it is, as they turn their way through Williams and back onto the Bentley Straight for the 2nd time in this race. So down the Bentley Straight they now head. big tow available here, and if you're about third or fourth, you can get 2 or 3 times the tow. Who's going to emerge in the lead? It looks like it's Ryan that's back in front of Daniel. So Ryan number 99 ahead of Daniel number 19 as they make their way through Brundle and Nelson that time. And then it was Sean Brame in third position, I think, as they head down towards Coram once again. In fact, the first two, the Garrett brothers, have made a bit of a break away from the rest, I fancy. Lewis Ward is there in fourth, taking the fight to Brame now for third. But the Garretts, possibly they can get their heads down and work together here, Chris.
They could well do. I'm sure Lewis Ward will be trying to make his way into third position before that happens. Ward now up into the position he was due to start in before that grid penalty. Let's see what the gap is when they go over the timing line, because it's already side by side with Daniel Garrett moving back into the lead of the race. Only 0.2 of a second separating the brothers. It's the younger who goes through, the reigning champion, back into the lead, and they are starting to form a little bit of a gap. But Lewis Ward through into third now, ahead of Sean Brame, and there is yet more drama to come. And there was a little tag there with Murray Shepherd, the number 2 machine, on the inside of the Wilson hairpin against the right rear of Sean Brame. Luckily, they both got away with it.
Good to see Murray Shepherd back in the category here, the 2020 champion making a return. I think it's just a one-off for the moment, but he's sort of getting well stuck in, isn't he, on his reappearance in the championship. Ward, you mentioned, had got up to third. He's fallen back behind Sean Brame. He did the best lap of the race on the previous lap, but he might be fifth now here, with Murray Shepherd muscling his way through on the way through Agostini there, up into fourth place. So Lewis Ward back down to fifth. We've seen Lewis doing sports specials before. In the Westfield, we've seen him do MR2s as well about a decade ago now. But this year setting his sights on the low-cost title, but certainly Daniel Garrett proving a very tough competitor here, and he's a little bit further up the road than is Lewis at the moment. Also, having gone through there is the 55 car there, which is Bradley Horsnell as well, ahead of Lewis Ward that time.
Lewis Ward, maybe second in the championship, but hasn't been on the podium since race 1 at Mallory Park. That was 5 races ago now, after a string of podiums to open up his season as well, including a win at Donington Park in the race that Daniel Garrett spun in. Oh, Murray Shepherd going very wide on the exit of Nelson, managing to gather it up. Oh, now that's a lot of smoke coming off of the front left, and that's the corner that he tagged Sean Brame with, so I wonder if that's just taken a little bit longer to finally give way.
Yeah, the wheel arch, I think, is fouling the tyre, I think, is the problem there, which... so that obviously just became a little bit deranged in that instant, I would suspect.
It's still doing so, even in the straight at the moment. We saw he was going very, very wide. Meanwhile, the start of lap number 4.
It's flown off now.
Oh, okay, that's quite handy then.
Yeah.
Start of lap number 4, and Daniel Garrett is starting to pull away at 1.3 seconds over his brother Ryan, who's falling back into the clutches of Sean Brame. And then it is Jack Linus, who's just gone round Paul Clark for 4th position, and then the ailing Murray Shepherd trying to keep Lewis Ward, Bradley Horsnell and Daniel Russell at bay. Lewis Ward really got shuffled back on that previous lap, didn't he? He was in third at the start of it and is now, what, 3 seconds behind the podium?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're watching lap 4 of the race here.
That was, I think that was Murray Shepherd just pulling off to the side of the road. Someone has gone
well
off, and it is Shepherd who's taking a shortcut over to Hamilton.
Yeah, why has no one thought of doing that before? Not quite sure what he's doing there, really. I think he's parked up now somewhere on the grass on the infield, just out of our. Oh yeah, no, he's going to try and rejoin the race. Looking at it.
Well, it looked like he found somewhere he liked parking at, but
he's going slow. I think he's just trying to find the opportune place to pull off the circuit and cause least disruption to everybody else. So there's Paul Clark, and he's just behind, I think that's Jack Linus now, isn't it, in the 13 car for the 29-year-old design engineer from Chelmsford in his 3rd season of racing, Expedition University Karting Championship competitor, driving the ex-Gary Brandon car, is Jack Linus in, I think that's fourth position at the moment.
Change again for the lead.
Yeah.
Ryan Garrett was 1.3 back at the start of the lap, but he's closed it back up to Daniel, and it is the elder who leads once again. And although Sean Brame was looking a little detached from the battle maybe a lap or so ago, he's still well in this. And then you've got that battle between Jack Linus and Paul Clark. But yeah, look at that top three coming out of Murray's. It's Ryan Garrett, then Daniel Garrett and Sean Brame, separated by very, very little.
I mean, interestingly, there was 2.2 seconds separating those three cars a lap ago, and now there is a quarter of a second. Brame's just in the best lap of the race, a 2:22.186, and he's second. So it's Daniel Garrett, Sean Brame, and Ryan Garrett now in that order. So it's flipped around again. Lap record for these cars is a 2:21.04. Matt Jerrington's lap record from 2013, 12 years ago, in the low costs.
What have they been doing all this time?
Well, you go and ask them that, Chris.
I will. Give me a microphone and a camera. I'll ask anyone.
Yeah, Jack Linus is a bit of a distant fourth place now. He's still got Paul Clark behind him. And what's happened to Lewis Ward? Because he seems to have just dropped off the pace completely now.
Yeah, sixth over the timing line, but was supposedly not far away from Linus and Clark, and the pictures would certainly suggest otherwise at the moment. So it is three of our race winners currently battling for the victory here, with Daniel Garrett, obviously the winningest driver of the year so far. 6 victories coming off the back of 3 consecutive victories after a rather dominant weekend in Anglesey. And Sean Brame, a winner at Mallory Park earlier in the year, coming off the back of 2 consecutive podium finishes as well at Anglesey.
Of course, Daniel Garrett, last year's champion, in a great position this year as well. And with the points lead he has, arguably he doesn't need to do anything silly in the remaining races this season. If he just keeps picking up podium finishes, which is, he looks set to do whatever happens here unless he has a problem, then that would be good for him for the championship. So he can probably afford just to be a little bit more cautious than he might otherwise be. I mean, having said that, now he's going to pull out some outrageous move to take the lead at the last corner or something, isn't he? But he can afford to be more cautious. Well, yeah, here he goes, but there's still a couple of laps to go here, so it will change again, won't it? Such is the way of low-cost racing. But is he going to be ahead by the time they arrive at Murray's? Not quite. Sean Brame is ahead, but not sure he's going to carry as much momentum up the centre straight there as is Daniel Garrett. Looks like Paul Clark's going back to Ryan Garrett as well, as Jeff Peake is off the circuit in the number 29 car. So he's had a drama and is out of the race by the looks of things, which is a great shame. But yeah, Daniel Garrett was leading over the line by 36 thousandths of a second from Sean Brame, Ryan Garrett. And that time through, Jack Linus did close in on Ryan Garrett to the tune of a second, really.
Paul Clark taking some grass on the exit of Ritchie's. Very nearly contact between the second and third place cars as Ryan Garrett tried to show his nose into the Wilson hairpin on Sean Brame. And it is no change inside that top 3, nor between Linus and Clark. But you bet when that last lap board comes out, that's when they're going to start pulling out every last trick they have left up their sleeves. This is the penultimate lap of the race now, with 2 minutes left on the clock. It is Daniel Garrett who leads, going for his 7th victory of the season. And as you said, he in a fantastic position in the championship, having only finished outside of the top 2 once this season, and that was at the second race at Donington Park, where he spun the car in rather adverse conditions in his defence as well, whereas everyone else has had a flurry of podium finishes. But like we said, the likes of Lewis Ward hasn't been on the podium since Mallory Park, whereas everyone else has made more sporadic appearances. Here comes Sean Brame going for his 2nd victory of the season down the Bentley Straight for the penultimate time. Pulls out to the outside. You don't really need to do big, bold, out-braking manoeuvres because the slipstream is so powerful in these cars, and that is the extent to which you can just out-drag your opponent. Jack Linus continues to lead Paul Clark in that second battle there. Get the back end stepping out on the exit of Nelson, but it's a minute to go, 1 lap left, and nothing separating the top 3. we're about to start the final lap.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's going to be drama-filled, I'm sure. You don't necessarily want to be leading onto the final lap or even onto the Bentley Straight on the final lap. Such is the nature of low-cost racing with this great slipstream that you can have down the Bentley Straight in particular. So tactics will come into play, strategy will come into play. There's 36 seconds left on the clock as someone just heads out of the pit lane. Now it's always 3 wide as they are going to head up towards the towards Riches this time. And it's Daniel Garrett that drops to the back of that group, interestingly. Now, is that a strategy coming to play here? Ryan Garrett's leading, Sean Brame is second in the background. Paul Clark was all over the grass. But are we going to see... Oh, what a big moment for Ryan Garrett. He's thrown the lead away, or has he just opportunely positioned himself for where he wants to be going onto the Bentley Straight on the final lap? Who knows?
I don't think that was in the plan, but maybe he has just put himself in the best position here. Like I say, you don't necessarily want to be leading. Maybe into the Brundle and Nelson complex, that's the best place to be leading, but I would not put it past any of these guys to do a lunge at Coram and Murray's as well. So... Daniel Garrett hits the front again as they break for Agostini ahead of Sean Brame, and then Ryan Garrett. Somehow we're back with the order we had a couple of laps ago as we head into Hamilton and then Oggies. Still it is the championship leader at front, but has Sean Brame timed this perfectly? He'll be the one with the tow. Of course, Ryan will have a double slipstream down the Bentley Straight, and he's an awful lot closer than he was a lap ago. So this is where Sean took the lead. Just a couple of minutes ago, but Ryan is an awful lot closer now down the Bentley Straight for the final time of asking and pick a name out of the hat of these 3 drivers. It is Daniel Garrett who defends. Sean Brame pulls to the outside. Ryan Garrett making it 3 wide down the Bentley Straight. They've both gone past the championship leader, but Sean Brame with the inside line on Ryan Garrett is going to come out ahead into the Brundle and Nelson complex, and with only 3 corners to go, it's Sean Brame potentially on course for a second victory of the season, but surely Ryan Garrett is going to have something to say about that into Coram, and Daniel's not finished yet either, and taking some grass on the way into Coram and trying to go around the outside of his older brother.
Yeah, he is indeed, but they're just delaying each other possibly a little bit there. So is it going to be Sean Brame that's able to hold on? We're watching them as they come into Murray's for the final time. It is still Brame ahead, but we could have a drag race situation to the line. There's another tow available here. Looking out of my commentary box window as well, and they are going to be side by side, I think, as they come up to the line. And it's just Ryan Garrett that does it by 1300ths of a second from Sean Brame and Daniel Garrett third. So on the drag race to the line, it was Ryan Garrett that got the better of Sean Brame. Daniel Garrett, the championship leader, third. Paul Clark, fourth. Jack Linus, fifth. Lewis Ward, fifth. Sixth, I should say. Then Daniel Russell and Bradley Horsnell and Luke Stokes and Liam completing the top 10. But a race that sort of came true to our predictions, really, that it would all go down to the wire, Chris.
Absolutely, about 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 there as well. Brilliant battling, and obviously a great slipstream for Ryan Garrett. It is a second victory of the season for him, and that'll be his first time on the rostrum since his last victory at Mallory Park. So that is a great job done by the elder Garrett, and it stays true. We've had a Garrett on top at every meeting so far this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's 2 more opportunities tomorrow to make a couple more Garrett wins, whether it's a Ryan or a Daniel that wins it.
Including reverse grid as well, right?
Do we have a reverse grid? Think about that one. So we've got 7 laps completed. Ryan Garrett coming out on top by 1200ths of a second. Daniel Garrett was third, so 99 from 8 and 19. Fourth was number 82, Paul Clark. Fifth was number 13, Jack Linus. Sixth was number 4, Lewis Ward. Seventh was number 57, Daniel Russell. 8th, 55, Bradley Horsnell. 9th was number 66, Luke Stokes. And 10th was number 5, Lee M. Then Ian Hardy, Mark Rue, Jake Sturt and Barry Stewart. And over the page, we've got Alan Harmon, Glenn Griffith, Steve Brown, Kevin Straw, Daniel August and David Bowie completing the top 20 ahead of Eddie Folking, the ex-Clio and F1000 racer, Trevor Faunch, Keith Malpas, the last of the finishers on the lead lap, then Tortullo, Will Jenkins, Jeff Peake and Murray Shepherd, DNF, I think. So they're all into Parc Ferme now for their post-race interviews and post-race scrutineering checks. We've got another 4 races to come this afternoon. Takiwa Type R Trophy is coming up next. Then we've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and the Armed Forces Race Challenge to round out this afternoon's action here at Snetterton. So lots more racing to come, and a lot more tomorrow as well. And remind you that next weekend here at Snetterton there's classic touring car action, and watch out next month for the return of the British Truck Racing Championship to Snetterton as well. All the details about that on the website, so head to snetterton.co.uk for information on that. Shortly we'll have the cars for the Type R Trophy coming out, but I can see that Kieran Mogg is down in pit lane just trying to find where his drivers are, I think, to talk to. He's looking very lost, is Kieran, at the moment. Not sure what's happened to the race winner, potentially. Oh, hold on. Well, I see what's happened to them. They've done an extra lap. That's naughty. The clerk of the course won't be happy with them. Well, there's no wonder that Kieran's got nobody to talk to. They're just coming over the line for an extra lap now. They obviously didn't turn in at the appointed position on the exit of Palmer. I don't know if Sean Brames made his way down there, in which case Kieran might be able to have a word with Sean while we're waiting for the Garrett brothers. Hopefully we'll be able to do that before we have our cars for the Type R Trophy brought out onto the circuit. But yeah, the Garretts are just making their way down towards Parc Fermé now, belatedly. But we'll see if Sean Brame's there and up for a chat. Yeah, I can see Sean there from my commentary position. And I can see Kieran is there as well. So with a bit of luck, we'll be able to hand down to him in just a second. Just waiting for the word. And then we'll get the post-race interviews underway. Yeah, so we've got Sean Brame's car there, but possibly not the driver. That might be the issue. Let's take a quick break, shall we? While we're waiting for all of our drivers to get into position. We'll be back with you in a moment.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with P2, actually, Sean Bake. We'll get to the reasons of that in just a second, but just talk about the race just for a start.
Yeah, it was a good start. We all held our positions, got around the first couple of bends, which is always a bit tricky when you're a big bunch of us. After that, it was just a case of Dan made a bit of a break, managed to hang on to it for a couple of laps, and then Ryan came past and they started to pull away, but it's my local circuit here, so I've done a lot of laps, so I just settled down, keep it neat, and I gradually reeled them in. As they started to fight, it slows them down a little bit. I've actually got them in the last 2 or 3 laps, and the last 2 or 3 laps were just manic. Slipstreaming battle, as it always is in low cost. And the old adage of don't be first at the last corner. Yeah, Ryan got me again, so fortunately I kept Dan behind me, so that's all right. So yeah, good haul of points for the championships, that's good. Not sure where Lewis finished, but he's the one ahead of me, so I'm hopefully leapfrogged him now. Happened second in the championship, so we'll see. So yeah, really good race, really good fun, as always in low cost.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, you know, between the two Garretts, they've won a few things, obviously, and you poked your nose in there, and you're so close. I mean, it was 1300. Yeah, 1300th of seconds.
Yeah. He literally had sort of 3/4 of a car on me. I could see him come in. I moved out to let him know. He had to go the long way round, but he had the grunt for it. So yeah, Dan, I thought Dan would come too, but Dan was actually in a couple of car lengths back. But yeah, no, it's always the way here. I've been done before. I've done it to other people here. We've been over here. 6 inches separates us sometimes. So yeah, Oh, really good
I
fun.
mean, obviously, your weekend isn't over yet, so you've still got a chance to get them back.
Yeah, always. And the forecast for tomorrow afternoon could be a bit damp, which is always completely different race. So
Yes, very, very true. All right, well, congratulations on the second place anyway. And the reason we're not speaking to the two Garretts is because they missed the checkered flag. So, Luke, if you want to turn around, they're not there. They haven't come down. They completely missed the checkered flag and the turning. So we are completely missing the P1 and P3. So, back to you guys.
So next up, it is the Takiwa Type R Trophy. Another category that has a triple header this weekend. 3 races, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. But the car's yet to be released because there's still some clearing up being done after that low-cost race. When they are released onto the grid, they then do a green flag lap before they get their race underway. And it'll be another 15-minute contest when we get to that point. So I can tell you what's going on in the championship coming into this weekend in the Type R Trophy. Well, at the moment it is Trafford King that is leading the way. Again, there's drop scores to be taken into account here, which do reduce his lead somewhat. Before drop scores are taken into account, it's looking a very healthy lead indeed of 33 points. After those drop scores have been dealt with, though, the gap comes down to about 12 points. So Trafford King leading on drop scores from Don de Graaf, David Walsh, and Ross Borman and John Labella. All within sort of striking distance of him, but Trafford looking like he's in a good position as far as the championship is concerned. He's had 3 wins so far this season, 5 podiums altogether. Don de Graaf has had 3 wins as well, coming at Silverstone and at Mallory Park and at Cadwell Park. Ross Borman's had a couple. Those both came in the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch, and the other win this season went to David Walsh at Silverstone. So the win's fairly well spread out, but in spite of that, Trafford King looking in a solid position in the championship with 5 races left. 3 here this weekend, 2 at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. In October, actually, I think it is, the final meeting of the season for these cars. And of course, Trafford King has qualified on pole position as well. We'll give you the grid in full in a few moments, but I mean, this is looking like it's a good look for Trafford, isn't it? Because he's got a strong lead in the points and he's on pole position here, Chris.
And that's despite the ballast that he's got on board that car as well, the full 25 kilos, I believe. So he has certainly got the form locked down so far this weekend. Of course, a 750 Motor Club Sim Series champion as well, the inaugural champion. It is the best drivers in that multi-formula winter series that have come from this championship, in fact, because Jake Hewlett was another one who won the championship in the most recent season. So Trafford King going for his first title, of course, has been best novice in his rookie season a couple of years ago, has set his sights on that overall title ever since, and has been going very, very well. Of course, we have to think about what Don de Graaf might be able to do in these final few rounds. As we go through the full grid, it is Trafford King who starts on pole position, the number 42 car, David Walsh, alongside of a number 21. Then it's the number 93 of Joseph Dalgano and the number 15 of Don de Graaf, another three-time winner of this season. The 151 of Andy Stevens goes from 5th position ahead of Adam Huntley in number 16. Fourth row of the grid is the number 62 of Max Martin and the 66 of Ross Borman. Fifth row of the grid is Ollie Musgrave and then the number 77 of Luke Emmons. Sixth row of the grid, John Labella, his first time racing here ahead of the number 10 of Mohamed Bendelar. Seventh row of the grid will be the number 7 of Andrew Aidwan and then the 6 of James Delisle. And the number 12 of Richard Jones, starting ahead of the 74 of Richard Lindsay and 96 Jackson Carden. And then the number 13 of Tom McFarlane on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10 comes Kai Lindsay, the son of Richard, and then the number 24 of Jake Johnson, number 26 Lee Rickard, and number 97 Jordan Banks, who's just got his novice cross taken off. The number 60 of Jack Reynolds heads the 12th row of the grid, and James Millward in 98, going from 24th. And at the back of the grid, it is Matthew Duffel in the 118 machine.
The delay has been because we've still had low cost being recovered back, and just see a recovery truck now on the move away from the sort of Wilson hairpin end of the circuit. And I think that's Murray Shepherd's car actually, possibly, that is one of the cars on the low loader from the previous race.
I believe you're right. And for those keeping score, the Garretts have just made their way into Pot Ferme as well.
They've made it in the end.
Only just.
But yeah, so now the track is clear, I would think. Yeah, the 1 minute board is about to be shown. There we go. You can see it now being shown by the marshal. So we will get the green flag lap underway very shortly, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So just finish up what I was saying there about Don de Graaf before we went through the grid. He and Trafford King both on 3 wins apiece, but of course Don's season's been so compromised by that big shunt at Brands Hatch that effectively taken him out of 2 races for that one. Of course, the drop scores will help to balance that out, but Trafford's probably got to be looking over his shoulder a little bit because Don's been incredibly fast.
Yeah, and he's had, as you say, those 3 wins. And he's a very capable driver, of course. He's raced in Clios before and single-seaters as well, has Don. So quite an experienced driver now.
And this has been the breakthrough year, hasn't it, really? Because he's finally got that monkey off his back of getting that first Type R Trophy win. It's been a long time coming.
It has been. For a driver with his pace and talent, it's been surprising, really. But Trafford also, he's really come into his own this season. He was 3rd in the championship last year. The 2 ahead of him, Matt Wilkins and Joe Jessup, both having moved on, and that's left the way open for Trafford, the 30-year-old sickening technician from York, to come into his own. Really, he's in a DH Racing prepared car. Danny Hobson's outfit, one of the leading preparation outfits, bringing cars onto the grid for the Type R Trophy.
And this is like classic touring car racing with these old EP3s. The best version of the Type R Honda Civic. I said it at Silverstone, it hasn't changed.
No. You've not changed your mind in the last couple of months.
No.
It's the K20 engine, of course. There have been pretty standard specifications. A bolt-in roll cage. They use yellow speed premium coilover suspension. You can upgrade the brake pads. You can take the ABS off. You can put a brake bias lever in. Standard gearbox. And MRF control tyres as well, which are really affordable as well. And you can only use a certain amount per season, so you can't throw a new set of tyres on every session to sort of buy your way to the front in the Type R Trophy. And there is, for this season, as Chris was mentioning now, the Success Ballast system as well, which penalises drivers that have had success, and again tries to mix things up. And it's had a dramatic effect, didn't it, at Silverstone for the 2nd meeting of the season after the opening event at Brands.
Yes, I have stark memories there of the novice, Jordan Banks, being at the front for that one and battling with Don de Graaf. You couldn't have got 2 more different levels of experience there in a championship, could you? Between someone of Don's calibre who did eventually find his way through. I mentioned when we were going through the grid, Jordan has since lost his novice cross, but only very recently. And yeah, good to see him still going well out there in this championship. Maybe not fighting quite as high up as he would like, but obviously with a lot to learn. So, Trafford King, coming off the back of victory at the previous meeting in Cadwell Park. That was in race 1. David Walsh on the podium in that one as well. Also a race winner from this year, back at Silverstone in the first race of the weekend.
There's been 12 different drivers on the podium so far this season, which is, shows that it is quite a wide open championship. I mean, as we say, it's looking good from a championship point of view for Trafford King, but there's lots of drivers that are capable of breaking into the top 3. It's partly helped by the reverse grid format that we have for one of the later races on these multi-event weekends. Obviously that does mix things up a little bit, but yeah, it is wide open. And the first meeting at Brands Hatch was a little bit destructive at times, but I think touch wood as a general point, it's been improved since then in terms of the number of cars that are emerging from the weekend with battle scars or without battle scars perhaps.
There are a few dinged up. I was talking earlier about the washout here at Snetterton last week with a few guys testing. It was a lot of these Type R trophy drivers who were out here last week. And so there are a couple that are bruised, I would say, from skating off the road and aquaplaning. But nothing too severe. Certainly not to the destruction levels we saw at Brands Hatch. And thank goodness as well. I was chatting with John Labella about his experience after he was hospitalised in that first lap crash, and sounds absolutely awful. Not something I would ever want to experience myself, and so hopefully we look forward to 15 minutes of clean, fun action.
Yeah. Looking down at the grid, the only driver in the first 2 races not yet had a win this season is Joe Dalgarno. In fact, he's not had a podium this season actually, which is surprising for someone with his pace. He lines up 3rd on the grid in the number 93 car, 23-year-old farmer from Tadley, MG Trophy champion in the past as well. So he's a very capable driver, is Joseph Dalgarno, number 93. Maybe he can get that first podium or even that first win this weekend. Right, last few cars come into position then. Surely we'll get the green flag at the back. And a 15-minute race ahead of us for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. There goes the 5-second board. So revs are starting to rise, the tension building, red lights go on, they go out, away they go, and it's a even start from the 2 on the front row. Joe Dalgarno's got away pretty quickly but finds himself boxed in a little bit, I think, behind the 2 on the front row. It's going to be Trafford King leading, David Walsh 2nd and Joseph Dalgarno 3rd, so off as per grid order. And that's Ross Borman that's been speared off onto the outfield there. Oh, and there is more carnage, I'm afraid. I spoke too soon, didn't I? There's 3 or 4 cars involved in that. One of those is the number 12 of Richard Jones. That's the blue car that stops on the left-hand side of the circuit. The rest of them might well be walking wounded, I suspect, although no. Richard Lindsay, that is, that's also, I think, got damage to his car that's more than just cosmetic, and he's pulled off to the side of the circuit. So I suspect, at the least here, we're going to have a caution period, a safety car, but for the moment the race goes on.
James Delisle was caught up in that as well, by the way, Ian, and I did notice, I looked out the window for the start, both the cars on the 2nd row of the grid were creeping forward. I don't know if it's enough to trigger a jump start penalty, but certainly they were on the fringes of it. So that was Dalgarno and De Graaf. But it is Trafford King who leads the way. Meanwhile, no sign of safety cars or any kind of intervention just yet. So King leading the way. A couple of car lengths ahead of David Walsh there. Dalgarno and De Graaf kicking up a little bit of dust as they make their way through Williams for the first time and onto the Bentley straight. Remember, King is carrying that maximum 25 kilograms of success penalty. We do have the safety car now out. The yellow flags are being waved. I imagine the Richard Lindsay car is still in its slightly precarious position at the Wilson hairpin.
Yeah, I think it is. It's hard to say, isn't it? We've got CCTV here as well to complement our live stream pictures, but that may well still be a problem. We'll get a look at that in a moment. And there is
it
the
is.
Lindsay car. So that was sort of straight on at Wilton, wasn't it, more or less?
Yeah, and of course, drama in the championship as well. Ross Bourman, we saw go off on the first corner. He's second in the championship going into this weekend, a two-time winner in 2025, and that is going to be a big help to Trafford King in trying to sew up his championship early. Of course, if he can possibly do so. We do believe that the Richard Lindsay car is the only car that requires recovery.
Which suggests that Richard Jones managed to escape from the scene somehow.
Yes, so everyone else, I mean, there were some battered cars, don't get me wrong. At one point, I thought we were going to need to red flag the race because there were cars just everywhere and broadsiding across the circuit, but I think we got away with that one.
Yeah, James Delisle and Richard Jones both pulled off the circuit through the gate, so they've managed to get out of harm's way off their own accord. In fact, we can see Richard Jones now behind our commentary box just driving through the paddock with a damaged front end. So it is just the Richard Lindsay car that needs to be recovered. Richard, who's 7th in the championship coming into this weekend, having had a couple of podiums so far this year. So they'll let the queue of cars go through. You can see the rescue recovery truck is there in the background with its hazards and its flashing lights on, just waiting for the gap in the traffic to allow it to be released out onto the circuit.
That looked like it was Richard getting out of the car. And of course, a wonderful opportunity to thank the marshals and the corner workers for their efforts here at Snetterton this weekend. We are very appreciative because we cannot go racing without you.
It's going to need a full lift, I think, though, that Richard Lindsay car. So that will take a while. Just looking at the sort of marshal reports that I have a screen here giving me those. What happened at the first corner is just described as multiple contacts. They couldn't be more specific because it did look chaotic, didn't it? Who hit what and how and to whom. It was all a bit difficult to make out. But the officials in race control, who have the responsibility of sort of determining whether any penalties needed for any instance, they'll try and work it all out. They'll look at the live stream video. They've got the evidence from the CCTV as well. The drivers all have to have onboard cameras these days as well, so there'll be footage viewed from onboard cameras as well, just to work out if anyone does need to be penalised for any of that, or if it was just deemed a racing incident.
I imagine quite a few SD cards are going to be called up after this one to check that onboard footage.
Yeah, absolutely right. There'll be a long look at that to work out if anyone needs to take any blame for that. But with first corner accidents, it is sometimes difficult, isn't it? It could just be one of those things. And obviously with Ross Bourman going off, now we didn't see why he went off, but obviously with once one car goes off, then that can prompt a chain reaction, can't it, in cars behind as others try to take avoiding action.
And what you can often find as well, especially front-wheel drive cars, you try and back out of an incident, and then you end up losing the back end yourself. And so you can then get involved in an incident just trying to be on the safe side of caution, really. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but we have seen drivers are able to gather those up and they can get away with it and hopefully not have too many dramas. That was a fairly dramatic start, in fairness, after everything we've been saying about Brands Hatch and hoping to avoid repeats. Thankfully, it wasn't quite as bad as what we saw back then, but nonetheless, a less than ideal start for these guys. They want to be racing, not going under safety car, and so we only had the half lap of racing in the end for these guys before the safety car was called.
You can see the recovery truck is still on the scene up at Wilton Hairpin, so I think there's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car, which is not going to leave many racing laps, I'm afraid, and that is the nature of this Snetterton circuit, because it is a long lap, you don't have to have many safety car laps taken out of it to leave not very much racing at all, I'm afraid, which is a shame for the competitors and those spectators that are particular fans of the Type R trophy, of which there are many, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was hyping it up earlier.
I know. Well, you can see at least Lynn's car is now being recovered, so it's now about to be put down onto the flatbed. They'll just obviously need to make sure it's secure before they can drive it away. And then I'm hoping at the end of the next safety car lap we can get racing underway. If not, then I'm not sure we'll see very much racing at all during the course of this one.
Several drivers have opted to have the window down for this one, I've noticed. Who's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it the car? 7th or 8th position? Adam Huntley. One of those cars was dragging the some of the
side trim, wasn't it?
Side trim.
It might have been
around.
Musgrave, possibly.
Yes.
Musgrave, number 19. I think it looked like it might have been that car.
It had some yellow trim on it. I didn't quite manage to catch the number, but just caught that coming down the start-finish straight, and easy to spot when they're weaving from side to side.
I think it's actually a bit further back than him, isn't it?
I think it's this yellow and black one.
It's Ben Larder, isn't it? I think.
Yes. Okay. It's on the wrong side. It's on the right-hand side. The damage.
It's that guy. It's Mohammed Ben Larder. He's 9th, I think, in the car with the dragging trim.
Yeah, I believe it was that black and yellow machine.
Richard Lindsay hopping in for a lift back to the paddock.
You ever sat that high in one of those like big recovery vehicle trucks?
I have.
It is astonishing, the view.
Yes.
Back in my customer service days, I remember trying to guide a delivery into a very tight M&S car park.
Car 10 is getting the black and orange flag, and that is Mohammed Ben Larder, which makes sense because he was the car that we think has got the trim dragging there. So
that tracks.
It does all make sense.
Don't need Poirot to figure that one out, do we?
Absolutely. The little grey cells not really needed to determine what's going on there.
Can't wait for that 4th movie. It's about time.
We've got still this safety car period. Now, the safety car is trying to drive really slowly now just to make sure that the recovery truck can clear the track, which it should be able to do fairly soon, I think, because there is the gate there, which it's approaching. So with a bit of luck, we'll get going again this time for probably a couple of laps of racing, I would think. That's what we'll get out of it.
Well, it's going to be a mad dash, isn't it? And hopefully that just means it'll be worth the wait, because you know what these guys are like when they've got 15 minutes to do their wheel banging. Imagine what they're going to be like when they've only got 4.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, you've got to be careful, haven't you? You've not got to let the blood rush to your head. You've got to still take it calm. I mean, Trafford King, of course, is leading. He's in that good position in the championship. He's, again, a bit like Daniel Gow in the last race. He doesn't need to do anything silly in these remaining 5 races. He can afford, I think, probably to accumulate points now from this point of the season onwards, and it probably will still come to him in the championship. So he just needs to try and keep out of trouble, really. Now, the people behind him might not have that same mentality and same approach to the race that he might have at this point in the season. So it might just be about keeping out of other people's way as much as anything else. Now, he's now leading the queue. Safety cars sort of pull away. It's going to head into the pit lane. So it's with Trafford King now to decide when to restart this race. And he's really backing them up, isn't he?
He certainly is. Look at the gap safety cars managed to pull already, and Trafford is really going to leave.
He's trying to make them not have to do another lap. He's trying to make this last 4.5 minutes, I think, before they get to the timing line.
Well, it will be 2 laps. I mean, he's not going to hold them up for 2 laps. He has now put his foot to the floor around Coram and has managed to pull a couple of car lengths over David Walsh by the time they get around halfway around the never-ending right-hander. They're out of Murray's now, and finally we can get this Tequila Type R Trophy race back underway. Trafford King leading the way as they go over the timing line. What is the gap? It's about 0.8 of a second. Joe Delgado sitting in 3rd position. Don de Graaf and Andy Stevens, your top 5. Trafford King's done everything he needed to do to make this restart as perfect as possible for him. We've got tyre screeching in the background. One car going way, way off the road there, and I think that's John Labella. The number 83 machine manages to rejoin on the exit of Ritchie's before they get into the Wilson hairpin without too much drama, though.
Andy Stevens running wide in the 151 car, and that looks like that car is broken. He's going to pull off. He's got his wing mirror folded in as well, hasn't he? The driver's wing mirror, and also the passenger one as well, which isn't really helping see what's going on behind, at least. So hopefully that's not going to be disruptive, and he can just get out of harm's way there, and the race can continue. But it's Trafford King that is leading. David Walsh is 2nd. Joe Delgado is 3rd. Don de Graaf is 4th. Lap and a half to go in this race. Out of Agostini and up towards Hamilton they go for the 4th time nominally in this race, but it's only the first full racing lap that we're going to have here. Round Oggies they go. First 4 have made a break from the rest. Then it looks like it is Is it Labella that's still there in 5th place despite that off? Potentially it is. Just looking into the background. Yeah, I think it is Labella still there in P5. But the first 4 heading down the Bentley Straight for the penultimate time.
Yeah, so Trafford King holding the advantage, stretching his legs a little bit. I was surprised that Labella didn't lose more ground there. Certainly a very wide moment through Ritchie's on the exit of the corner. Of course, nothing's been done about this Ben Ladar black and orange flag yet, has it? Which is still being displayed out there. Trying to remember, feels like ages ago.
Yeah.
But you do get a couple of laps grace, don't you? Really, but you probably would have wanted to do it under the safety car. Labella going wide again through Coram, not quite finding the grass at this time, but it does look like he's struggling with that car. It's his first time racing at Snetterton. Of course, not quite as experienced in this championship as some of the others out there. I'm surprised at his pace so early doors, having made a couple of wildcard appearances at the end of last year and competing in the full season here.
Ben Larder has headed to the pits now, I can see.
Okay, well, that's good. Get that cleared. Final lap of the race then. It's 1.6 seconds for Trafford King, but very, very close for second between David Walsh, Joe Dalgarno and Don de Graaf, as Walsh runs a little bit wider out of the exit of the Wilson hairpin, taking a little bit more of the curbing on the left-hand side. Now, you can use that out there. I don't think it's super ideal, especially in these front-wheel drive cars, which tend to push a little bit more on the exit, but so far he's got a good couple of car lengths over Dalgarno and is not under any immediate threat.
Yeah, so Dalgarno, of course, we said earlier on, hadn't had a podium yet this season. Well, here's a chance if we can keep Don de Graaf behind him for the remaining half a lap of this race. Trafford King looking good here for the win. He's eased away. It was already 1.7 seconds at the beginning of this lap, and David Walsh, I don't think, has managed to eat into that lead on this final lap. So it's looking good for him, but second, third and fourth still relatively tight. And a long way back to John Labella in 5th, Ollie Musgrave completing the top 6. So a rather strange Type R trophy race this, disjointed obviously by that earlier incident. And so not too many racing laps. We hope for more racing laps tomorrow when there's 2 more races for these cars. But down through Brundle and Nelson they go for the final time. Everyone making it safely through there, a bit wide there for Don de Graaf, so I don't think he's going to be a threat to Dalgarno here. Labella a little bit on his own in 5th position at the moment. Number 83, of course, had that lurid moment off at Ritchie's on the first lap after the restart. Yeah, de Graaf has lost touch with 2nd and 3rd now, hasn't he, as they go through Coram towards Murray's, but Trafford King, he's coming through here to record what will be his 4th victory of the season. Now, is Dalgarno going to be able to challenge Walsh for 2nd? We'll see in a moment. Flashing lights, though, for Trafford King. Success for him in the latest round of the Tiguan Type R Trophy. And it is Walsh that holds on to 2nd place from Joe Dalgarno. He takes 3rd, Don de Graaf 4th, John Labella 5th, Ollie Musgrave 6th, then Adam Huntley 7th, Tom McFarlane, Kyle Lindsay and Luke Evans rounding out the top 10 after what was a disappointing race in the sense that we only really had 2 racing laps, Chris.
Yeah, and David Walsh there, though, has managed to be on the podium in every meeting this season with the exception of the first one at Brands Hatch. And I think that was rather compromised as well. So he's been on great form there, getting a podium every time out since then. Really something that only Trafford King has also been able to do now.
So look at the results then. Trafford King at the end of 5 laps, the race winner in car 42, ahead of number 21 David Walsh, the gap 1.8 seconds. 3rd was number 93 Joseph Dalgarno, taking his first podium of the season. 4th was number 15 Don de Graaf, 5th was 83 John Labella. In 6th position number 19 was Ollie Musgrave, 7th was number 16 Adam Huntley, 8th place number 13 Tom McFarlane. Kyle Lindsay was 9th in 374 and Luke Evans number 77 rounded out the top 10 ahead of Jack Reynolds, Andrew Idwin, Max Martin and Jackson Carlton. He was 14th. In 15th position, that was Ross Bourman after that big off on the first lap of the race at Ritchie's. Lee Rickard, Jake Johnson, James Millward, Jordan Banks and Matthew Duffel rounded out the top 20, with one other finisher being Mohammed Ben Larder after that quick pit visit. So that's it. Type R trophies are back tomorrow at 11:15 and at 4:25 tomorrow. So we look forward to more racing action from the EP3s then. We've got 3 more races to come this afternoon. We've got the first race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. That's in just a few moments. And then it's the Race Park 750 Formula Championship and Armed Forces Race Challenge. They're going to be completing their weekend's action. So I can see that the cars are just being weighed post-race. So they're just a little bit delayed heading into Parc Ferme. I can see Kieran Mogg. Yeah, Kieran Mogg is dragging the floppy markers now to try and tell the drivers where to go. He said, I don't want them down there anymore, I want them over here. So he's moved the floppy markers. Now he's throwing his microphone away. The man's a liability. But hopefully we'll get 3 drivers to talk to. Trafford King's there, I can see. David Walsh is there. And just on the weighing scales at the minute is Joseph Delgado. So, yeah, in just a tick, we should be able to head down to Kieran and we'll have a word with those 3 successful drivers from the first race of the weekend for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. I'll keep it brief because the MX5s, of course, don't have a green flag lap. And we'll be straight into action with those just as soon as the circuit's clear. I think Andy Stevens' car possibly just needs to be recovered. That pulled off, didn't it, in the early stages? Right. Joe Delgano's joined the threesome down there, and we'll go down to Kieran Mogg to speak to the top 3.
Yeah, so I was down here with Trafford King, who's just run off to celebrate with Joseph Delgado, as obviously P3 is just brought in, and he's obviously having a bit of a handshake here with David Walsh as well. So if we just grab Trafford to just come in here with us, obviously not the most hectic race in the world from your point of view, because there's a lot going on behind you, but you still had to do 2 starts flawlessly.
Yeah, first corner was a bit interesting, apart from that it was a bit anticlimactic really, wasn't it? But yeah, it was alright.
Obviously, you've got 2 races tomorrow and then only 1 round after this one, so safe to say you may have one hand on the trophy?
I think there's some serious work to do, but we're going for it. Car's good. I'm alright. Getting there.
Yeah. So obviously you've got some stiff competition out there as well, so 2 races tomorrow, potentially some rain as well, some people are saying, so it could throw up some things for that race, for those races.
That one over there, he's danger man for tomorrow if it rains. Loves it. But yeah, it should be good. Yeah. Should be interesting if we get a bit of rain.
Yes, very much indeed. Well, look forward to seeing it tomorrow then. Congratulations on the win. We've just lost our... Oh, here we go. Right, David Walsh. David, P2 obviously in the end, you had to just defend there towards the end from Joe. But
when I realised we weren't going to go forward, there was no point going backwards, so I thought we might as well just park it here and just, go from there. So, no, it was good though, it was fun. It was fun, even though it was short. Yeah.
Obviously, you've got 2 more races tomorrow. Do you reckon you could probably take it to Trafford?
Hopefully it's raining. Yeah. Hopefully it's raining, then we'll find out. But we did quite a lot of testing here in the rain last week and obviously yesterday when it was lashing it down. Yeah. And it went really, really well, so it'd be nice to have one in the wet. But he's on another level in the dry around there this weekend. He's doing really well.
So you think the wet is the best way to fight him?
Well, I don't know. If you see me tomorrow, the answer was yes. If you don't, the answer was no, isn't it? But yeah, we'll find out, I suppose. But yeah, we've done so much running in the wet, I hope so. Otherwise, it was a lot of money wasted. But yeah.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on P2, and hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Yeah, hopefully. See you then.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so let's talk to Joe. P3 couldn't quite get the P2 there in the end, but obviously didn't have a lot of time to do it.
No, that's it. The safety car came out early doors, so it was a bit of a shame really, because these 2 are both carrying weight, so I thought if I bide my time, something will hopefully come up, their tyres will go off and I'll be able to catch up towards the end.
Obviously you've got 2 more races tomorrow as well, and hopefully we'll get the full 15 minutes as well, so what do you think you can do tomorrow?
Yeah, it was a reverse grid, so I'll be starting a bit further back, so just reset, start again and try and work our way forward. I just want to say as well, big thanks to all the sponsors on the car. They've made a huge difference to us this weekend and throughout the whole season. I mean, Hills Auto Detailing is here with us as well. Also, a big thanks to both my parents, because it's mainly my dad that spanners for the car, so wouldn't be here without any of them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on P3, and hopefully tomorrow again.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so coming up to the next race, Ian and Chris, back to you.
time for the first of 3 races for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and we can see there on pole position it is Oak Richardson in the number 17 car, and in gross points he leads the championship with 1,142, such is the scoring system in the MX5 Cup. But on drop scores he's second behind Ben Short, but Ben not here this weekend. Here's the full grid then. Front row is 17 Oak Richardson and 70 Michael Pearce. On the second row of the grid it's the number 43 car of Bradley Gaunt. Besides him is 105 Roger Chesno. Scott Leach in number 13 on the inside of row 3 has Simon Walker-Hansel number 4 beside him. Row 4 of the grid is the number 9 car of Ian Tomlinson beside 128 Samuel Gormer. On the 5th row it's 64 Scott Lawrence and 97 Jack Lawrence. On row 6, 168 is Zoltan Shabai and 72 is Matthew Short. On row 7 of the grid we've got 46 Ben Smiles and 65 Amy Worthington. The 8th row 29 Mary Barnard and 99 Martin Vernon, with on row 9 90 Andrew Robinson and 113 James McCann. On the 10th row it's 68 Stephen Robinson and 592 Aidan Wardley. On the 11th row it's 129 Paul Barnard and 96 Sam Moody, with on row 12 Glenwood Crook and 191 Philip Barrett. Row 13 is 11 Richard Beale and 31 Neil Burrows, with Trevor Jenkins in 60 and 127 Jonathan Christie Rundle on the 14th row, with the 15th row comprising 26 Easy Burrows and 174, which is Nick Rice. So 30 cars we should have then. They are pretty much in position. Yeah, green flag is just about waved at the back of the grid as I say that. So we're straight into action for 15 minutes of racing in the MX5 Cup for these iconic 35-year-old roughly Japanese roadsters styled on the Lotus Elan, of course. And for a couple of decades now they've produced really great racing around the UK in different championships, but the 5 Club is, I think, the championship that's getting the best of the grids at the moment, running here with the 750 Motor Club, which is great to see. So 30-second board has been shown, and shortly the race will be getting underway because there's no green flag laps for these cars. 5-second board is shown. So it's the blue car of Oak Richardson, the green car of Michael Pearce on the front row, 2 black cars on the second row for Bradley Gaunt and 4 Roger Chesno. The race gets underway then. Best of the starts, thinks from Pearce from the outside of the front row in the bright green car, and he's leading. There's an oil flag board being shown to the drivers there, so possibly a little bit of fluid down somewhere around here, so that can make the first corner quite interesting. Simon Walker-Hansel's come through to second place from row 3 of the grid in the Eco Trailers car, number 4. Yeah, quite a bit of dust being kicked up there, but I think everyone's made it round okay. And off they've gone up to the Wilson hairpin for the first time of asking. So it was Pearce that had the advantage when they left our sights. There's the packed midfield. I can see Amy Barker's yellow car in the middle of the field there. But who is it that's got the lead at the moment? It is still Michael Pearce. It looks like Simon Walker-Hansel second and Oak Richardson in third place as they turn their way out of Palmer and down towards Agostini for the first time.
Very difficult start for our championship leader from pole position, losing 2 places off the line. Certainly not an ideal start to this race, but Oak Richardson, we know he has got an awful lot of tricks up his sleeves, but has not won a race since the opening meeting of the season. That was all the way back at Brands Hatch. Started off the campaign with 2 victories, and then, well, the arrival of Ben Short rather curtailed anyone else's chances, really, didn't it? And very nearly losing third position there in the middle of the Hamilton and Oggies complex to Ian Tomlinson. It's 4 very much for the lead as we make our way down the Bentley Straight for the first time. Michael Pearce, that green mean machine, leading the pack into Brundle and Nelson. Simon Walker-Hansel, he's been a demon off the line this year. So Oak Richardson very nearly into the back, or there may have just been a kiss between the yellow star on the nose of his car to the rear bumper of Walker-Hansel that has a little bit of a twitch through the bomb hole and getting on the curbing. Not anything to worry about too terribly much, but certainly that will have caught his attention.
Yeah, it certainly will have done. So out of Murray's they come for the first time. It's in all likelihood going to be another 7-lap race here, but here comes Simon Warcancel pulling alongside Michael Pearce as they run along centre straight for the first time. Oak Richardson, though, is pulling Pearce, or pushing, I should say, Pearce along, and that allows Pearce to keep the lead. Richardson to get up to second, and Warcancel, I thought was going to get the lead, dropped down to third place. It's Ian Tomlinson, who started 7th. He's up to 4th now. And then in 5th, it's Roger Chesno, isn't it? So he's lost a position from the start. Bradley Gaunt's dropped back down from 3rd to 10th on the opening lap as well. Tomlinson making up another place here. He's up the inside of the championship leader, Richardson now, and up to P3. Great first lap and a bit for him.
Richardson lighting up those rear tyres on the exit of the Wilson hairpin, so it was a dive back on the inside from Simon Warcancel for second, and then Richardson getting pushed out wide as Tomlinson tried to find his way through as well. So it was sort of 1 up, 2 down for Oak Richardson. He's now in 4th position, and I must say the elbows are already starting to come out, and I've been really looking forward to this one all day. The second race at Silverstone we had back in May, probably one of the greatest motor races I've ever seen in my life. Roger Chesneo entering this fight as well. It's 5 for the lead, 11 minutes to go, but still Michael Pearce leading the way and looking quite comfortable out in front at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's looking pretty okay out there, isn't he? But there's still a long way to go in that race. He's 4th on after drop scores coming into this round of the championship, but I think he's 2nd on gross scores before the drops are taken into account is Pearce. But he's yet to have a victory this season. Yet to have a victory at all, as far as I can remember, in 5 Club. I remember having his first podium towards the end of last year. He's still got the lead, but only just here from Warcancel. Tomlinson 3rd, Richardson 4th, and Chesno with them in 5th. And Scott Leach now trying to attach himself to the back of this group as well. In 6th, as up the inside at the bomb hole goes Oak Richardson's take 3rd place away. And as they're battling, they've let the top 2 get away a bit here, I think. Michael Pearce and Oak Richardson now with what's looking like a comfortable advantage over the next few cars.
Yeah, that's astonishing how just a couple of corners side by side has really let the top 2 get away, and they've brought more cars into their fight as well. Sam Gormer and Scott Leach on their tail as well. Meanwhile, Michael Pearce and Simon Warcancel starting to pull away. I can't wait to see what the gap is. It's not much between the top 2. And then back to Oak Richardson, it's about a second, but nothing separating Warcancel and Pearce as they turn through Ritchie's. We are almost guaranteed a new race winner for the season, because the only race winner on the grid we have is Oak Richardson, I believe. Warcancel doing the move he made on Oak Richardson a lap ago, this time for the lead on Michael Pearce on the inside into the Wilson hairpin. Runs out slightly wide, but we have a new race leader as Ian Tomlinson loses out to Roger Chesneo on the exit of the Wilson hairpin there as well, and Scott Leach trying to find his way through. He's got the big tongue poking out the front of his livery. I'm sure he's licking his lips inside the cockpit as well.
Well, he should be, because he just did the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 2:24.945. Only driver so far to break the 2:25 marker, and he's up the inside of Tomlinson here, who's up to 3rd briefly. He's heading back down now to, I think, that's 6th position. Dust kicked up just behind by one of the drivers on the exit. But you're right, new lead, of course. Simon Warcancel now ahead. Very experienced driver, Simon, in all kinds of different cars, including Formula BMW back in the day. But variety of saloons and sports cars and single-seaters he's raced in his career.
And I think these cars have got about as much downforce as a Formula BMW car as well.
Yeah, probably.
They were very much for show, those wings, weren't they?
Yes, they certainly were. Down towards as they come. There's the lip licking. I got that wrong, didn't I? Car of Scott Leach appearing out of somebody's toe to try and make up some ground. It was Roger Chesno's toe, wasn't it, that he was emerging from, and he's ahead of him now and up into 4th position. So it's Warcancel leading, Pearce 2nd, Richardson 3rd. Now Scott Leach, the man from Nuneaton, in 4th place. Roger Chesno 5th, and then it's. Who is it 6th? Trying to work that out. Might be Samuel Gormer. We'll pick it up in a minute. Who it is there?
Just in front of Ian Tomlinson. I think you're right. Should be Samuel Gormer. That's Walker Hansel who leads them out of Murray's. And you see, look how much they've closed up again already. Like we were talking a lap ago. Oh, there's a second between the top two and the rest of the field. Well, it's nothing again now. Oak Richardson straight onto the back and actually ahead at the timing line over Michael Pearce, but settling back in behind what is now effectively his nearest title rival with the departure of Jordan Johnson. Big dive out to the inside at Wilson, but that was covered off very nicely. Oh, no, not quite enough, though, because Pearce has lost that place. It's Richardson through into second place. Scott Leach trying to take advantage of that on the exit of the corner as well. Chops from one side to the other. Tries to get the inside line for Palmer, but he'll have to be licking the heels of Michael Pearce for just a little bit longer. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think it's picking its own nose, a bit like Stitch, rather than licking its lips. And well, I thought there was going to be a dive at Agostini, but not quite. Still Pearce holding on to third position. Walker Hansel enjoying everybody else squabbling in his mirrors. Probably not thrilled to see Oak Richardson right behind him, though.
No, absolutely. Richardson is probably the driver that he would fear most here because of the success that he's had. 2 victories so far this season. Oak Richardson. Both of them came in the opening meeting of the season at Brands Hatch. He's not won since April, therefore. One of the victor there was Tom Holland, but since then it's either been Ben Shaw or Jordan Johnson that have taken the victories, neither of whom are racing. So it's down to either a new winner in the form of someone like Simon Walker Hansel or an existing one, but for the first time in 4 months or something like that, you know, Richardson. So Scott Leach again, he's done another fastest lap on the last lap of 2:23, and he's taken time out of Pearce again on this lap. He's on a charge. Don't bet against Scott Leach being on the podium here before the end of this race. He's hugely experienced in MX5. He's been racing them pretty much since MX5 racing, Mark 1 racing became a thing. And so he's done pretty as many laps as anybody in these cars over the years. So lots of experience he brings to it. What have we got? 4 laps about to be completed, so 3 laps more than likely to go in this race. It's number 4, Simon Walker Hansel, that is leading. Second place is number 17, Oak Richardson. Third place is number 70, Michael Pearce. And fourth place is Scott Leach, number 13. That time through, Leach is a little bit slower than he has been before, but still takes time out of Pearce as it happens. But it's Chesno that's gaining on him in 5th place. Sam Gormer 128 car is in 6th, and then the other car you can see on that line of cars there is number 9, Ian Tomlinson, in 7th.
So less than 5 minutes to go now. Oak Richardson looking at the back of, Scott Leach looking at the back of Michael Pearce for what's currently the last spot on the podium. So it's looking much closer for third position than it is for anything else at the front of the field. A look to the inside from Leach, but not quite dandier enough on the brakes to get that done into Agostini. I'll say Pearce has been quite impressive in that arena so far today, especially into those 2 hairpins, Agostini and Wilson, earlier in the lap. Chesno just waiting in the wings, see if anything falls his way.
4 minutes left, 2 laps to go at the end of this. Pearce there was kicking up dirt, and that's given the opportunity for Scott Leach to sneak up the inside of him and take the place away. Up into the podium paying positions goes Scott Leach, therefore Roger Chesno trying to take advantage as well as Pearce tries to regain his momentum, but I don't think he's quite able to do it. Is he going to get ahead by the time they get to the end of the Bentley Straight? I think he is, Chesno just about squeezing through on the inside there of Michael Pearce. So Pearce, who led at the beginning of the race, is back down to 5th spot now with 1 more lap to go. 2 more laps to go, I think, at the end of this one, so I should say. Mount Coram then, they go. Walker Hansel a bit more secure, I think, than he looks a lap ago, if anything, over Richardson. A good battle going on here. This is for 8th place backwards, just going through a shot now, so I think that's Jack Lawrence and Bradley Gaunt and Scott Lawrence and Zolly Shabai, amongst others, involved in that battle outside the main group of cars, the top 7. And Oak Richardson's just done the best lap of the race, a 2:23.751. So the gap has come down on that lap by half a second to Walk Hansel and Richardson. So I just think it looked more comfortable, and then that turned out not to be the case after all.
But he must have made up like half a second in just like the last couple of corners
exactly.
around Gorham and Murray's, because Walker Hansel was looking very comfortable. So it is 2 laps to go then. Richardson with the pace as it stands. We don't think Walker Hansel's won a race in this championship yet? Certainly not this season.
So not this season, certainly. I don't think he has previously.
Okay, so this could be a big moment for Simon Walker Hansel. He's about to be tested to the very limit here. It's Scott Leach we saw on there in 3rd position, but closing up for the lead. 2 minutes to go now. Of course, we were talking about it earlier. Richardson doesn't really need to do anything too crazy in terms of his championship. He's ahead of his nearest championship rival, Michael Pearce. 2nd place would still be a very handy-dandy amount of points, but hasn't won since April. How much is that going to be playing on his mind? How much does he want to just bag that first victory in quite a few weeks? Just get that monkey off his back and then focus on winning the championship. And of course, he's got a decent advantage at the moment. Anything can happen in the final lap and a half of this race, and Walker Hansel breaking the toe a little bit, weaving from one side to the other. I know that's not looked upon too favourably by the clerk of the course, but it is technically legal to do so long as no one's alongside you.
So, I mean, again, let's see if Richardson have such a stellar final, well, quarter a lap really, as he did on the previous lap. Because if he can, it'll be right with Simon Walker Hansel as they start the final tour of Snetterton. About to complete lap number 6 then. Don't write off Scott Leach either, because I think he's gaining on these 2 as well. Looking at the gap, that appeared to be coming down. So out of Murray's they come. Good run there again by the looks of it for Oak Richardson. So is he going to be on terms possibly by the time they come up to the timing line to start the last lap? No, he's not quite, I don't think.
Ben Smiles getting a black and white flag. He's in 10th position at the moment. Presumably that is for track limits, but we start the final lap of the race in the first race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and it is closer, 0.3 of a second separating Simon Walker Hansel going for his first victory against Oak Richardson, the championship leader. Very much nose to tail as they come out of Wilson, only about a quarter of a car length in it as they came out of there. The gap grows to about a car length as the concertina effect comes into play. Richardson follows Walker Hansel through Palmer, but let's see if there's any opportunities into Agostini. Is he going to save something for the Bentley Straight? Potentially. We know that Richardson's been very good at the end of the lap over these last couple of tours. So 2 slightly different lines on the way into Agostini, and still very close on the exit of the corner. Has Richardson got enough just to get ahead?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a chance that he's going to do that by the time they come around to the end of the lap. There's about half of the lap left to go here. Still the top 6 cars all within 3.7 seconds of one another. It's Tomlinson that's dropped out of the top 6 now, because Samuel Gormer is there in 6th place in the 128 car. So Tomlinson had a good first lap or so of the race, but I wonder if he just took a lot out of his tyres in the early stages perhaps, and hasn't quite been able to maintain that pace since then. Down the Bentley Straight they come then, and it is still Simon Walker Hansel leading. And crucially, as they get to the end of Bentley Straight, Oak Richardson not close enough to do anything at that point of the circuit. How close to is Scott Leach? Not that close. So I think it's going to be one of these 2 that wins. Probably Simon Walker Hansel, but we know that Richardson is capable of being very quick in the final part of the lap here. Is he going to be close enough going into that final part of the lap to capitalise on that particular strength that he has, though? Through Quorum for the final time in this race. The clock's counted down to 0. Up to Murray's they go, and out of it now. Oh, both of them going quite deep onto the grass there, and I think that's probably not helped Oak Richardson there. He's more into the clutches now of Scott Leach. So it's going to be Simon Walker-Hansel that comes through to take the checkered flag. His maiden win in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Second place goes to Oak, which is eventually a second and a half between them. And Scott Leach third. Roger Chesno getting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap is fourth. Michael Pearce fifth, and Samuel Gormer in sixth place. Tomlinson in seventh. Then a gap back to Jack Lawrence in the 97 car. There he is who wins the next battle. He's eighth. Ninth, Solly Shabai. Ben Smart, who's often been further up the grid, rounds out the top 10, Chris.
Great stuff. Walker-Hansel so quick out of Williams. I think that's what saved him, really, getting the advantage down the Bentley Straight. But 2 seconds covering the top 4 in the end. Great stuff. And it was that fourth place car, Roger Chesno, that managed to bag the fastest lap of the race at 2:23.644. It's an extra point in there, of course, as well. But a great drive there from Simon Walker-Hansel to bag his first victory in the championship.
Yeah, it certainly was. So number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, the winner at the end of 7 laps, beating Oak Richardson, number 17, by 1.5 seconds. Third place went to number 13, Scott Leach. Fourth place, number 105, Roger Chesno, also getting the fastest lap. Fifth to number 17, Michael Pearce. Sixth was 128, Samuel Gormer. Seventh, number 9, Ian Tomlinson. Then a 10-second gap back to 8th place, number 97, Jack Lawrence. 9th was his mate, 168, Solly Shabai. Landing out the top 10 was number 46, Ben Smart. Bradley Gaunt, who qualified 3rd. Finished 11th in car 43. Then Scott Lawrence, Mary Barnard and Matthew Short, 14th. And then next up, in 15th position was Andrew Robinson, Stephen Robinson 16th, Sam Moody 17th, Paul Barnard, Amy Worthington and Martin Vernon rounding out the top 20 at the end of that 5 Club race. And Nick Rice, you can see in 27th, was a lap down, as was Neil Burrows in 28th position. So that is the opening race of 3 this weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, sponsored by Massimo Tyres. Look forward to their 2 remaining races tomorrow. And in fact, those 2, I just mentioned being lap down. The words lap down, they've just crossed the line now, somewhat belatedly. 2 more races for them tomorrow. 2 more races to come this afternoon as well. The Race Part 750 Formula Championship is next, and then it's going to be the Armed Forces Race Challenge to conclude proceedings for today here at Snetterton. Waiting for the drivers to all be gathered down there. We've got those 3 cars I can see, I think, just about lined up in Parc Fermé now, of Walker-Hansel, Richardson and Scott Leach. So we're heading down now to hear from Kieran Mogg.
Thank you very much. Yes, now your first win in Mazdas. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it's good. Been waiting a while for it. It's 3rd meeting now, but enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
And obviously you had Oak there towards the end there, and he was proper pushing you along the entire way. You had a bit of a gap at one point, but you had to fight for it.
Yeah, I was really struggling in the infield, the 2 really tight corners. I'm still learning. So in qualifying, we put a diff in, which we thought was the one we should have, but we think it's worn out. So I really struggled, but I was pleasantly surprised to be 6th. I thought it was going to be about 15th. So I knew we had the pace if we put the old diff back in, but this isn't as good in tight bends, so it seems. So in all the quick stuff, we were fast. And it was just, I thought I could make a gap, but when these are slipstreams that good that you just can't get away. But yeah, I think another couple of laps, Oak would have been fighting with me again.
And obviously you go again tomorrow. Are you going to make any changes overnight?
I don't know, probably not any huge changes. I need to try and improve the infield. Yeah. But the car was handling well, it was reliable. I just want to say thank you to Paul and Jamie and all the guys, Paul Barnard Racing, because he has changed that diff twice for me, and all sorts of other jobs that I couldn't do on my own.
No, excellent. Well, congratulations on the first win, and hopefully not the last for a while.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, let's speak with second place, Oak Richardson. Oak, you had a bit of a, started well, bit of an iffy mid-race, and then quite a good end towards the end of the race.
I had a terrible start. Yeah, I was like 4th or 5th by the first corner, so I think it was probably slightly different order to that. But I went backwards, didn't I? So what can I say? Yeah. It's all good. I mean, happy with second-ish, but when you go backwards, you're never as happy as you could be. Yeah.
Especially with obviously fighting for the championship. You're right up there at the moment. Is that playing on your mind as you're driving along?
Not really. Simon's not in the championship fight. Scott's not in the championship fight. I think the next person that is finished 5th or 6th. So, no, not really. Yeah, just try and get the best result I can, and that's just racking up points. It would be nice if it was a win, but if it's not, it's not.
There's always tomorrow.
Yes, there is.
All right, well, congratulations obviously on P2, and hopefully some silverware tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there'll be some silverware today, but hopefully some slightly bigger ones tomorrow.
Absolutely, well, congratulations. Right, so speak with Scott Leach, just in 3rd place, if we just go over here. Now, Scott, you had a very busy race there.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, I started 5th, had a bad start, must have dropped about 3 or 4 places, and then just chipped at them and worked my way up to 3rd. It was quite good at the beginning because they were battling, and it allowed me to catch the pack up. So yeah, I was very happy with 3rd.
And obviously, it's not just a case of if you see a gap, you've always got to go for it. You've got to time these moves. So how difficult was it to pick the moments to make those moves?
I think it's just catching the one up in front, seeing where he's a little bit wider maybe than what I would be, and just pick your time and then just go for it. So excellent.
Yeah, and obviously, nice way to end the day. Obviously, you go again tomorrow. Do you reckon you get on the podium tomorrow?
Hopefully. I start 3rd again, obviously, in the next race, but it depends. My starts this season have been terrible, so I have it all to work for. But if I can get a good start, yeah, don't see why not.
Awesome. Well, look forward to seeing it, and congratulations on B3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so we've got 2 more races still to come, and as you can see just on the grid over there, we have got the 750 formulas. So, Ian and Chris, take it away. So it's time for the second and final race of the weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. Cars just heading off on their green flag lap early on today. It was a win for Bill Cowley from Richard Rothery and Robin Dorr, but the grid for race 2 is set by the second fastest qualifying time. So it's number 33, David Reed, who's on pole position once again, and beside him is Bill Cowley, number 77. Second row of the grid is number 17, Richard Rothery, and number 78, Robin Dorr, fast starter in race 1 in that Clubman's car. Third row of the grid, 26, Richard Jenkins, and number 12, Conway Dorr, who had a podium finish earlier on today. In 7th position, row 4, 44, Colin Marshall, and 69, Mark Windley. David Winter in 35 is on the inside of row 5, beside 156, which is Stephen Littler in the Clubman's Mallet Mark 20B. Row 6 of the grid is number 6, Simon Bolter, and 27, Mick Harris, although he didn't start race 1. I don't think I saw his car down on there on the grid. Row 7 is 28, Alan Bunter, and 11, which is the car of Hugh Davies. Row 8 is number 70, Martin Depper, and 58, Thomas Llewellyn. Row 9 is 46, Dan Welsh, and 89, Joe Gorolini. And at the back of the grid, it's hopefully going to be number 56, Matthew Twynham. So yes, it was a win for Bill Cowley earlier on, which did him some good in the championship. So he, so Conway Dorr, he clearly didn't make it off the grid for the green flag lap, but he's just pulling away now from the grid. So he's going to try and catch the pack and start from the back of the grid. I think needed a bit of help from the marshals there. But yes, as I was saying, it is in the championship now. David Reed still leading, but after drop scores, only 4 points now the gap to Bill Cowley, 159 to 155. Third on 146 is Mark Windley, who had a relatively nondescript first race. Then it's Richard Rothery, 132, and Jake Doherty, who's not here this weekend, 120. So he's going to fade out of championship contention, I think, and it's going to be Reed or Cowley or Windley, you would think, Chris, for the championship this season.
You would think, and it is closing up very nicely. David Reed with some sort of problem in race 1, despite having all the pace in the world, not able to come away with a top-class result. Did recover actually very nicely to, what was it, 5th in the end? Yeah, 5th, but gets the points for 4th because the clubman's car, Robin Dorr, was in front of him. So, all things considered, not that bad, bearing in mind he drove through the pit lane to resolve whatever issue
something
that
to do
it
with
was.
fuel, we think it was, but not 100% certain.
I'm assuming pressure rather than amount.
I'm guessing so.
Yes. There's no quick refuelers here. No, not that I've seen anyway. So yeah, in terms of today, advantage Cowley in the championship, but I mean anything can happen over the next 15 minutes of racing, and if David is able to utilise the pace he was showing earlier, then he's going to be pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, so after this weekend there's another 2 races at Croft, and still at this point there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers in mathematical contention for the championship. So I don't think it's going to be wrapped up today. I think it will go down to North Yorkshire next month. You can see in the background Commodore desperately trying to catch the pack to start from the back of the grid now. He won't be able to retake his original grid position, of course. Let's hope he is aware of that rule and joins the field at the back of the grid. Just looking out of my commentary box window now to see if that is the case. Yeah, he's certainly not sort of urging his way forward, so I think Commodore is going to start from the back and see if he can replicate his podium from race 1. That'd be quite the achievement from there if he does. So about to get the 5-second board. There it goes, shown by the marshal beneath our commentary position. Revs are rising, red lights on. Out they go, and it's a good start again from Robin Dorr, as it was in race 1 in that Diamond, the 50-year-old clubman's car with a cross-flow engine, gets the jump on the Fiat Fire engine 750 Formula cars. It was this way in race 1, but he couldn't hold on to the lead. David Reed it is then in second, and it looks like he might get the lead back by the time they get up to the hairpin, Wilson hairpin for the first time when he does. So it's David Reed leading, Robin Dorr second, Richard Rothery third. Not a great start that time from Bill Cowley, he's 4th. Richard Jenkins is 5th, and then the rest of them going through. Not a brilliant start either, I don't think, either from Mark Windley either. So we'll keep an eye to his progress as this race goes on. Out of Palmer they have gone, down towards Agostini they go. So it's Reed pulling away here, and yeah, this is what he would want, isn't it? Although, having said that, Bill Cowley up on the inside of Richard Rothery for 3rd place. 2nd place net is not what he would have wanted.
No, we saw there a really great example of how Cowley struggles for straight line speed, not really getting anywhere off the line. Complete opposite story to race 1, where he absolutely bolted. And you saw there getting the pass for 2nd done on the brakes, and or for 3rd, I should say. And managing to get ahead of Richard Rothery there. Now, don't forget as well, Bill Cowley was stuck in 2nd gear for most of the race this morning, from lap 2, he said. And that is why Richard Rothery was able to get close. Let's see what he can do with a fully healthy car. Does seem like he won't quite have the answer for David Reed at the head of the field, but at the moment looking very good for 2nd as it stands.
Yes, so of course, Cowley was concerned whether he'd need a new gearbox, because I think he was on his last gearbox already. So
he changed one this morning after qualifying.
Yeah, and then he was worried he might need to change another one. So quite what they've done to mackle something together, I'm not quite sure. But either way, he's about to take 2nd place. There's Thomas Llewellyn pulling off onto the grass in the number 58 ADR2. So it's Reed leading. Who's 2nd over the line? It is Robin Dorr, then Cowley, and then in the straight line Richard Rothery. And the PRS is able to get alongside Cowley. Can he make the move complete by the time he gets to Rich's? Yes, he can. So 3rd is Rothery, 4th now is Cowley as they go across the line. Then it's Richard Jenkins in the Shepherd 5th, and then it is in 6th place the 35 car, which is David Winter, who's out there in the race kits Merlin.
So again, we're seeing the Cowley being beaten down the straight by the PRS machine. So Rothery up into third position. So they're still trying to get around the Robin Dorr Clubman's machine. That was very impressive at Silverstone, but a few more slower corners here where the Clubman's car cannot really utilise its additional power, its superior engine capacity. 1600cc engine compared to the 1108cc Fiat Fire engine in these 750 Formula cars.
It'd be quite a bit heavier, I think, as well than some of the certainly some of the 750 Formula cars, not necessarily all of them.
Yes, but it's such a tight package, isn't it? That
It is.
That machine. Oh, this is Cowley.
That's tight.
Yeah, that looks like a bump draft down the Bentley Straight from Bill Cowley there, didn't it? On Richard Rothery. Still hasn't popped out. You barely see the Mark IV. There's the. That's Rothery going through. Oh, through the middle. And they both got round Dorr as well doing that. That was cracking stuff from Bill Cowley.
It was, wasn't it? Great fun. Bill Cowley sort of right in the toe. He couldn't have been any closer to the back of Richard Rothery's car and popped out. And by the time they got there working together, they'd both got ahead of Robin Dorr. So they go second and third. Dorr is fourth. Monoposto racer of many years. Richard Jenkins is having a good weekend. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he's having a strong weekend there in 5th place overall. And just looking at what he's done so far this season, he's had a 4th and a 5th and a 10th as his best result so far this season. I think he's had some reliability issues, so I think he'll certainly take a couple of results up at in the top 6 this weekend.
See, Conway Dawes just made a pass for 8th position over David Winter, who is our Class B leader, although there is no difference in the specification of those cars. Class B is for drivers who have not yet had a podium finish or finished inside the top 6 in the championship.
There's Mark Windley. Now he's running 6th at the moment, so a little bit better than earlier on when he finished 7th. Obviously that 6th will be net 5th when you take Robin Dorr out of the equation. Still not what he would have been hoping for. Now car 33 is getting a 10-second penalty for his false start, and that is the race leader, David Reed. I mean, I didn't clock that at all off the start, but 10-second penalty for David Reed for a false start. So, well, I mean, it's not impossible that he could win this still, because he's already 5 seconds ahead. He's in the best lap of the race at 2:11.5, but providing he gets the message now, David, he can get his clog down and hopefully still win this race, Chris.
Well, Cowley was 1.4 slower than Reed last time around, but he was squabbling and doing that dive in the middle of the Bentley Straight on 2 cars. So this is his first flying lap in clean air, and we'll see if the pace is enough for Reed to try and pull what would need to be another 5 seconds over Cowley in order to negate that 10-second penalty. But yeah, it's more dramas for David Reed, the championship leader. Still going for that 4th win of the season. It was mechanical woes this morning, and now in this one it is a false start. And yeah, I confess I wasn't looking out the window for that particular start, so I didn't quite clock it myself.
No.
Let's see what the pace is for Cowley here. Reed goes across the line. That was only a 2:12.3. He was in the 2:11s last time around, well inside the 2:11s, and it's a 2:12.4, so only a 10th slower for Bill Cowley.
Yeah.
If they keep up that pace, there's no way David's coming away with this win.
Yeah, he needs to pull out Bob on that. I mean, there's still more than half of the race to go. We've only had 3 laps. It's probably going to be a 7-lap race again. So still nearly 4 laps to go here for David Reed to pull away, but he needs to now do it at more than a second a lap in order to maintain his victory here on the road. Now Mark Windley though is right with Richard Jenkins now, so the gap between those has come down. There Windley was a second faster I should say than Jenkins on the last lap. Jenkins in the number 26 car, that's the Shepherd RR01B. Mark Windley in the Derby that Peter Bove has taken to several championships in recent seasons, and he's gone through there So up to 5th place now has gone Mark Windley in that sort of Dayglow colour. It's a new colour for this year. It was sort of orange when Peter Bovand had it, and Robin Geary also won a championship in it in those colours.
Yes, I think we discussed this at Silverstone, but I make it 4 titles that car has won between Robin and
at
Peter.
least, yes. Yes, Peter's certainly had a lot of success in recent seasons. But Mark Windley taking that car on from Mallory Park at the end of last year and had a big off at Gerrard's Bend, so it basically needed to be rebuilt for this season.
Now, Richard Rothery could do David Reed a massive favour here if he's able to disrupt the race 1 winner from this morning and force him to squabble, compromise his lap times, and help David to build that gap. Otherwise, we are looking at back-to-back victories for Cowley, and he would be taking a 4th win of the season. I matched David Reed's win tally for the season this morning. The pace last time around, oh, that's a bit more like it for David Reed. 1.4 seconds he pulled over Bill Cowley, doing the fastest lap of the race at 2:10.3. The gap up to 6.6 seconds with just under 6 minutes left on the clock.
He basically did on that lap what he needed to do, I think.
Yeah.
So he's got to do that now every lap over the next 3 to make sure of things.
But was that one lap like the lap that was going to make the difference, where he didn't pull that huge gap?
Worth noting that 2:10.372, which is now the best lap of this race, that's still 1.3 seconds slower than he managed in race 1. So he has got more time up his sleeve.
Probably trying to be a bit conservative, knowing that the car was a little fragile this morning.
Maybe.
Cowley is probably doing the same, to be honest, especially if he's running out of parts, transmissions in particular, because they're not easy or cheap to come by.
No, so he'll be mindful of that. But he's a fierce competitor, is Bill. And he will have an eye on the championship title this year. He'll love to win it again, I'm sure. He's already won it once. And would have loved to be a repeat champion. He won the title back in 2017, wasn't it? He took it, in the Cowley Mark IV. Now here's Richard Rothery trying to get the place away from him, but no, he can't quite do it. Bill Cowley sort of swoops around the outside and maintains position in the championship.
And
in the lead.
Very, very handy for David Reed there, just to have Cowley a little bit compromised there. It's going to help him just build that 10-second margin. He needs a little bit more. Could be the second race of the day that is decided despite a time penalty, rather than because of. As Richard Rothery follows in the wheel tracks of Bill Cowley out of Murray's. As David Reed starts lap number 6. It was 2:11.0 last time around, still 1.3 seconds quicker than Bill Cowley. Gap up to 8 seconds now with 2 to go.
He's doing enough.
Yeah, that will be enough, unless the pace suddenly falls away or Cowley manages to pick up his pace, but it doesn't look like that's possible at the moment because he's having to defend from Rothery behind him.
So it's number 33, David Reed, that's leading on the road, but he does have this 10-second penalty hanging over him, but he is 8 seconds almost exactly ahead. As a problem for Richard Jenkins, who's just pulling into the pit lane exit. His hand was in the air as he came over the line, and the driver that was 5th at one point is now out of the race. Marshall just rushing up to assist him as necessary. But it looks like he's fully off the circuit at least.
Yeah, there is a little access road right by the pit lane exit, which is incredibly handy for Richard Jenkins there. Real shame to see. He was having a very good run here in this race, and the marshals just pushed that car fully over the white line and a little bit further into that access road, so should be no need for any additional intervention. There are just some double waved yellows down the start and finish straight while those marshals are at the scene. But it's always difficult when you have yellows on a big straight like that, because
and they can go in now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The marshals have managed to push that all the way through. Side by side for second again here. Richard Rothery on the inside. And it looks like this is going to be the places being changed. Now Cowley braving it out around the outside, getting very, very close. And the PRS gets pushed out onto the curbing and a little bit further. So Richard Rothery showing his hand there, and Cowley pulling out a pickup too.
Yeah, and you'll never be any doubt with Bill Cowley that you are in a race. He will always push hard. Now, interestingly, I can see that Mark Windley is catching Robin Dorr behind him as well. Of course, Robin Dorr not gaining points in this because he's in an invitation class, but Mark Windley might gain track position here. There he is in the Derby, just hassling the Diamond as they head on to the centre straight. Now the gap is nearly 10 seconds now, first to second. It's 9.679 seconds between David Reed and Bill Cowley. So really, David Reed only needs another 3/10 on this lap to maintain the victory. And the way Cowley and Rothery have been going at each other, that I think, Chris, there's a good chance that he'll do that.
At 2:13.3 last time around for Cowley, with that little bit of side-by-side through the Brundle and Nelson complex, plus a little bit more defensive driving. That's put the gap at 9.6. And so long as David Reed doesn't make any big boo-boos, he should quite comfortably come away with this victory, I'd have thought. As we see again that battle for second place, this is what is deciding the race, potentially in favour of David Reed, despite the 10-second penalty for a false start. Cowley continues to lead Rothery through Agostini and then into Hamilton. This is the part of the circuit where the Cowley should extend an advantage a little bit, but then we get onto the Bentley Straight where the PRS will have a bit more speed down the straight, throwing a little bit of toe there as well. And we saw they were side by side a lap ago. There's David Reed, well clear. Rothery pulls out to the outside this time. Cowley with the slightly more favourable line. Doesn't matter, because by the time they get anywhere near the braking zone, it is Richard Rothery well ahead. But Cowley coming straight back at him on the outside, and again manages to get that manoeuvre done on the inside at Nelson. And that one was even more impressive because he was fully behind Rothery when they went into the corner.
Certainly was. Now, their battling, though, has been a godsend for David Reed, I reckon, who is just about to appear over the horizon to take the checker flag, which is being made ready. Other cars going on to their final lap, but the checker flag is now out, and David Reed has taken it. And now it's a question of counting to 10. Is it we're going to get there before Bill Cowley comes over the line? I rather suspect that we are, and it is Cowley that gets taken yet 0.925 seconds behind on corrected time. So by 10.9 seconds, Reed is ahead, but that is enough for him, with even the 10-second penalty applied for him to beat Bill Cowley. Richard Rothery third, Mark Windley fourth, Robin Dorr in fifth, and Stephen Littler in the Malek, second of the Classic Clubman's cars, takes sixth position. Seventh place going the way of Conway Dorr, good effort from the back of the grid. Eighth, I think it's going to be Simon Bolton. Ninth, Alan Bunter, and 10th, Hugh Davis. Alan Bunter winning. It looks like he's going to win Class B this time, because Colin Marshall, who won it in race 1, is in pit lane, I think. So he's had some dramas that time, I'm afraid, in the Star. But yeah, I mean, that was an interesting race, wasn't it? You got two things to watch. You got Cowley against Rothery, but you'd also got David Reed against the clock.
I'll tell you what, it was closer than I thought it was going to be as well. I thought it'd be more than a second at the very least, but yeah, 9/10 of a second on corrected times. David Reed to Bill Cowley. And that's the Richard Jenkins car, is it?
No, it's Martin Depper, I think, number 70, that's also stopped in the Centaur. So he stopped out on circuit somewhere on the final lap, I'm afraid. So another victim. A few DNFs in that race by the looks. A couple in the pit lane. David Winter, Colin Marshall. I think Joe Govellini was in and out of the pits as well. Let's have a look at the result. At the end of 7 laps of racing, David Reed it was in the HRD Mark II, the ex-Dave Hodkin car, that took the victory in car 33 by 0.925 seconds on corrected times from number 77 Bill Cowley. Third place went the way of number 17 Richard Rothery. In fourth place, 69 Mark Windley. Then our two Classic Clubman's cars, 78 Robin Dorr and 156 Stephen Littler. Then in 7th place, number 12 Conway Dorr, 8th and 6th Simon Bolter. Then our top 2 in Class B, running out the top 10, 28 Alan Bunter, and 11 Hugh Davis. Then 11th was number 17 Martin Dapper, 12th was 46 Dan Welsh, 13th 58 Thomas Llewellyn, 14th number 89 Joe Gorolini, and then 15th was nobody, because that's Richard Jenkins, who along with Colin Marshall and David Winter were non-finishers. So that is that as far as 750 Formula is concerned for this weekend. Not a bad day overall for David Reed. Slightly probably in favour of Bill Cowley with that first and second, but David Reed I think will still head to the final meeting at Croft in pretty good stead in the championship, and I think Mark Windley will still be in contention, but it's probably going to be Reed versus Cowley in that final meeting of the season next month in the north of England. So just looking over to my right, and I can see that we've got cars on there slowing down up about to head into the Parc Ferme area. We've got one more race to come this evening. That's for the Armed Forces Race Challenge. That's going to be a 20-minute race. Second race of the day for those cars. It's been, I'm not quite sure what's happened to the top three. Have they got off and done another lap or something?
I think they might have all been ushered back into the paddock.
Or they've gone straight through,
Yeah, no one is greeting Kieran Mock down in Parc Ferme.
They already met him after the first race, so they probably didn't want to do that again. So
once was enough.
Yes.
I think everyone's just gone back into the paddock.
Yeah,
so.
It looks like it. I don't think they've been hauled into Parc Ferme this time. So, I mean, Kieran's there. He's standing in front of the camera. I think he's probably going to pretend there's people to talk to, but no, nobody's going to speak to him, I'm afraid, after that race. So, what shall we do? Shall we take a break, possibly? Let's go to Kieran, and he can tell us what's going on, or more to the point, what's not going on.
There should be a car here, and there, but we don't have any of the drivers, unfortunately. But yeah, obviously David Reed just managed to eke out that victory. Obviously 10-second penalty, managed to get in that last lap a second over Bill Cowley and Richard Rothley. So very, very impressive racing, and obviously Bill Cowley and Richard properly side by side through that final couple of laps as well. Really nice couple of bits of racing from them. Obviously, it's a shame we don't get to see them again this weekend. They've had 2 races today, but we'll see them again in a couple of weeks' time. But coming up now, we have the final race of the day, which is the Armed Forces Challenge.
Time for the second race of the day for the Armed Forces Race Challenge then, which we will have just as soon as some clearing up has been done. At the end of the 750 Formula race, we'll get the cars out on track for the 10th and final race of the day. Earlier on today in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, it was a win, if you remember, for Peter Dilnott, because Mark White was beaten for the first time this season. Had that off at Coram on the penultimate lap, and another one further around the final lap as well, which sort of handed the initiative to the driver of the Porsche 911. So Peter Dilnott taking the win, Mark White took second, and Jonathan Candler took third. Class winners going the way of Dilnott and Candler, and also in Class D, Luke Harpino in the Mazda MX5 with no Class A starters. Andrew Holmes having problems with his MG in qualifying, although I did see him out on track behind the pace car at lunchtime, so hopefully we'll see Andrew, I should say, at the back of the grid for race 2 very shortly. But Chris, what if you've turned your microphone on as if you were going to say something very wise there?
I don't think I've ever said anything wise in commentary. I've only been doing it for 4 years, but I don't think I've ever come out with anything.
Okay, well, let me know when you're ready to say something wise.
Oh, that will be a very long wait. I
the date in the calendar.
I was just going to remind people of what the 750 Motor Club is getting up to this month, because of course we are racing again next weekend at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit on the 9th of August with some real cracking lineup of championships there. We're also at Silverstone on the international layout a week after that, but the next live stream meeting will be coming from Alton Park, I believe, on the 20th of September. So mark your calendar for that. Make sure you subscribe to on Alpha Live or the 750 Motor Club on YouTube, and find us on Facebook as well, so make sure you don't miss those meetings. And of course, before you know it, we'll be in October, the final meetings of the season at the Donington Park, and then of course the Birkett Relay at the end of the year as well.
Yeah, I mean, where are we? Beginning of August now, so we're less than 3 months away from the Birkett, the 6-hour relay race. That's a race that has been held here at Snetterton in the past as well. The Birkett, it's been to various circuits, Donington and Thruxton as well over the years, but Silverton is where it's sort of found its home really. So we have cars on the grid. We do not have Peter Dillnott on pole position though. So having talked about his victory in race 1, he's not there for race 2, which is a great shame. He should have been on pole position, but there is a gap on the front of the grid where his car should have been, which means that it's going to be Mark White on his own on the front row of the grid, which we'll come to in a moment. Here we are, let's do it. So Peter Dillnott is not on pole position, number 69, but on the outside of the front row, number 65, Mark White is. On the second row, you've got number 1, Jonathan Candler, and number 66, Scott Townsend. They are both there. Third row is 178, Pete Seeley, and 935, James Flint in MR2 and Fiesta. Row 4 is 7, Kieran Lambourne in the BMW. 26, Gareth Moss. Yes, he is there with the application of judicious amounts of gaffer tape to get that car back out. Then you've got the 44 car, which is next up, which is the car of Jake Osborne. That's the Clio, besides Luke Arpino's number 22 Mazda MX5. So that's row 5. Row 6 is the 15 car of George Harvey, and 95, which is Mark Jones. On the 7th row of the grid, 96 is Ben McLaughlin, and 230 is Paul Waterhouse. Row 8 is 55, Josh McClelland, and 43, Matthew Beach. Row 9 is 35, the Richard Brown MR2, and 25 being James Hancock's Peugeot 206 GTI. Green flag lap gets underway. Row 10 is 113, which is Alex Martin, and 700, which is Mark Oliver. The 11th row, 305, being Ben Seaton, and 92, Lee Keneally. 14 is Peter McNichol on the inside of row 12, next to 23, Alex Waldeck, who progressed through the field very nicely in race 1, and 72, Andrew Holmes in the MGB, is going to be on the back of the grid, the only Class A car, having done those laps behind the safety car at lunchtime. So, just reminding myself, where did Alex Waldeck get to in the final results in race 1? Just trying to find that, but I think it was something like 7th, I want to say, in the end.
It was 10th.
Oh, okay.
You were close.
A bit like 7th.
It's a bit like 7th if, 7th was three more
places.
3 more than 10, yeah.
Never mind. Anyway, so they're off on their green flag lap now. 20-minute race, and a reminder that although we've got this wonderful scratch race that we're about to have, the championship points in the Armed Forces Race Challenge are awarded based on a performance index, which basically is dividing your total race time by your fastest lap, and the smaller that ratio is, then the more consistent you've been and the more points you'll get in the championship. And coming into this weekend, on that metric, it was Mark White that led, from Jonathan Candler and James Flint and Richard Brown and Ian Cooper and Paul Waterhouse, with 4 more races to go at that point, and now 3 more races to go. The final 2 rounds of the championship will be at Croft, won't they, next month. So we look forward to that. So with Peter Dillnott not here for this race, it's for Mark White to throw away, and as we did see in race 1, he is capable of throwing it away at times, but I mean, such as the performance differential between himself and Jonathan Candler, who's the next best of the cars, then he's got to do it in an even more epic way than he did first time round.
Yes, quite. Chalky very much the front runner there. It was only Paul who could get anywhere near his lap times in qualifying and in this morning's race. So hopefully all has been repaired on that number 65 Honda Civic Type R that did seem to have some problems earlier on in the day. We saw some big sideways moments and then a real lack of pace towards the end of the race, which very much helped Paul Dinot to win the first race this morning, because remember, he did have a 5-second time penalty for, I think it was track limits.
Yes.
And managed to overcome that, still by 4.6 seconds, owing to a real drop-off in pace from Mark White. This should be fairly straightforward for him. He's going to be focusing on that consistency, that performance index, which is easier said than done when you're the fastest car on track, because of course you're passing the most cars in traffic.
Yes, as well. That will come into play during the course of this 20-minute race for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, rounding out our first day of action here at Snetterton. Don't forget, lots more tomorrow. We're underway at 10 o'clock in the morning with the first race after qualifying at 9. We add to today's roster the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. They replace 7th Formula Armed Forces Race Challenge and Roadsports with Freaky Part Sport Specials, Low Cost Classic Stock Catch, Type R Trophy and MX5s also forming part of the bill. So there we go, cars on the grid. There is Chalky White in the Mission Motorsport liveried Type R. Last few cars coming into position ahead of this 20-minute race. Armed Forces Race Challenge catering for drivers from all of the services and veterans as well. I know that some veterans who've recently started in the championship didn't realise that they were able to take part in it. It wasn't just open to active serving members. But it's a great opportunity for them to race with like-minded individuals in a fun and inclusive championship. There are the red lights. Out they go, and it's a good start from Chalky White. Good start too from Scott Townsend and Peter Seeley by the looks of it from the second row of the grid. Kieran Lambourne not quite so quick away in his BMW. So it's White leading unsurprisingly down towards the ridges for the first time. And it is, who's going to be second? Well, it's Jonathan Candler and Pete Seeley sort of level pegging up towards the Wilson hairpin. And it's still side by side as they go round the Wilson hairpin as well. So we'll pick up who was best of those in just a moment or two as they come down towards Palmer. And it is Seeley ahead of Townsend, isn't it, for second place. And then third looks to be James Flint in his Fiesta. So Fiesta's third and fourth. Then Gareth Moss is fifth in the MX5. He's got further than he did in race one, he'll be pleased to note.
So Class C cars battling away. We've got Scott Townsend on the outside at Agostini, trying to make up a place, or potentially losing a place there to Peter Seeley. They do remain second and third for the MR2 and the Fiesta, making their way around Oggies and Williams for the first time. See the Fiesta right in the toe of the MR2, and so it's Townsend with the momentum. So it's third and fourth, I should say, with Jonathan Candler very comfortably in that second position now. And so very, very much level pegging between these two cars as they make their way into the Brundle and Nelson complex for the first time. But getting it done on the outside line, on the brakes. A little bit of a touch there between the front nose of the MR2 and the rear bumper of Townsend's Fiesta. But it is Townsend who goes through into third position. But not by much at all, with a bit of a rub on the way through the Brundle and Nelson complex.
Yeah, so end of lap one, Mark White already blasting past our commentary position, so he's well out from. What's his gap going to be at the end of the first lap? It's going to be 6.5 seconds. That's quite the gap, isn't it? And then it's over Jonathan Candler. Scott Townsend third, Peter Seeley fourth, Kieran Lambourne fifth in the BMW, and James Flint 6th in the Fiesta. Then it's Gareth Moss in the MX5, Jake Osborne in the Clio, Ben McLaughlin next up, and then Paul Waterhouse in the Peugeot completing the top 10. As we work now the second lap of this 20-minute race. In the first lap we had 9 laps in total that we completed, and they will probably get 9 laps out of this time around as well.
So familiar lick of flame from the back of Townsend's Fiesta as they made their way through Palmer, looking a lot more comfortable there, but it is Peter Seeley, the one who is under pressure from Kieran Lambourne behind, the number 7 BMW 330, which is freshly reshelled after a big crash for that car at Croft last year. And Lambourne himself, no stranger to competition. He's competed in the Armed Forces Karting Championship before coming here to the Armed Forces Race Challenge, a multiple Class C podium finisher, and is running 3rd in his class at the moment.
Yeah, with still 60 minutes of this race to go. The Peter Seeley battle now is with Kieran Lambourne in that BMW. And so Peter Seeley is having sort of conceded ground to Scott Townsend now. So battle taken up with Lambourne, the 25-year-old from Connor, plant operator, competing for 3 seasons now. It's Army Sports Car Racing prepared BMW that was reshelled after a big off at Croft last year.
And yeah, running 3rd in class. Ahead of that, James Flint Fiesta, which had a bit of a moment at the start this morning, the number 935 machine. But Flint a little bit detached from, let's say that actually, he's closed in on this lap, hasn't he? He's only about 0.4 of a second away from Lambourne for what is the last spot on the Class C podium, and if anything, towards the end of that lap, Peter Seeley was able to pull away a little bit. So there's a good class battle happening here. James Flint with an additional year of Armed Forces Race Challenge experience under his belt compared to Kieran Lambourne, and also some stock car and oval racing to add to that as well.
Mark White at the end of the second lap led by 10.026 seconds in car 65 from number 1 Jonathan Candley in second, who was 8 seconds clear of Scott Townsend in 3rd. There is James Flint rounding Agostini.
Do we think he's got the pace then?
Yeah,
Mark White on this one. Just about.
Yes, I would say so. 14 minutes to go here, but of course everyone battling for class positions and for being consistent as well. Luke Arpino leading in Class D, as he does quite often. He's quite a long way ahead of Lee Keneally. Just looking at the timing screen there. Watching James Flint here in that Fiesta. We've got cars heading down the Bentley Straight with the low sun behind them now, making them rather silhouetted against the background. Peter Seeley there in the 178 car, still managing to keep ahead of Kieran Lambourne. There's the dispute for 4th and 5th positions. Then there's Flint coming through. Behind Flint it's going to be Gareth Moss, who of course was a non-finisher in race 1, the 42-year-old marine engineer from Burton, in his 1800cc supercharged engined Mazda MX5. The car built in 2019. He's a little way behind. There he is, just appearing into shot now for those of you watching on the live stream through Morris, and he's got behind him the number 44 car of Jake Osborne, the 26-year-old mechanic from Nottingham in his first season of racing, having just done some track days before this. He owned the Clio that's just in view now, just behind the MX5. For around 7 years. He prepares it himself and he's part of the Army team, because as well as the individual competition, there's also the Interforces Challenge as well. for the Army, Navy and Marines, and the Air Force and the veterans as well. So they do compete for points in that particular challenge as well.
Of course, a lot of these drivers and teams very well represented at the Race of Remembrance.
Yes.
As well, which is a fantastic event, even if it is the coldest I've ever been in my life. You imagine Anglesey on a good day. Now put it in November and the full brunt of the Irish Sea wind at you as well. So it's 7 layers and I'm still freezing.
I've done Anglesey in December and it's colder than that. Yeah, that is very cold.
It is brisk.
The Irish Sea wind coming off it doesn't help, does it?
No, it really doesn't. But damn if it isn't an amazing event in and of itself.
There's an incredible amount of tape that is holding that car together. It's just a shame that they didn't have any white tape, isn't it, really? And that black was the only colour they could find.
I would say, if I ever started a race team, I would be keeping duct tape of every colour, just in case.
Well, you know, there'd always be someone in the paddock in need of it. You can make a buck there.
Are you suggesting selling tape to your competitors?
Oh, well, you know, they talk about the camaraderie of racing. Well, I think that's overrated. I think you've got to make money out of them.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I mean, if you're really thinking about it, you could drive into them, cause damage to their car, and then sell them some tape afterwards. That certainly wouldn't happen in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, though, because it's much friendlier than all of that. There's Paul Waterhouse going through shot, long-time racer in his Peugeot. He's running in 11th place overall. And there we just saw briefly a shot of Andrew Holmes in the MGB, which started at the back of the grid, having missed the first race, qualified out of session, but he's clawed his way up to 14th place in this race. Andrew Holmes in that number 72 car for the 60-year-old from Chesterfield. Been racing since 1993, and there's the Class A MG Car Club BCV8 champion in 1997. Is an RAF veteran as well.
And it's very nice to see the veterans out there competing with some of the those who are currently serving.
A veteran car in his case as well, isn't it? It's the oldest car on track, the MGB, I think, by quite a margin.
Yes, I think you're right. Did I see somewhere in the notes someone was driving their neighbour's old car as well? I might have missed that one.
It
might be in a different championship, but someone was like, oh yeah, it was on my neighbour's driveway for years.
They weren't doing anything with it, so...
Yeah. I mean, you would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I've spied up a car that has been on, not my neighbour, but the next door, the next road down.
Right.
I haven't seen it move in about 15 years.
They wouldn't miss it, would they?
I would, yeah. You suggesting I take it from them in the night?
Well, not now. You've mentioned it on the Alpha live stream, watched by millions across the country. We've got how many minutes to go? 9 minutes to go in this race. Mark White is leading by 17 seconds, and you sense that he's probably driving a bit within himself, really. He's over the line again to complete lap number 5, so probably 4 laps to go. Maybe 5 laps to go for him, looking at the time. He might make it a 10-lap race this time.
He's doing 2:11s at the moment. And what did he do? He managed 2:08.
But then had a couple of long laps at the end, didn't he?
Yes. And like I said, this is based on consistency.
Yes.
He's already 7 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else out there, so you may as well back off a little bit. Just make sure that you're driving within yourself and getting the performance index, because of course he is leading that championship in that respect there as well.
So here's Candler in second place. He's the reigning champion. Actually won it more than once as Jonathan Candler, number 1, 32-year-old from Tidworth, 3 times champion in fact. Got the camo livery on the side of the car, but not the back or the front of the car, so you can still see it.
Thank goodness.
And that is the Peugeot for the HGV mechanic.
I tried cracking that joke in a petrol station a couple of weeks ago. Somebody was wearing camo trousers. No one in the car got it. I was furious.
Wasted. Your talents, as ever, wasted on the public at large. We've got Jonathan Candler then making his way through. I mean, in a race of his own, he was 21 seconds behind the leader Mark White. He's 18 seconds ahead of Scott Townsend. So, yeah, all you probably can do at this point is think about consistency and driving with metronomic regularity, because there's nothing else to do, because there's no cars around you at this stage. We're not really into the traffic yet in this race. I think it will come. But it's still White leading, Chris.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes to go. Checking again with the gap when Jonathan Candler gets over the line. We'll be waiting a little bit of a while for it. It's 21.4 last time around, with White lapping about 4 seconds a lap quicker, or as near as makes no difference. So Mark White ticking off another lap, and it's been super consistent. It's been 2:11.6, 2:11.5 on that previous lap, and within a tenth of his best lap time, which is 2:11.529. Yeah, he's lapping about 3 seconds slower than what he was doing this morning. But driving well within himself, and yeah, it's a shame that Peter Dinnold wasn't able to make the start, because it would have given White a little bit more of a run for his money there, really. Still battles happening in Class B, which, in Class C, I should say, which is being led by Candler. Oh, hello.
That's
one of the
Peter McNichol that spun, number 14. Heading backwards up the straight between Agostini and Hamilton now. He was doing battle, I think, with the BMW 116 of 113, which was Alex Martin. There is Alex Martin, just turning his way through Oggies. But Peter McNichol, 68-year-old RF veteran from Lincoln, having a bit of a moment there. Did some Super 1 karting in the past.
He's one of the retired veterans that we were sort of alluding to earlier. One of the regular appearances of the Race of Remembrance.
Just watching Andrew Holmes drive on the grass, for reasons best known to himself, on the exit of Murray's. I think he'll get back onto the circuit though in the MGB. Not known as a good off-road car particularly.
Was it known as a particularly good on-road car as well?
I mean, there were better cars, certainly, than
I know it's a bit of a
MGB.
fan favourite, really, the MGs in general.
Yeah.
But, was it the height of the British sports car era?
Probably there were better British sports cars.
Yeah.
But it was something that was maybe more affordable than others. 5 minutes to go, just under 5 minutes to go in this race now. Mark White leading comfortably here in car 65 from number 1, Jonathan Candler, 66 Scott Townsend, 178 Peter Seeley, 7 Kieran Lambourne, and 935 James Flint. There's an awful lot of tyre screeching going on there. We can hear in our headphones.
Yeah, and a car just flashing past the screen as well, which was difficult to tell if it was just making its way around Agostini with some gusto, or whether there was an actual problem for that car, although nothing when we pan around, so might have just gotten away with it. Sounded like one of the I was going to say RX-8, but there aren't any on this grid.
You mean MR2s?
Yes, that is probably what I meant.
35 Richard Brown there, we could see, 53-year-old from Cheltenham, retired army officer. Did some low-cost racing as well as armed forces, MR2s, 116s. And he's one of the drivers that was reasonably well up in the championship, I think, coming into this weekend as well. Sitting down the Bentley Straight now, he's running in 14th position, 9th in Class C, and just ahead of the 43 car of Matthew Beach, the BMW 323i. 50 years of the M3 of the 3 Series being celebrated this year.
How many?
50 years of the 3 Series.
Timing.
Yeah. We had that being marked as part of BMW Live earlier in the year, which we brought to you on Alpha Live from Alton Park. And there's a special race this weekend as well. That's a different circuit, although I think our BMW race tomorrow has more cars on the grid. BMW Car Club Racing Championship that we have tomorrow. But
it's a shame that they use the M6 in GT competition, really.
Yeah.
Because, no wait, it's the M4.
M4, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, they changed it recently, didn't they?
Yeah, M6 goes, up past Manchester. 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, and the big question here is: are we going to get 9 laps, or are we going to get 10 laps? White's just gone across the line, and it's going to be extremely touch and go whether we get 9 or 10. I think we'll probably just squeeze 10 out of it.
It's a 5-second time penalty for James Flint. 4th position in Class C, 6th position overall. That shouldn't cost him anything because he's 13 seconds ahead of Gareth Moss in the Mazda MX5. But it's not going to do him. Oi!
Luke Carpino missed the sideways there out of Agostini hairpin.
Well, it's a Japanese car, and he was just doing some Japanese drifting.
Yeah. We've got a big fire. We can see out of our commentary box window. You can't see this on the stream, but there's a car pulling off to the side of the circuit. Not the MG that's pulling off by the barrier there, but there's a big fire on one of the cars that's just pulled off the circuit by Richards. The fire seems to have extinguished itself, and it's Jonathan Candler.
Oh, no.
Number 1, Jonathan Candler from 2nd position is pulling off. No doubt the marshal there with the fire extinguisher. Now, the flames that were coming out of the car have got extinguished themselves, but the slippery surface flags, there's a huge amount of oil now on the start and finish straight.
I wonder if they might even early checkered flag this.
Yeah,
we've only got a minute left on the clock, and they don't really want cars going down there at a high speed with that huge thing of oil down there. And in fact, it's a red flag.
Yeah, race being stopped.
That will not be resumed, of course. Less than a minute left on the clock, and it is a slightly early finish to proceedings here at Snetterton, I'm afraid, because of that huge blowout for Jonathan Candler. Very dramatic burst of flame that we could see out of the commentary box, and he has pulled up at the side of the road at Ritchie's. Thankfully all looks okay, because as you mentioned, Ian, the fire seemed to extinguish itself, and what that should do for Candler as well is that will keep him in the results, because of course he was our Class C leader.
But if you cause the red flag, then you get taken out of the results, and I think also within the performance index they also penalise you as well if you're a DNF as well.
Well, I'm a big believer in that rule, but I seldom see it exercised. So
anyway, that's it. That's all the racing for today, folks, because the red flag has flown. Whether we're going to get any drivers to talk to, again, is a moot point. So Kieran might have a very quiet end to his day, because whether we'll get anyone brought in to speak to them this time remains to be seen. Keep an eye out for that, Kieran, but they are stopping. Are they stopping cars beneath us? They are stopping cars beneath us. The results gone back to 7 laps then, I can see, and we'll bring that to you in a sec, I think. But yeah, we've gone back to 7 laps with Candler in there at the moment. I think they may well take him out. Let's have a look. Yeah, 7 laps completed for number 65, Mark White, the winner. At the moment, second place on the screen is number 1, Jonathan Candler, 29 seconds behind, but we'll see if he stays there in the final classification. Third place, number 66, Scott Townsend. Fourth place to 178, Pete Seeley. In fifth position, number 7, Kieran Lambourne. Sixth is 935, James Flint. Seventh is 26, Gareth Moss. Seventh is number 44, Jake Osborne. Eighth is 15, George Harvey, who is third within his class. 9th is 55, Josh McClellan. 10th is 96, Ben McLaughlin. 11th, 230, Paul Waterhouse. 12th is 22, Luke Carpino, who again wins in Class D, ahead of number 35, Richard Beach in 13th, and Matthew Beach in 14th position. Over the page, we've got Mark Jones, Andrew Holmes, who also pulled off right at the end there in 16th place. Then James Hancock, Mark Oliver, and Lee Keneally. Everyone else was either a lap down or a non-finisher. So the drivers look like they're going to be pulled into Parc Fermé the back way. They're going to go off the start and finish straight. And is anyone going to come into the clutches of Kieran Mogg is the question we ask ourselves. While all of this is being sorted out, we'll remind you that we have qualifying underway tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've got the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship qualifying session that follows that. A 30-minute session for the 2-hour race tomorrow afternoon. And then we're into racing at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So do join us bright and early here at the circuit or at Alpha Live with Freaky Park Sports Special Championship, Yokohama Low Costs, Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch, Tiguan Type R Trophy, 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. 6 races before lunch, 6 more after as well, including the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, the 2-hour race at around about 2 tomorrow afternoon. Chris, so let's have some final thoughts from you while we try and figure out what's going on.
Yes, we are just waiting to see who's going to be into Parc Ferme, and they do seem to be driving past Kieran Mogg, sadly. Although actually,
I think he's captured Mark White at least.
Yes, he has at the very least. So we should have one, hopefully, in a minute. But yes, great day here at Snetterton. The weather's certainly brightened up since we arrived. It's turned into quite a gorgeous early evening with the sun finally poking out. But yes, another great day of racing here in the 750 Motor Club. Looking forward to an awful lot more tomorrow as well, particularly with the Tequila Club Enduro Championship, that little warm-up that we have from the Roadsports, hopefully with a bit less safety car. And of course we bid farewell to the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship and the Armed Forces Race Challenge for this weekend. They've been wrapped up for the day. And also very much looking forward to seeing the BMW Car Club Racing Championship out tomorrow as well.
Okay, right. Well, thanks to all of the marshals for all of their hard work today. Thank you all. And thanks to all of the other officials that make this race meeting possible at the 750 Motor Club, and the recovery drivers, circuit staff, scrutineers, timekeepers, race admin, anyone and everyone that plays a part in running these race meetings. So thank you to you all. I can see that Kieran is at least going to have all of the class winners to talk to, so that's wonderful. So he's just trying to shepherd them into some kind of order, so we'll head down to him in a moment. We'll leave him to wrap things up and say goodbye to you. But as the sun starts to set over Snetterton and is out now, then we'll be back tomorrow. Don't forget, for racing from 10 o'clock here at the circuit and on the live stream as well. So we look forward to you joining us then for more action from the 750 Motor Club, by which time the oil slick that is on the Senna Straight caused by Jonathan Candler's exploding Peugeot will have been sorted out. So just waiting for the OK to hand down to Kieran, which has arrived in my ears. So from Chris and myself, good evening. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Kieran Mogg. Good night.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's a lot going down on here at the moment. So going to have a quick chat with our winner, Mark White. Yeah, don't get addressed just yet. So bit of a lonely race up at the front there for you.
Mate, all by myself. As you know, the championship points come from consistency, so I just try to be consistent. I was still driving as fast as I could, just trying to concentrate on braking points, turning in points, just try and keep it smooth and not have a repeat of race one. So after race one, I got underneath the car, had a look at it, and there's a couple of locking collars on the coilovers that keep things tight. Unfortunately, they'd come loose, so I thought my tyres were going off, but it was a mechanical issue. Honestly, no, it was. Yeah, unfortunately, all by myself, and I can see that somebody had a little blow up. I think that was JC, who's my competitor when it comes to championship points. So I hope he comes back out for Croft and we have a good play.
Yeah, we had a very eagle-eyed viewer that said that it looked like one of your suspension corners looked a little bit iffy, so it's impressive they managed to spot that. But yeah, it's obviously a shame that you've had a mechanical issue, but nice way to end the day like this.
Yeah, I just wish there was a few more people to play with, you know. But it's nice to get the win. I was devastated that I had a spin. I'm normally quite precise, you know, without trying to be a big-headed. I'm not being big-headed. I'm normally pretty careful. But yeah, unfortunately, I was already on the limit. And then I think the combination of just having the Porsche catching me up and the mechanical issue was just enough to put me over the edge. And once you get up, you can get it back.
No, obviously a shame about earlier on, but yeah, nice to end the day with a win, so congratulations for that.
Thanks, big man.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, let's move on. So, class winner, how was it out there?
How about that? Yeah, it was pretty easy from the front. I sort of was just chasing MR2 and a Peugeot in front of me. Yeah. But then after that, it was just keep trying to plod away, trying to keep consistent. I don't know if I was, but yeah, it was all right actually. It was sort of a little bit boring at points because I was like, oh, I'm just on my own now, just trying to be consistent. And then getting a bit silly trying to slide it just for fun. But yeah, it's right, good, happy.
I think that's what seems to be what most people's experience of that race was until the last lap. But yeah, very consistent race for most people. So does that almost bring a different element of a challenge for you in terms of the fact that you haven't got the cars around you in terms of fighting wheel to wheel, but you've got to remember that they're not putting a foot wrong, I can't either.
Yeah, pretty much. Like just following the cars ahead, I could see if the gap was closing or not. So it's hard to gauge because we've got no telemetry inside the car to see what we're doing. So it's just like if I feel like a bit off on that corner, the next corner I need to push a bit more. And so driving like 95% really. And then if you get a bad exit, you're just sort of looking at the next one. I'm going to push this from braking zone to try and make that gap up. But it's impossible to know. It's like it feels like a lap, but within half a tenth, it's a target.
Absolutely. Well, nice way to end the day at least, and we'll see you next time out.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on. So we've got Scott Townsend down here, who's first time on the podium, I've been told. He's just a bit busy, I think, clipping something. Yeah. Giving his transponder back. That's very important. Yeah, don't want to leave that on the car. So we'll just give him a second just to grab that. But yeah, first time on the podium, I've been told. So nice way to end the weekend for him, as he's arm deep in a Fiesta at the moment. Actually, tell you what, let's have a quick chat with Peter Seeley while we wait for Scott. Peter, it's obviously it's an unfortunate way to end up with a class win, but it's a class win nonetheless.
Well, do you know what? I did not expect that one bit because I was not keeping up with Kieran on race one. So absolutely thrilled to bits. But yes, I'm sorry for John. That's not a good way to end it. So I'm glad he's okay. But yeah, I mean, the old boy kicking some young backsides is always good, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's been an interesting day. So how's it been from your perspective throughout the entire thing?
It's always challenging. I mean, I don't know. I don't mind saying I get very nervous before a race, and it's just trying to calm the nerves, keep calm, and then on the track, when it seems to be going all right, it's then just trying to say, I keep talking to myself. It's a good job nobody can hear me because I'm saying, right, Peter, keep it on the track. Just don't push too hard and do what you're doing. Just be consistent. But it's thoroughly enjoyable and some lovely guys to race with. Excuse me. They're very, very clean racing. So that makes all the difference. I'm not interested in bumping doors and coming home with a damaged car. So actually, to get the class win, come home with a car that's in one piece, just load it up is couldn't. I look at the weather, it couldn't be better. So thanks to everybody, 750 Motor Club and Chris Slater for organising the AFRC. Good bunch of people. Yeah.
Nice way to end it for the weekend then. So yeah, congratulations on the class win.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm chuffed a bit. Brilliant. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll quickly chat with P2 overall. Scott, you said it's your first time on the podium.
Yeah, first time on the podium. Quite nice actually, because this time last year, this weekend was a bit of a sad time. Crash, car written off, and then a year to the day, first time back and at the same circuit. And P2 overall through a bit of unfortunate through someone else, but really happy.
Well, you were already in the podium positions obviously before that happened anyway, so it's been a strong day for you.
Yeah, it's been really good. I've not had much time in the car, so it's quite nice to get a bit of time back in the car, and everything seems to be working well. It's just trying to keep improving, get myself faster.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing it on the next one then. Congratulations on P2.
Nice one. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. Well, that kind of rounds it out for Saturday here at Snetterton. And I think it's a nice time now to say a big thank you, obviously, to all the marshals. We couldn't go racing without them, as we've just seen at the end of that race. Marshals are a critical part of the motorsport community, and we couldn't do this without them. So we really do want to thank them. Obviously, big thank you to everyone at 750 that have put this on. Big thank you, obviously, to everyone at Alpha Live. We've got Will, the producer, Rob, project manager, Luke behind the camera there, and then we've got our camera operators out on track with Ben, Jack, Matt, Russ and Darren. So from all of us here at watch yourself, Luke, you don't want an MR2 in your backside, but from all of us here at 750, from myself, from Ian, from Chris, thank you so much for watching, but we'll be back in the morning. See you then.